is everything working good out there?
Yeah, it all worked really well.
Sweet.
Got a little.
The journey is long, the journey is tough, and today it could be a rough ride, at least for 3 of our teams. It is the final day of Stage 2 here in Austin, and they are still far away from getting to the Moody Center, which will end up to where we get into the playoff side of things. I'm James Banks. I am your host across all of this madness that we're going to go and enjoy today. And Moses, you're a man who enjoys a hell of a lot of madness that this can all offer. And you didn't get your dream come true in having a FaZe Falcons matchup.
I didn't.
But you did get to watch Falcons get eliminated.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That was a fun experience. It was a very intense experience, that game. I'm sure we'll be talking about it plenty this morning.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most visceral moment by far of the major, but one that some people probably couldn't sleep last night. I slept quite well.
I feel like I know 5 or 6 of them, maybe 7 of them, that didn't sleep very well last night. I too slept great, like a baby.
Yeah. Oh, look at you guys.
We had some queso, so of course we're going to sleep well.
You're refreshed? Did you win any more Premier games?
I did. We played 3 cheaters last night, James.
Oh, God. No.
Same game or 3 different matches?
3 different matches. We lost the first one, but shout out to North America because they voted the cheaters off the island.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, that's a round of applause.
It's really well done. There's honor here. There's honor in this country still. Dignity, pride, it's all here.
That's actually
just
better.
Not in the professional scene.
Just not in the politics.
Or that either.
Well, swiftly moving on, boys. I'm going to get us out of the politics from that side of things, get us into the brackets, because we need to look at where we're at across all of this. This is what remains here in Stage 2. And, this has been just heartbreak into emotional stories, into absolute craziness. We're going to start with looking at our 1-3s in this one that came out yesterday with M80 still showing us they have no map pool, Maui.
Or a T-side.
Or a T-side.
I feel like you don't really have a map pool when you don't have an offense. M80 unfortunately had a rough season, and for me, I had a Mo3, so I mean, to even get a single map win here in Austin is slightly exceeding expectations, and this is going to be a learning experience for them that I hope they take moving forward, and I hope they just keep scrimming while these good teams are here.
I mean, writing was on the wall the whole way, as you mentioned. Like, they had a bad season. Well, so did every other NA team. Writing was there for every single North American team coming into this. Very slow starts to the year, bad starts to the season, and it all culminates in a very bad performing major for the region.
At least you guys never believed, though, so there's some positive in that side. They didn't give you that hope.
So, yeah. That is kind of a positive in a way.
Positive for you guys.
I don't know if being right really is solace for seeing your entire region suck.
I've not taken too much happiness out of it.
This is the other side of things, though. No one was happy across the entire world because we all love G. We all fell in love with Ty Lue, and it still ended so badly. That was just heartbreaking, man.
I mean, we almost all shed tears in that very moment that we knew that G and Ty Lue were not going to be moving forward.
I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see it.
It's the biggest frown in the entire building.
I know.
He was working really hard during that interview to hold it back. He was working really hard, and he did a great job.
He did.
I hope he gets some ice cream.
I'm sure he's going to get plenty. I'll bring him some.
Yeah. We got that here in America. We can get it delivered, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, and realistically, I mean, look, a tough loss, obviously, and it's always going to sting in that fashion, and getting the high five from Heroic as well after some of the smack talk. But more than anything, I mean, you could see just like the goal of these guys, as they repeated it throughout this, is to make Chinese Counter-Strike better and get it on the map. And obviously, G's helped do that with Ty Lue. Obviously, Lynn Vision carrying that baton now moving forward. But I think they can be, happy with what they accomplished while still also realizing that they probably fell shorter than what they could have done overall.
To me, the best part is that they weren't just a flash in the pan. They didn't just get some one upset win. They actually made it through Stage 1 with 3 victories, and then they took Heroic the distance with 3 maps, all maps going double digits in round score on the losing team. So it was an incredibly close affair, and they're going to look back at some of those tight rounds where maybe the fundamentals broke down a little bit, or maybe even just an individual is going to just think back like, I wish I hit that single shot.
And G's closing sentiment was mentality. It was just like, we need to work on our mentality going into the game, and that's always something that's difficult for younger teams and newer teams and teams not adjusted to this level of competition. And Ty Lue's perhaps running out of time to where we can kind of use an experience, I think. But I mean, still, that mentality is a big thing that's hard to work on and hard to improve.
Hopefully with more events and more time, they'll be able to get it, but he definitely won the hearts of many. And then there was hate watching, there was heartbreak, there was laughter, at the Falcons by some people, right? This was... this is just crazy. We're looking at a situation where now they're not even in stage 3. It's not even like they didn't make playoffs, which would have already been crazy. Falcons were down and out, yet they had that game. It was theirs.
I don't want to pile on or anything, but that's one of the ugliest, most horrendous, most unbelievable, unforgivable losses I've seen in a long time. Oof. I don't know how else to put it. I really don't. I feel bad because I love finding ways to make excuses for players in terms of what their decision making, what's going on in their head that causes them to make a mistake. But that 5-on-3 is one of the most disgusting rounds I've ever seen lost in Counter-Strike. Like that should never happen ever.
I mean, if Nico played up to the expectation that we all have for him and he should have for himself in that first half or that second half, they wouldn't have had that 3v5. If he just had a normal performance, but for some reason on Inferno, a map that he's usually so vicious on, so good at taking space on, he was pretty much neutered. I saw him at the bottom of mid so many rounds where he's just chilling, waiting out all the utility. It did not look like he was playing in the same version of himself, and that was obviously reflected in the score. And like 2 kills in the first half, like that is all inexcusable.
Yeah, an inexcusable individual performance. For me, it just piles on to the idea of like you have your star player playing like that. Clearly watching the game, I was like, we've all had the game that Nico had, where you're sitting in overtime in matchmaking, you're just like, please just get me out of this game. I'm getting killed through every smoke. I can't hit a shot. I don't want to be here. Please get me out. And they had the chance to do it. And they dropped the ball because just losing focus, missing details, silly fights taken. That is one where like, yeah, your star players let you down by having a poor performance, but then you let him down by not closing out the map when you actually had a chance.
Moving on to some positives, though, was the teams that were qualifying yesterday and finding their way through to stage 3. Pain was a team that we kept saying, you know, not sure what they're going to deliver, not sure how they're going to kind of put things together with a short amount of time of actually having this 5 together. Well, they have been looking pretty damn good here.
Pain was the team that we just simply had the least data on, okay? Yeah. Because when they got DGT, they played 3 events, 2 of which they had to play with their coach because whether it was Big Uzera couldn't show up or DGT himself couldn't show up, we didn't know what the true level of Pain was. But the signing was clearly an upgrade. DGT is better than Kawas, so to see Pain play at a level where they are now in the top 16 of the major, it feels like it was supposed to happen as soon as they made the signing. It's just that there was trepidation given we didn't know for sure if he was syncing up with the team because we just didn't see any games with him.
Actually, I'd even build upon that too and say even outside the DGT situation, the stand-in situation, I'd say a lot of their players have looked really pedestrian and below average the past few months. And yeah, the stand-in is there, but I mean, even coming into this, I didn't expect Pain even at their peak to be able to make the top 16 after what I'd seen throughout the start of this year. So this is a great overperformance in my mind for Pain, and maybe it's something that sticks around. Again, those confidence wins and qualifying in a fashion that you're not supposed to be able to do can change the course of this team throughout the major.
Yeah, it can give you a nice positive mentality as well coming into the next stage. But Furia, the changes come in for these guys. More Brazilian success, even without having a full Brazilian roster.
When this signing happened, I was like, this is either going to be a train wreck or it's going to be good. Like, I didn't feel like there was like a middle ground, and I expected it to lean more towards train wreck, to be honest with you. But I mean, it's great because I've like Yakinder. I feel like there's no logical reason for the drop off he had in Liquid, so it always felt to me like he was going to make it back at some point. I thought he'd do it in the Liquid jersey. He looks great here for Furia. He has like a renewed sense of responsibility in this team, kind of the right-hand man to Fallen tactically speaking. Obviously, you have Maladoy playing really well and really aggressive as a young opper, and I'm just going to keep giving him props. Fallen for switching into the anchor role with the rifle. He's still got game left in it, and if you underestimate that, he's going to punish you.
I was in the same camp regarding Yakindar, that what we saw from him where he was playing for Liquid was flashing himself, missing a spray down that was right in front of him. That wasn't Yakindar. That was never going to be Yakindar. No professional player should have had the lows that Yakindar had when he was playing for Liquid, so that was clearly a mental factor, a confidence issue. Now he's with a roster where not only do they believe in him to just be good at his role, they need him to be a glue guy between Maladoy and Furia because they are all speaking English, and Yakindar is basically translating for Maladoy to make sure that he's integrated properly.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a fun situation to hear them talk about. I mean, the kind of thing too is like it's got to be great playing for Fallen. I think Fallen's a perfect IGL form, a player's IGL who wants the players to have a lot of freedom, who gives you kind of the broad strokes of I want you to take this map control, but I don't care how you do it. So it gives Yakinder a good structure, gives him a lot of freedom with which to attack those kind of goals.
And our final team to make it through yesterday into the next stage is 3D Max, not FaZe in this one. And 3D Max, okay, they've changed up their game a little bit here, right? It's not the same 3D Max we used to see him.
Well, what we're used to seeing is that they usually just crumble at the feet of the veterans, the big dogs, because the gimmicky set execute style that 3D Max has usually just gets eaten up, honestly. If you just run that against veteran players like Rain, like Kerrigan, they're going to say, oh, they're running this execute, and then they know the exact way to counter it. But 3D Max, yeah, they do have other aspects to their game. They can play mid-rounds a little bit better now, at least so far from what we've seen here. They can clutch out some rounds too. I feel like the main performances for me that are important are like exercise and gravity. Those guys were not showing up in the fashion that I wanted from them, and now they're just not losing them rounds. They're actually helping getting them over the finish line. Yeah,
and I think too, we saw in the post-game interview, I forget who gave it from 3D Max, so basically saying this isn't prime simple and this isn't prime FaZe, so like we didn't beat the best FaZe that there is out there in the world, but it's obviously a nice win. I think that speaks a lot. Obviously great for 3D Max in this win, but I think it speaks a lot to FaZe about no one's scared of this team. Like no one's intimidated. That little day one run, the illusion's been broken very, very quickly. And yeah, looking at this roster, big names, but no one's intimidated right now.
And that's crazy, right? Because this was the team that would always put fear into all of their opponents. And now actually sometimes it looks like FaZe is the one that's scared. And I'm not used to seeing that.
They just have always been very default in CT sides. I really dislike it. I mean, even when they were at their absolute best, they would just kind of play a spread out 5-man style, work off of people's picks, work off of the experience. But that style works when you have the best players in the world. That's what it worked for Fnatic when they were having their little mini era in like 2013, 2014. It's that when you had Olaf Meister and Flusha and JW all doing crazy stuff, opening up the round, you can be the best team in the world. But if you have players that are not top 5 in role, individually, then what are you really working with?
Well, also the other side of that Fnatic dominance back then was the hive mind. Whatever reason, all those crazy individual plays found a way to like link up across the map to make it really difficult. I feel like FaZe doesn't have that same connection quite yet without the time together, and obviously without the individuals playing nearly as well.
Yeah, and where was our temperature check on Simple right now? Because that wasn't the showing that we need to see from him.
My opinion hasn't changed.
You're still on the same boat, Howie?
Yeah.
I'd say it's a cool, brisk day. He's not heating up to Austin temperatures or anything like that. It's not sweltering. It's kind of hit or miss. It's almost like like Florida. You know, some days it's really damn hot. I can't but if there's a nice breeze, then it feels good.
A little muggy, a couple mosquitoes flying around. Yeah. I mean, Simple. I don't know. Like I guess this is just kind of like this is exactly what you'd expect out of a player trying to play himself back into shape. The difference being it's the player that's widely considered to be the greatest of all time, so I think people are going to get more excited when they see the good flashes and give him a little bit of more forgiveness than they normally would for the quieter games that he's having at the moment. But really what this is just one of the all-time greats trying to play himself back into shape, and we're witnessing it happening live with all the ups and downs and the roller coaster that goes along with it.
Well, that roller coaster continues today as we got 3 more games coming your way. Let's take a look at the schedule and see how these matchups are looking if you haven't already seen them. Okay, Bait versus Lynn Vision. Yes, there's a clear favorite in that one. I just want to quickly touch on what
Who's the clear favorite?
Bait.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Thank God. I thought Moses was going to like shut me down there straight away. Maui's got my back at least. But I got to ask you guys, with what we were talking about FaZe and MIBR, right? Just one quick one on this. Does MIBR now get a lot of respect that they could be able to take this because they took down Falcons?
Falcons is better than FaZe. So there's absolutely a chance that MIBR could do this. The resilience that they showed at the end of that game was unprecedented. And now we're seeing, I thought the worst part of MIBR for a while was BR Enizan. Now he's just winning rounds for them single-handedly.
That ain't going to happen twice, though, right? That ain't going to happen twice.
Against the Simple that you're talking about right now?
That ain't going to happen twice, though. I mean, look, I don't think they got any kind of increased respect from the outside world, but I know damn well FaZe is respecting the shit out of that best of 3 win ahead of a Falcons. They're respecting the hell out of MIBR right now.
Oh, they have to. That's the last game of the day. We'll come to that later on. But for now, we're going into Heroic taking on Nemiga. And what I love about this matchup is that this is 2 teams that have similarly been on the rise if you look at the Sangal core and what this Nemiga team's been able to do. And they're both with this epic chance to make it through to stage 3. This is going to be surely a fantastic series.
It very well could be. I think that, you know, if you look at it from the Heroic side, they got to be coming into this mentality. Surely the conversation you have last night and this morning, if you're that team, is, guys, this could be the last match this 5 plays together. Like, let's make sure everyone comes in focused. Let's not have this be a bad match. Let's not look back on this disappointed with each other that someone wasn't calming, someone had a bad attitude, someone disappeared from the server. Last time, potentially, we play together, so let's leave it all out there in the server.
And what we saw from them yesterday against Tyloo, right? They were able to fight back into games, but obviously there was still some shakiness where it didn't look like the same Heroic we'd been seeing.
I find that Heroic is a team that just plays the numbers a lot of the time. So you don't always get these glimpses of an individual that's just going to take over in the last stretch of 5 rounds. They're just playing it by the book. Saw's giving them a new strategy. He's calling a lot of timeouts for them. And he's just trying to give them a plan that's going to win more times than it loses, which is maybe why it feels like at times with Heroic, you're like, why can't they just like cleanly win a game? But I think over the course of MR 12, 24 rounds, they do get the job done.
Well, you're talking about Saw, so let's hear from him as I caught up with him earlier. Now, for you guys, there's some history against Nemiga in Heroic, but also even the Sangul core as well. Does that change the way you approach the game, how you prepare?
Yeah, well, it brings some some knowledge, of course, from the past, since the Sangul guys know them, and now we have played them a couple of times this season as well. So that changes some things, and maybe it adds some like mind games to it. But other than that, it doesn't change too much. Like we do the normal preparation, and that's about it.
Now, looking at the fact that it's an elimination game, it's do or die, your team hasn't been in this situation, right? Do you see a different in them today, like when they're getting ready? Is there anything that you try to talk them through?
I think it stays the same. Like it's things we have been talking about in the past. Like in the end, with this kind of format, it doesn't matter how you go through. In the end, that's gonna be the goal. Like if you're 3-0 or if you're 3-2, like it's all fine. But of course, we know like our backs are up against the wall at this point, and it's do or die time. So that's the important moment. But these are the moments also you play for, right? Like you wanna be in these moments where you will feel the pressure a bit, but you will also enjoy that at the same time.
Do you think they're handling the pressure quite well?
I think so, yeah. Because so far today, before the match, I mean, the team has been relaxed. They have been focused, ready to play. So I think we are in the right space at the moment.
Lovely, mate. Thank you very much. So for Saw, he knows what needs to be done here, right? But there is a journey and there's a story to be told with how they've been, at least in stage 2.
Yeah, spanked in that grudge match. FaZe came in with a little bit of anger to start this. The fact that Heroic's able to bounce back win against BetBoom later on that day in the 2 best of 1 day, that's very nice. Tough loss against Bait, who's looking very good. And then obviously Ty Lu, able to beat them in the series, a tough series fought. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think I like what Saw said. I don't think you can disagree with him when he says the mentality and the headspace is in the right place, because they're showing it. Like, you know, they could be distracted and they could drop some silly rounds, and we could be sitting here talking like, oh yeah, you know, this roster, obviously it's changing, everyone's kind of not really motivated, but we're not. We're talking about the fact that they're handling it well so far, and they're handling the jobs that needs to get done.
Are they clear favorites in this one, Heroic, in your eyes, Maui?
I would just say like 60-40.
Okay,
I think Nemiga's got more than people maybe give them credit for.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been grinding it out longer than this Heroic core has. It's just that they've experienced more disappointment, so they haven't reached the same heights.
Well, let's try and learn some more around what Heroic's been able to do, because we got a special B-Desk for you over here.
Hey, I'm here with xFloud from Heroic, and we're going to be looking at a round on Ancient that you guys played from stage 1 against FlyQuest. You guys had a really nice mid reaggress based off of what sounds like some preparation. But how are you doing, first of all, xFloud?
Like, I think it is very important point in Ancient. Like, you need to see what is the enemy doing. Like, you need to see like every pattern they're doing. So we had some preparation against them. Like, they're not taking mid in first timing, but if they take in second timing as we prepared, then they like to put some pressure in donut or window. And like when they putting some pressure in donut and window, like they will not execute A or B. Okay. So like we knew like they just gonna try to take mid control, so we have time to clear mid fully when their donut smoke is about to fade, and like we can still rotate to B when even like if you put 1A or 1B anchor, like we have still time to reinforce the sides, because like if you are not clearing mid for this game, like their joke, if they put a Joker player in window, they would cause a problem when they executing A or B. So, okay. I think here, like they're doing as we expected.
Wait,
like,
okay, so actually one question before you get into it. What do you mean by second timing?
Like first timing is when enemy is going out with the full flashes, like edging the molly, edging the smoke, like they are not respecting our utilities. Then they trying like a little bit animal, you know? Yeah. Like they are a little bit wild. But second timing is more like they waiting end of the molly, they waiting Hages, they waiting our first elbow flashes, then they going out with the timing, like with good flashes from T-spawn. So I think like it's very easy to play against that teams, like they are going out with second timing, because you can put a lot of like right now I think I put like -20 to -30 to the netic, so like, I can just kill them with one thing, you know.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, because they're waiting for all the opening utility. They don't want to fight you in middle, actually. They're scared of you.
Honestly, I have a very good elbow molly. Like nobody's using it, so they cannot edge. So
that's
really? That's why they cannot play in first timing. They cannot edge any side of my molly.
Oh, damn. Okay. Damn, giving away all the tactics. Let's go. Okay. So Linus throws this smoke, though, right there into the edge of cave. Actually, I'll pause this for just a second here. So he throws this smoke right. Well, that's a pretty big circle. But either way, I mean, he throws that, and that's when you guys have a block. So you guys then go for the clear right there. Okay, let's play
exactly.
this.
Like I think this is good, very good move from us. I don't know how it ended. I don't remember. But right now we are going to heaven and we are already 3B. So like we are reading them like a book, you know. And like as I said, like in our preparation, their B hits when they take mid was too slow, and it happens like we saw. Like they are very slow on B. Like we are almost 5B, 2 from heaven, 3 from B.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that this was more of an anti-strat or a set sort of counter for you guys, as you guys had done some research into FlyQuest and know that if they go with second timing, you can do this kind of play.
Exactly. But it's also about like enemy gives us a lot of space, so we are able to use it. We are not pussies, you know. Like if you see nothing mid, like we will abuse a little bit, and we trust we trust our aims. Like we can do it with anyone, even if we are in disadvantage position. Like which is like I think Heaven is a little bit uncomfortable to take some peeks, you know, because they can hold you with AK headshot angle, but we don't care. Like we'll just smash them.
Hey, I just learned a lot from xCloud, and I'm just happy with the chat he's got right now. Look at him go.
Dude, as soon as we get into that segment, he's ready to break down the entire play. I like that they have keywords, code words for how they want to react to certain situations. You can see how structured Heroic is, even if people aren't too familiar with them. They're not household names, but they're playing CS at the highest level, recognizing the tendencies and coming up with the proper counters in these kind of moments.
It's cool listen to him talk about like the philosophy of the round as well. You can tell Saw's done really good work kind of imparting his idea of like how the game should be played, how the reaction should be, and all the players have kind of bought into it. So yeah, I like hearing players like explain that philosophy back that they're operating with.
Now switching up into their opponent, Nemiga right now, they are just on the rise, and they found a formula right now within this team that is working for these young players.
I think found the formula is the best way to put it, because it's very rare, I feel like, you get a roster like this that got eliminated from the previous RMR in Shanghai that has stuck together, all 5 players and the coach. Everyone stuck together and came back 6 months later and are giving us this kind of a performance. They look fantastic. I saw the interview today, super cool, with Zwei, who had basically said, yeah, when I saw Flamus leave the team, I just like messaged the coach and I was like, I want to try out. He was like, I was just trying out for a bunch of different teams. I saw him bounce and I saw the opportunity, so I just sent a message. Yes is yes, no is no. Whatever happens, happens. And now he's got a spot in a team and he's doing well.
How many kids, young players, would never have that initiative, by the way?
No way. I mean,
mate, I don't even like messaging people on Twitter.
I mean, yeah. Like, if I have to message a TO for a job, I feel like I'm
I feel horrible.
Myself,
I know.
No, that's really cool from Zwei that he's actually taking that kind of initiative, because it kind of reflects in his play style. Even though he's kind of an extremity guy, he still gets into the action a lot. He still wants to take the fights. He's still a guy that can be explosive. So he's not just some guy that's going to sit back on his heels, wait for the action to come to him. And that was obviously shown in the fact that he's going to message the coach of the team when he has practically no experience at this kind of level playing a tier 1 tournament, and then he got the job. So good for him.
I want to see that initial DM if it's like, hey, I saw you need a player, I can make you better, or something like that. I don't want a 17-year-old saying
what kind of game you got on that initial message, my man?
He's got Riz, man. You know.
He might have more than you gave him credit for, Mario. There might be more in here. This is a great sign for him, but he's not the only bright spark of this team, right? I got to give a lot of credit to Lear, I think, on just the way he's leading this team.
Oh my God, Lear.
Got to give credit to Lear for a lot of reasons, to be honest with you.
Lear has been one of the best aspects of Nemiga, a team that was practically, I'm just going to say, they were onliners before this tournament in my eyes. You know, they choked at that last Shanghai RMR, but Lear is just bringing all of the heat every single game.
I love it. And I mean, he's even talked about it's like for a lot of it's for his teammates. A lot of it is to keep the mood a little bit light, make the guys laugh, relieve some of that tension. But some of the smack talk is so good, it's got to be getting in their heads.
Yeah. And also
this one, this is the God tier. Taxi's here in a couple minutes. That's beautiful. What a genius.
I like how he even pinches his nose as if he's like,
I am a conductor. Taxi is arrived.
Like that.
And the thing I think is beautiful about this is not just the trash talk, but it's also sometimes his teammates are looking up at him and they're just laughing.
Exactly.
As well. So you can see it's working. It's not like they're all just laser focused at the screen. He is having cultural impact and benefit to his team.
I feel like this is actually kind of what Cadian did for Heroic. I know at the time game, some of the guys were like, ooh, I don't know if we love this or not. But then I've seen Stown now without Cadian, and I think he wants that kind of energy back. Like, Stown would play better next to Lear, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and then we saw Stown with Cadian again, and then, you know, now we're here where we are.
Cadian wasn't yelling as much.
That's true. Once he put the Astralis jersey on, it clamped down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, the lightning rod for the team, take the attention, take the heat off the boys, be the talking point for the team so everyone else gets to fly under the radar. Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's calling a good game as well.
He definitely is. And Khan, right now, is a person who has not just leveled up, but at first, right, when I just saw him, I thought, okay, he's capable. But he has been doing better than expected.
Well, you also hear around the scene, like, if you want to take Furia as an example, like with Fallen saying, we need to have a good AWPer. Yeah. Well, Khan's rise from the Shanghai RMR they got eliminated into now is incredible. He had a 0.92 rating at the RMR last year, 6 months ago, and now he's sitting at 1.12 so far in Stage 2. So he's had such a boost in his performance as an AWPer. Part of it probably comfort of playing with the same 4 people and having the same coach and playing within the same system and philosophy. Part of it is also just the individual grind that you've been on as well. But anytime you see a jump up with an AWPer in that level, the AWPer makes everyone's job easier across the map. So Khan is a critical piece for Nemiga today.
He's taken a lot more openers. His usage rate at the opening of rounds at the Shanghai RMR was terrible. It was like 12%. He's up the numbers quite a bit. He's going to actually be engaged in the action.
You have to be as the AWPer.
And that's the thing, yeah. If you think of what happened to Brokey towards the end of his time with FaZe, he was taking practically no openers. He could never get into the flow of the action. Now Khan, he's calling his own number a little bit more, or they're just setting up for some plays, and that's going to really embolden your sniper.
Lastly, I need to ask you guys here is there's history just between obviously Heroic and Nemiga, but also the Sangor core times as well. How much of that can factor into a game like this?
I mean, I guess it depends on in what sense you want to address. I don't think it's going to be too much. Obviously, I think it makes it a little bit of point of a pride for players, but you know what? You're an elimination game of the major, so if you need that to be your motivation, something's probably wrong to a certain extent. So, I mean, I don't think it has too much of an impact. Maybe you know a couple tricks and moves here and there, like how they like to play certain situations, but again, like that's not stuff you can rely on in the moment. You know, that stuff changes really easily, so I don't think you'll hang on to too much.
The one thing that I think it will truly affect is when Lear wins a big clutch and then he shouts something across the room at them, and it's a more targeted insult instead of some vague, you guys are bots. He'll probably say something about an online, you guys lost to me in CCT number 14, like this.
Dude, if he comes in with targeted shit talk, his stocks go so high. He raises so high.
Oh, I'm expecting
As if he's preparing lines like a commentator for the shit talk. Like, I'm in.
Oh, we need to check his notebook afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, that's a good check. I will do that. But for these guys right now, it's 2 teams who are on the come up, and both of them have got a chance to make it through to Stage 3. Which one is it going to be? Well, we're going to start finding out after the break.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
bomb, tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural
and
impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have another day of Counter-Strike here. We're going to send some more teams home and also pass some more teams on. I think it's going to be exciting. It's Heroic versus Nemiga. Dan, how are you feeling?
Great. Another day of Counter-Strike here at the Blast Austin Major, and these teams are definitely fired up and ready to go. Heroic, I mean, it's hard not to favor them in this one, but I mean, at this point, based especially off of what we saw yesterday between Falcons and MIBR, Anders, nothing is given.
No, definitely not. It's very hard to make predictions. It's been a dramatic couple of days. I think that drama could continue here. I would say it's a shock already that Nemiga have made their way this deep. For a lot of people who have been watching them, I've been casting a lot of Nemiga games online, and it wasn't really obvious in the online stages, you're playing 2 or 3 months ago, that they were going to be able to do all of this work here. I had some expectations for some of the players. I think I picked Khan as my sort of rookie to watch coming into the major, and I know at least yesterday he was playing kind of out of his mind, so I'm excited about that. But Heroic is a terrifying team to be up against, and I think the odds earlier were sort of favoring Heroic, which I think makes sense to me. So yeah, I have Heroic to win this one, but as always, I love to be wrong.
Yeah, and I'll just make a very quick point about Nemiga there, just to piggyback off of what you were saying with Khan. One of the great things about earning your way to a tournament like this is that because of the pressure, the nature of pressure, obviously either the nerves can get to you and cripple you, or they actually physiologically elevate your play.
Yeah.
And that allows you to reach a new level as a player and have a new experience of yourself as a player at a competition that you've never had before. And that changes you fundamentally for the rest of your career, because you've then reached that level.
Yeah.
So you know that's possible. And then the next time you just keep building on that and building on that, and who knows what the ceiling is for you. And that really is the path of every professional player as they go through tournaments like this. And so to see, obviously, Nemiga in this particular position, seeing them early in their journey, especially, cool for you, having seen that online potential, now actually coming into realized results at the major is really special.
Well, and I mean, one of the people that's really, I think, sort of outshined everything is Leah, who you see doing, jumping jacks in the background there. But just as a personality, as someone who's motivating the team, as an actual leader of the team, not something that we would typically see or see at all in the online, Counter-Strike world. But here on LAN, like he's built a little bit of a cult for himself, which I think is fantastic. It's super fun to listen to some of the trash talking, and I'm sure this will be a fiery game. Both these teams, they are aggressive. They play fun Counter-Strike, and they really enjoy the game. You can tell when you watch. So I think we're going to be really entertained. First map is going to be coming up. We'll begin here, Heroic and Nemiga, and we start on Mirage to begin with. It's Heroic on the T side, it's Nemiga on the CT side.
And we might get a fast, or potentially fast movement. It looked like it was, but hey, we're going to actually walk down into underpass here, and obviously we do have Young Star, who is a bit of a demon with the 5-7, let's not forget. We can maybe check in on that later, but he'll be hanging out in the Palace position. As Leah's looking for the spot, definitely feeling the timing, feeling like if there is nobody in mid, they've seen nobody anywhere else, there is certainly an underpass timing right now. And at the same time, LNZ making his way to the T-ramp.
Always makes me smile when I see that smoke kit combination on the CT side in these pistol rounds, because from my point of view, it makes any round winnable. It basically means even in a 1v5, It's hard, but it's possible to win one of those situations with just a smoke kit combination. Heroic, they pulled the trigger. They're ready to go into the bomb site. It's Youngstar to begin with. Glock in hand as he takes down Khan, and now Sway's here. He really wants a shot, but I love this from Heroic. Why challenge him? Why give him the opportunity to fight? Why not just fall back, plant the bomb, and now it's a lot of more pressure here on the Nemiga side. Risky Bob hoping for a headshot. It's not going to be happening. Instead, he gets hunted down by Tenier, and it's 3 versus 4. But here we talk about it. The smoke kit combination. They're already inside. They've already got it. 1 second left. They're hunting for it. But there we go. There is always a way with that combo.
I feel like I need you, you know? That's it.
Absolutely pumped. You know, one of the things I think that we see from Nemiga in general, and I think you're seeing it, just the aura that emanating from Leah there in the center of Nemiga, is they're having fun. They're having so much fun here, and that is so important, especially when you've got all of the pressure of the tournament. That fun element, it goes a very long way in dealing with it, and that's a really awesome pickup there for Nemiga early on here. But we do have 3 AKs for Heroic Handers.
Yeah.
I thought they lost the first round. Yeah,
well, they got enough kills, didn't they? Well, you're right. When you look at the board right now, it's not quite clear. It's like, did Nemiga lose and then force up? I mean, they got MP9s. What's happening here? But such is the nature of the game. A lot of people complain about it.
Well, they should shut up, Handers.
Yeah, they should. Well, you know, they can complain, but you know, Valve, they do what they do. Yeah. Nobody can make them do anything. Nicely done. X-Cloud. That interview that he had with Maui earlier was fantastic. Great work. X-Cloud getting another one. Tenier also taking down Sway. And yeah, this round is completely blown apart. Nemiga wanted to fight in the middle, and they're not surprised by the rifles. They knew there was going to be a force-up in this round. So in a way, it's a bit curious to see them take that many peaks where there are no setups with flashbangs. We're not talking about them having any kind of, you know, real plan here. To some extent, maybe they just even wanted to take a look into the middle, but at that stage, I feel like you have to have more of a plan. You've got to use some of the utility to make that a better fight for the FAMAS and the MP9s.
Yeah, really, really tricky round. I feel like Mirage is one of the harder maps when you're in the situation that we're in precisely with Nemiga there, where I feel like on the T side where you can get so many AKs and rifles, it just feels like a great map from the T perspective to get those really converting into a round win, even if you did lose the first round, as we saw Heroic. But hey, as you say, it's sort of the nature of the game, and that brings us to a 1-1 scoreline. Only Xanta able to keep a gun alive into the next round. And I love the setup that the teams are facing each other, and that we're able to get all of these interactions, and that it's kind of encouraged in Counter-Strike almost. Yeah, players can have, and even if not encouraged, I should say, that the players are free to express themselves and compete in the way that they want, obviously with good sportsmanship, of course.
Yeah, but to some extent, I think that's even like a slightly newer thing, because we definitely hit a point at some stage in Counter-Strike where I think everyone was a bit scared to yell because, you know, the community might tell you to shut up and say that, you know, you're a loser or whatever it is. But I think it's great. I'd much rather want these vocal pros, you know, you give it your all, this is it. Like, these guys have been playing for months on end to qualify and to make it here, and it all comes down to this. We're at the 2-2 stage, so you win, you go through. You lose, you go home, and I mean, we already seen the images yesterday of Falcons. It's devastating being sent out of the major, so you just don't want to experience that. So of course the emotions are getting an all-time high, and I think we should definitely celebrate that. Bit of a stack going on at the B-bomb site, and they do have that dreaded 5-7. Leah in position looking for the headshot, not going to be allowed. They dodge most of the damage already. The boost up here is mostly efficient if there's a fight already happening inside of the site. Like if you're really distracted, that boost will get you. If you've already cleared the rest of the site, it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely. And one extra point, I do agree that we're in a really good place with how the players express themselves in Counter-Strike now. We're like in the spectrum of all of the esports. You've got Valorant on one end of the spectrum and Call of Duty maybe all the way on the other side of the spectrum. I feel like we're bang in the middle in like a good balance. I feel like that's where we're at. But now we get into a full save for Nemiga.
Yeah. This is the expected outcome when you win the pistol and then lose the following round. This is pretty much what happened most of the time. So don't actually think Nemiga are worried. It's just annoying. It's a frustrating way to get started. the real annoyance or the frustration will really happen if they lose their next buy round. Also, something else, obviously, this will slow down massively the time for which they can pick up the AWP on Khan. Santa does have 3K, so if he's saving to drop that for Khan, then that's quite an awesome teammate to have. I do think they need that, and it would also be a nice tool to pick up in the very next round, assuming that Heroic haven't got one themselves. Sunpire's obviously, we've seen what he could do with or without the AWP. He is just a fantastic player.
And we'll have to see if there's some damage to be done in Xanta. Hello. In the smoke. Oh, it gets awkward, but nobody dies. Somehow Sway actually lives. Somehow Tane lives. But the bomb site has been taken on the B side of things, at least, for xCloud with that plant, and that's a great result. Now it's totally unwinnable for Nemiga, but again, we always ask the question, is there any world where they could steal a gun away, get some kills, get some damage, something, but looks unlikely.
Probably, yeah. Going to be hard to do with the USPs. Just to, we're not going to see Ancient in the map pool, which is kind of frustrating. Maui had that great interview with xCloud. I did some studying up at Ancient yesterday. I did also look at the other maps, but I think the kind of stuff that xCloud was talking about, how they know what's happening, and also how they like to take that front of B control on Ancient. If you look at Nemiga games, they play very much the same way. They are typically a more active team on the CT side. They will look for things. They will try to find some of these openings. So I expect on Mirage that we are going to see some tricks come out for them. I don't think they're just going to be this really far back passive team. They've had to be because of the pistols and the economy. But I'd be surprised if Nemiga don't show up with some more tricks once they pick up some rifles and maybe just a little bit of momentum too. Sometimes you need some confidence to start to do those top mid pushes or whatever else it is.
Totally, yeah, and it's such a good map for it. And to begin with, we see Khan picking up the AWP. Very light on nades. Of course, for the CT side, want to maximize the firepower. And Khan being responsible for making that rotation pretty quickly all the way over towards the A site.
It's going to be fast. They're not going to slow down. You're this deep in already. There are no counter utility really happening. Look at how much they've caught Risky Bob, and Santa's going to go down. This round is probably done already. I'm actually a bit surprised to see Leah even step out here. LNC has gone down, but it doesn't matter Sunbias. Leah was just standing still in order to not get barbecued there. He's just trying to not move, but it's a good shot.
Yeah, you're totally right. Just it just seems so oppressive, doesn't it? From Heroic. What a great call, and you can see Khan knows he's gonna get hunted, pulling out the AK, trying to edge forwards, but gets taken out nonetheless. And that's the AWP gone. That's everything gone. Wiped out like it never happened.
Yeah, the call with the speed here is definitely catching Nemiga off guard. You could just tell. Look at, he's got nowhere to stand. He's just trapped in the corner. They have 3 kills right now on the Nemiga side in total, the entire team. So we don't have to do too much more analysis almost past that point. At some stage, you need some kills to make something work. I still wish that there was more initiative being taken. I mentioned it earlier briefly in the second round when they were fighting middle with no flashes. There are so many different tricks you could do. Anyone could do this with, in matchmaking games, with teammates, like just counter 3 and throw a flashbang and have somebody peek. Like sometimes it doesn't have to be more complicated. Do it on the A ramp, do it in, middle. Just find some way to be the ones who are actually taking control of the game and not just being subject to whatever madness Heroic are bringing their way.
And it's interesting, Nemiga went into their next buy round. There are definitely multiple options there, but it does feel like more mid presence is required, if not something more aggressive. Having players on cat at the beginning of the rounds in those earlier timings. But Heroic, we'll have to see how they switch things up here. If they call a really great game of Counter-Strike, they're going to be steps ahead. And just fish in a barrel there, being a shot with AK-47s, unfair might be a word you could use to describe that.
But efficient, nonetheless.
Unfair, but
we're not
efficient. Yes.
Yeah, we'll take that. You're actually playing to try and make it unfair in some sense.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
How do you prepare fish that have been shot in a barrel? It feels like it's going to ruin the whole thing, isn't it?
It's kind of wrecked at that point. Yeah. Unless you use like really tiny bullets, Anders. You have to have like very small guns. And use very tiny bullets. Then you'd be,
like little pellets.
Yeah, like the tiniest of pellets.
Okay. There's a kill happening. We'll take anything at this stage. Like I said, they're they've got 4 now in total. Got to remember as well, one of the kills they had in the pistol round for the defuse, and that was how they won the round. So they didn't even really get any kills in the pistol round. They just had that great combination, which is always worth buying, I think. But yeah, 5-1 and Heroic. It's just another conversation that I think is worth having, and it's worth maybe asking some of the players about in the future too. Sometimes, you know, it cannot just be about who has the best players, who has the best strategies or whatever, or who's been practicing the most. Sometimes there's also this, how are you on that day kind of feeling. It's like you show up, you sit down at the mouse keyboard. Are you locked in? Are you feeling super ready? And Heroic obviously are coming into this with, like, they didn't have to sort of, they weren't jogging and then running and now they're sprinting. It's like they just came in full sprint. Like there's no warm up here. They're just ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. And I think we get into interesting territory now because Heroic could, in theory, keep going really fast. But Nemiga, I think, have been conditioned at this point. They need to throw defensive util very, very quickly. And that was one of the reasons they couldn't slow anything down in the previous gun round. They didn't have any util. They literally decided to forego that to have more firepower. And in this round, still a pretty quick pace into the B apartments, it looked like, but they will get slowed down by the Molotov. And so this now buys some space and time for Nemiga to actually do something, trying to make the play forward. And it's not going to work out ultimately. A 4v3 there now for Heroic, and they can speed up the pace again straight into the B site.
Yeah, but this time at least they've got a bit of a setup here. Khan in the market. He's got that AWP, and he will take down Youngstar. So 3v3. They had another rotation coming in as well. So if they would have kept going to Heroic, I think they get crushed. Very, very fast rotation from Nemiga, but there's so much time left that Heroic don't have to keep going. Oh, and they catch Shui in a very unfortunate position there, jumping up on the bench, and you'd probably want to point the finger at him a little bit there and say, that's too careless. That's jumping around too much in a professional game. You're very likely to get caught in those moments. Lear and Khan, 2 versus 3. The bomb making its way back to B now, and still there's a chance here for Nemiga to win it, which they absolutely must.
Yeah, it really is a must-win. Khan with the AWP. Going so exposed for that kill. Doesn't land the shot, but Lear certainly will. And that is the bomb in the apartments, so that's going to have to make its run all the way back. And Lear trying to take the fight there. Had he killed the player on A, that would be a very different story. But unfortunately, alas, for Nemiga, they are still stuck in a very difficult position. But this was much closer to more of the right stuff, and as they got the util in there, they slowed down Heroic. They allowed themselves to get in there with some plays, which is a different look than we've had so far.
It's so cool to have witnessed xCloud's sort of progression as a player, because he's one of these players, again, that had a lot of hype around him, and then I think he probably, he was tested too early on, but I think at one point last year he had I think at one point he played more FPL games than almost anybody else in the space. And it was him and Jota that were together on Sangal, the 2 Turkish players. And out of the 2, I thought Jota was probably the smarter playing one. I think xCloud has a lot to prove in that sense. Like he needs to prove that he's not just sort of another ex-Sangal player who's, maybe good. And I would say this tournament, he's definitely stepped it up in a giant way. 10-0 on him right now. Looking to see if he can find something more. Already with 6-1 scoreline here for Heroic. I mean, this is a dream start. They don't really need much more right now. Everything is just a luxury from here on out.
There's some danger here. Oh, there it is. Oh, the Deagle rings in connector there for 2. Swave with a 3rd as well. Now it's Risky Bob in the 1v1 against Youngstar. A chance from nothing for Nemiga. The A side, of course, is compromised. The bomb will go down, and there is no kit for Risky Bob, and he'd be looking to find his first kill in this series so far. Can he find Youngstar?
Sneaking up on the stairs already, swinging up for it, and he does get the spray down. Just a question of timing alone. Like you said, Dan, the first kill that's asked of you, and it's in a 1v1 clutch to try and finally get around. It was the first time that they win that isn't the pistol, obviously, with the Ninja Defuse or the Smoke Defuse, but this is actually a round that they could be proud of here. Sway, obviously, like you said, there was a bit of danger, but this is impressive.
It's so cool, too, because Xanta actually played a huge part there because he had shown himself behind the wood there on the stairs, but he had actually since repositioned around the corner. But the T's were still looking first to that last known position, and then Sway was actually going forward to take the fight. So he actually gets into the perfect position somehow. Just really epic stuff, and what a way for Nemiga to bring themselves back in it. But Anders, there is still the question, can they perform in the gun rounds?
I love this timeout called from Saw on the heroic side. He's not obviously not calling the timeout based on a panic that they're not winning enough rounds, and he's doing it off of not wanting Nemiga to run with this momentum. Because you can see Leah, he is shouting when they win, like he's out there, Harosh, he really, he wants them fired up, and then they have to go into this, 20-30 second timeout because of the call that was made by heroic there. So it's just a way to make them not have as much momentum. They blow open that smoke. I say it all the time, but when there's no window smoke thrown, you should think this is going to happen. And Khan is aware. I love that. He knew what was happening.
There's a problem, though, because there's a second AWP as well. Khan's going to go down there, but they're moving into the second AWP. They don't know that there's a second AWP on the server right now. Risky Bob, oh, he might just be owning himself on the timing. He might still get a kill here, but he's going to be in a compromised position. What can he do to perform? That's a great second shot there. Risky Bob gets the no-scope. There's one more player left. Nemiga look to stabilize. Assistance is on its way. Risky Bob, surely done enough now. Where are his teammates? They need to get over here. Now they know where xCloud is. The grenade to delay things even further. And there is the cavalry. It has arrived. And it seems like Nemiga are in such a good spot here. xCloud seems unable to find a fight. And there we go. Risky Bob, the second AWP, the surprise AWP goes huge for Nemiga.
He does it in what has to be just the most difficult way possible, right? He actually gives up his position for, I don't even know why, but then he goes into this one, which you're very tradable here. And they're not ready for it. That is just beyond crazy.
That's so sick.
6-3, okay. I mean, if you're gonna get fired up there, then that's how you do it. Smoke, set up in the window. They look like they want to do just a bit of a standard A execute, which we haven't seen too much out of yet, so it's always worth trying. See if they can find a good Molotov against Sway's position. If not, he's a bit of an interesting off angle. Yeah, they put some pressure on there. Flash going through. It's a nice shot onto Tanir, but immediately return. And that's worth it. You'll take that trade if you're on the heroic side here. Blowing up with the grenade and looking for the kill is Khan, and he will drop Youngster. So that's going to slow things down. Maybe even slow down the bomb plant. No, they found a space right in front. So 3v4 in the upper plant.
Oh wow, through the smoke. The warband comes in onto LNZ, and they're getting picked apart here. They don't have any post-plant positioning to work with. The CT's encroaching now. And xCloud has to deliver something crazy, but up against the AWP, the dry peak somehow wins that fight. Very crazy to win that one, but the drama comes to a close, and Nemiga, they are coming back, Anders. We were like, oh, how do they perform into these rounds? Heroic are playing these great gun rounds, but Nemiga are blowing up the server with plays. That's how they're doing it.
Says something about the chemistry in the team. It's not easy when you're down this far. I genuinely think in the first 5 rounds they had maybe 3 or 4 kills across the entire team. So you start in a way where nobody's really doing anything, and then you have to fight your way back from that. Let's go. Round number 11. We've got the double AWP back in play. At least they should know about it now, Heroic, but I mean, it might take 2 AWPs to take down Sunpies, to be just perfectly honest. Even though I have a bit of a soft spot in my heart for Khan, I still would obviously be rating Sunpies higher on the scale. It'd be crazy not to. Nearing the end of the half here, though, if they can get to 6-6, it's right back on. We've got the open game that we want. We don't want any one-sided matches here. We want this to be a real battle.
I feel like it's not so common to see teams playing double AWP just as the standard. Nemiga bought, or rather, they prefer this, and what a big pickup to find early on Cat.
He ran for that. That's a classic xCloud kind of peak. He's so fast. He's 14-3 as well. If we see that from his point of view, you're going to see how quick that was. Tania, Youngster both go down. LNC with a bit of a return and a wall bang to take down Shui as well. I mean, there's not a lot to do. Heroic mechanically are just, they're so impressive right now. Risky Bob alone to save the AWP. My God.
This is so exciting, Anders. Both teams are actually hitting really hard right now.
Yeah.
So we're definitely in for a great game. It's so cool to see. And the fact that also Nemiga, there's a lot of teams that after receiving a lot of the rounds that they did where they can't even get kills, they're just getting so shut down, where players kind of quiet down a little bit and you know, they don't necessarily get back in so quickly off of just making big plays, but it's happened for multiple players in back-to-back rounds, so seems like Nemiga unaffected.
Just also to contextualize this a bit, it's Heroic's map pick of Mirage. Dust 2 is the second map pick by Nemiga, obviously. So going to be a lot of opportunities. If everyone's going to look at this, oh God, how do you even win against that?
Yeah, that's so hard.
The kills are just, that's so outrageous. Oh my God. That was LNC getting that kill.
Damn. Those mice are not shockproof. And
yeah, maybe they need that.
They're not QA'd for that type of movement.
We need that in the future. All the standard utility in the middle here. Khan frustrated that he can't really find a way to AWP. He's going to try and see if he can blow open the smoke at some point, I think. Some shots ringing out with the AK. X-Floud is here, some pies on the other side, so you must be careful. Nice little shot there onto Risky Bob. Yeah, that's how they win that early stage. And if they can get closer, they're going to sandwich this A-bomb site very quickly.
And the aggression, love this. You're a 4v5, you're down a player, let's go for some aggression, try to see what you can find, but Selling Z to find it instead. Great timing from him, he's been lethal! Second entry into the site, and Lear, he'll take down one X-Floud out of connector, but he is so locked out by the util, and right now for Nemiga, saving really does seem to be the only choice.
I mean, they can't just run up 12, right? They just have to go for it. But what do you do? Santa in the 1 versus 4. There's absolutely no way back. I wish we'd get a replay of Shui falling back. Oh, it's a mid-air shot as well. Triple from Sunpius and a fantastic beginning for Heroic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're at the Austin Major here with Blast, and it is fantastic. We've got Heroic and Nemiga, a game that I think secretly is going to be a lot more fun than maybe most people expect. Heroic are the favorites, but Nemiga are a hard team to put away. They had a dreadful start to this first half on Mirage. There's no other way to put it, but they fought their way back to 4 rounds, and if they come with the pistol here, then it gets a bit more interesting once again. I do think Heroic they're on a crazy momentum run. xCloud's got 14-4 as a scoreline exiting the first half.
Yeah, I feel like one way to describe that first half of Nemiga was glass cannon.
Yeah.
They hit hard, but they were pretty brittle at the same time. But moving into this pistol, they have that Beer Palmer's control. There are a couple players on the other end of this. Khan takes down some Pius in connector. That actually might change the plan here, especially now that xCloud has defended against Santa. So Nemiga need to make a call. Do they continue to press? Currently looking to pause. Oh, the timing there from Sway is gorgeous.
Yeah, that noise being made from xCloud, he's hoping maybe they read it as just another jump, but he was on top and they were aware. Tania, mechanically so gifted, but overpowered by the Glock there. The Goosh coming in, no helmet obviously in the pistol round, so he ends up going down. And here we go in the middle, just controlling the rotation. Khan sending a message saying, don't go this way. I'm going to be ready with the P250 up top. But actually, looks like Youngster does kind of want to challenge him. Retaking the bombs at this stage anyway is probably not going to be possible. So if you're on the Heroic side, you've got the dualies, you've got some armor, maybe you just say, okay, we're going to buy up in the next round anyway. I'm almost certain that they will Heroic. So let's just go for that. And, you know, they don't have the smoke kit combination that I was raving about in the first half. Shame on them.
They don't. They know they just need the headshots.
Well,
they need.
It's a good plan. I'm surprised more people don't follow that route, you know? Shoot them in the face. Typically works, you know, most of the time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. So 2 kills, some armor saved. The only thing that would stop them maybe from going an early buy here on the CT side is just that they have a big buffer. So they don't need that many more rounds. That could be the one thing. I just feel like it's in their DNA on Heroic to just, you know, to just go all in. So,
well, I'm worried about one thing, Anders. Can you guess what it is?
The price of parking?
No, but actually, I was going to say a 5-7 from Youngstar, but he actually still has a dualies. So, you know, that means Nemiga are going to win around 100%.
That would have been such a... I wish... I love that you thought about that because it was sick yesterday, so you're right. He should have...
into him, though.
He should have definitely got the 5-7.
It is still possible with the dualies.
It is.
There's 3 players here on her, and it does seem like Nemiga, they're just going to go A. There are problems here on A. Heroic have players here. There's a scout on some Pius, and there is problem number 1. At least they'll take down 2 of the players on the site. Some Pius is stuck out there trying to fight, but okay. The problems have been dealt with.
Nice.
They balance the equation, and they can move on to the next page of problems.
Not that Nemiga could have known this, but it was really important that they execute that strat early, because while all of this was happening, Tania and LNC were already pushing into the hallways. So if they delayed this round by another 10 seconds, then Heroic are in such a stronger position. So yeah, just nicely done. Don't delay too much. Get past the Deagle. Even if xCloud is kind of a scary player to be up against at the moment. He's not at all the only one that could do it, but right now he's taking charge. LNC wanted to stick around. I feel like fine if you want to look for exits or whatever, but yeah, just the FAMAS and the MP9 that they could have had into the next round would have been quite annoying weapons for Nemiga to be up against. And in this kind of environment, instead, there's a big opportunity for Nemiga to have much more of an easy time to begin their second half with, and that's very nice, right? They're doing a bit of a comeback here, so
yes. Boom.
How we do it.
Almost, I mean, I feel like that was, yeah, very tricky. If xCloud gets that second one, that could be enough to start getting those dualies going. But one thing Anders was saying to me off cam was that on Nemiga's T sides, yeah, they're about the basics. You don't necessarily see anything super crazy, but they do the basics. But the basics are beautiful if executed cleanly.
Yeah.
Okay, spray in mid will find a kill and 99% of another kill.
Yeah, I think Tania had a Galil down there, so he wanted to fight. Didn't work out. Yeah, I went through a bunch of Ancient games and also Mirage games and also some Dust 2 games, and I think I also ended up looking at Train for Nemiga yesterday, and I think that's one of the things that stood out to me, is that it's not that it's the most innovative sort of T-side Counter-Strike. I actually think the CT sides are somehow more interesting. Wasn't the case here, but a lot of the time I think they make more interesting calls. But I don't mind that it's like, I wish there was a better way to sell basic Counter-Strike, because it always sounds like you're, degrading it. You're saying like, oh no, they're just doing the best. Like, if you do the basics really well, and you go as a team, and you've got the leadership, and you've got the chemistry, that's awesome. That you can win like that, and it doesn't have to be, you don't have to reinvent how to play T-side Mirage every single time you go into a server.
And just to add to that too, the basics in Counter-Strike are very difficult. That's one of the reasons why the game is so good to watch, is because, and also to play, because it's easy to understand, extremely hard to master.
Yeah.
And in addition, in a situation like this, that's not bad. Steal that AK away. In addition to this, you also have this situation where you're at a competition playing against the world's best teams. So doing the basics in that environment is also hard, as it is also hard to stay alive against Youngstar with the Galil.
Yeah, they've lost quite a few more players than you would want to see here.
Yeah.
Ellen. Oh, that actually does spread. Deagle shot on the one. X-Flood. Oh, one more headshot. Not going to be allowed, but that's pretty good. I mean, for Heroic, obviously, they don't win the round here, but they do a lot of damage. Now, you could tell Lear is still fired up, and I do love this about his personality, that we're only just getting to learn, but just like the leadership position there. Even, you lose 4 players, you probably didn't want to do that, but he's not letting that show to his team at all. He's still fired up. He's saying, like, let's go. And, I mean, to be honest, they should be fired up. This comeback is looking pretty sweet.
Yeah, you need to have some aura, as it were, on your team.
Yes.
You got to have some players, even if it isn't the IGL. That's typically where you'd say, oh, well, we have like the kind of like the captain. Usually the captain, to be honest, is going to be that glue guy, essentially, that has that kind of binding, kind of this gravitational pull of his charisma that elevates the team just consistently. And it really feels like Lit has all that for the team, and I can see the gravitational pull.
Yeah, he's got more. He's got so much. He's throwing it out, onto the other side too. It's kind of sick. Scoreline is 8-7. Bit of a jump here against Khan. Oh my! Could you imagine if he wins that fight?
I could, and it looks beautiful in my mind.
Yeah, you can see like half that movie playing out. I love that he tries to do it, but I think, now once that doesn't work out, it's better to walk away and actually just pull in some tires. And he just doesn't care at all. He's like, whatever. He does take this peek. If there's like a bird's eye view of that, it's fun to see how he's standing on that. It's worth trying for yourself, because obviously it's a big disadvantage to have to jump up. But yeah, he's standing just on the lip of that truck. So super nice little trick for you guys at home if you haven't tried it yet.
It looked like they were pulling Sway. Yeah, they pulled Sway away from the A side of the map now. And so it does feel like they're probably going for a B split here. And that's pretty clear to us. There are a couple smokes left that can be...
This is also another nerdy position. It's hard to clear in the middle when you're coming through like this, because you think you're clearing the box, but he's 1 pixel further out, so you might just look away. X-Cloud goes down. That's a bit of a start. All right, Tenier swings into the fight and drops off the boxes. Risky Bob with a double, but some Pius and Tenier. 3-man setup at the B bomb site, and they weren't ready here, Nemiga. Now they pick up the bomb and they fall back, and Youngstar is ready and hungry for a couple of kills here as they come for the smoke. He should have had that every single time, but Sway able to get the shot in return. That's going to be disappointing. Youngstar's going to be a little bit upset at that one. And now Khan's holding this murder hole as the bomb is being planted on the other side. Steps into it and a leg shot as well. The Molotov to hold him back. Some Pius is running into it, and it's a headshot to the 1v1 up against Tenier.
Tenier. He's got 8 points of health. Sway has 26 points of health. Next bullet wins here. Oh, it's Tenier with that bullet. Oh my goodness. Heroic managed to pull it together right at the end in that one. What a crazy round. And I mean, the moves there, Anders. Do you see Khan went to jungle immediately, threw the bomb because he knew he had the timing to get that forward position to lock it down.
Right.
Super sick moves there from both teams to deal with that.
Oh, that was so much fun. Like you said, down to basically 1 bullet at the end. Who the fuck's making ambulance noise? What's going on?
I mean, Carrigan did it first, right? So now you're just an imitator. You gotta come out with your own siren noise.
Yeah, why not? Santa with 3 and 13.
It could be the Pac-Man noise. The wee wee wee. You know, when you're like eating all of the.
I don't know.
You don't know about Pac-Man.
But I appreciate that you do. I promise I'll study up better next time. All right, I will go back and listen. Well, yeah, xCloud versus Santa is going to be a tough comparison at the moment. We've seen games from Santa this tournament that have been really impressive. So just, I know I say this every single time, but I genuinely think it's interesting when you got someone like Santa. It becomes a mentality question for me. Can you just find 1 or 2 rounds where you just have the impact? I don't really care how bad you've been playing. Just forget about that. Forget about the fact that it's been 16 rounds where you've had no impact. All you need is 1 or 2 rounds at the end, and we can forgive everything. So, but that's saying the words, super easy. Actually doing it, especially, you know, on land at a major, about to be potentially knocked out here. Oh, he's looking for the deagle shot as well. LNC, I think he spotted him, and does he want to go back for another one? Tough position here for Nemiga. They're 2 rounds down, but that isn't really the big issue. It's more the money. And especially they can't allow Heroic to get away with a lot of survivors in this round. Not like Heroic have a lot of money either. So if they survive with 5 people, that would be amazing.
This might be one of the best plays that Nemiga could probably do here. Not too much time to really describe exactly why, but the info play for Youngstar could get punished. That is a great punish, but do they just move straight into Zumpires with no util to protect them? BHE takes down the weakened Khan, and indeed, Zumpires gets the dry peak. He'll have that every day. Oh, he jumps up on the box though, and with that, there might be a chance here for Nemiga.
Yeah, there is. Sampire so confident in his own ability. He'd potentially sell his team a little bit down the river here. It's xCloud to go down next. Bomb being attempted on the other side. Got to be careful. They are sneaking in. Tania getting a little bit closer. Nobody knows this yet. He's got a slight advantage. I think they've realized now. And a swing from Leah to stop it. Very low, 19 health. The jump up is there, but risky Bob to catch him. And he very nearly takes down LNC. The pressure is on the Swedish captain. He'll get the first one. But all the work still ahead of him. 36 health on Sway down in that connector. Doesn't have any more utility on either side, so you can see it's very tricky. He's just looking for an opening. He's committed to this one. Now he knows at least. Up on top, but Sway will take him down. And Nemiga winning a critical round for their survival here on Mirage.
Absolutely epic. And I was going to say, Anders, like, you know, okay, what are the ways that they can win the round there? I really like the A play because even though mid was completely given, it's by design because Heroic have the ability to shut down the mid choke points. They have the ability to kind of play off each other really well. And if they pick 1 of you or 2 of you off, you don't have util as the T side. You have to get kills as you get onto a site. So you can't really play a drawn-out round like that. So I love that they hit the A site. It really worked out perfectly.
I feel like if you pause that game right before Sunpires decides to jump up, and you were coaching someone in Counter-Strike and they ask, should I make the jump up on the box here? You'd say, absolutely never do that.
Yes.
But you have to appreciate that Sunpires is, one, he's playing well. It's also those are the kind of moves that just make those players very dangerous at times. Yes. Like this is one of the times where that's the first domino that falls, and then they can't control the bomb side any longer past that kill. So it's easy to identify that was probably the moment that a mistake was made.
Yeah. But
if you take those kind of moves away from Sunpires, he's not going to be the same player. xCloud trying to get this shot on the center. They only really have a couple of rifles here on the CT side. Didn't bother to reload. They're expecting more of a push coming in, and now they're focusing on a top mid position that allows Khan to walk straight in and shoot Tania in the back, and they get Sunpires. That was in the window through the smoke there, I believe, and a nice kill to get them back on track here. Nemiga, if they give this round back, that would be criminal.
And they talk about the dominoes, and they go into the B apartments. Oh, that's a nasty shot from LNC. 2-on-2 though, still a chance for Nemiga as they start to press this B site. Both CTs are here, ready to defend. LNC again, trying to be demonic with this deagle. Now it's just down to Khan against 2 players. I think he knows where both players are in this point, but he has to control these fights. Oh, what a transfer! He knew the trade was coming, and he was ready with that 90-degree flick, the snap.
Ice cold now in the Heroic camp. That is a huge clutch. Maybe they shouldn't have been in here, but still, Khan is saving them. This, not with the AWP, but the AK is such a nice flick.
I love to see that, Anders. It's just, we talk about how beautiful the basics are, just the cleanest of transfers. You know the other guy has to peak at that moment. It's too good.
Speaking of basics, if you review that round tactically, what is the round? It's a default that clears middle. That's what people do on Mirage. That is almost Mirage summed up on the T side. You clear middle, and then, you know, after a couple of kills there, you decide to go back for some sort of a, you know, B split, B execute if you want. So tactically, it's not necessarily super complicated for Nemiga, but they all kind of know what they're doing, and they find a way through. Definitely like it. Oh, this has got tense now. 9-9. We're tied up. Heroic's economy are buckling under them here. They've gone for a bit of a half buy. They want to stay dangerous. They want to be able to do something, but it's not a lot to work with. xCloud now to 20 kills, and the rest of the team not doing too badly. Can he do it with the M4? Nice little burst down, takes out Santa, swings back, another headshot. He's dropped Risky Bob. What a display. The bomb is lost in connector here. See if that's enough, if the Turkish player has done it for Heroic.
Youngstar, a bit of a walkabout there on T-Ramp. How far does he go? Because the push is looking to, it's threatening A. Of course, we've got the Palace player as well. The push is coming forward to near defense again. They are falling like flies, Nemiga. Nice headshot from Khan, knows there's one jungle. However, 3 players in total to deal with Khan. It's so difficult. He knows the player's weak. He's going to try to close in. He has to. Finds it. The spin. It's not good, though. Youngstar gets it done, and Heroic win around right back just as quickly.
I mean, he already won the other clutch. If this was a 1 versus 4 that he would have to pick up. It's a long ways away. It's a nice attempt, really good attempt here, but for xCloud, someone is going to have to, I don't know, get him a drink, get him a steak later on, whatever it is, because he is carrying so much weight for this Heroic team. That's all they had, was the M4 in this round. He starts with a double. You could see everything's getting a bit more tense. All the timeouts have been burned. We're running out of rounds here on Mirage. Now, it is Heroic's map pick, just to reiterate if you're joining us since we started. Second map will be on Dust 2, which Nemiga picked. But either way, this has turned into an intense game. It was 8-4 in the first half. That was in favor of Heroic when they were on their T side. So they're going to feel like they've already sort of earned the victory here on Mirage. And Nemiga, one last desperate try here to stop that. Because, to be honest, if they run out of money here on the T side, it's not going to work out well for them.
Yeah, they're definitely... I mean, we're at this point of the match where it does feel like things are kind of all equalized, and it's... I mean, you can't get too much closer than this. We're almost at the end, 10-9, just a 1-round advantage. But with the pistols and the singular Galil for Khan, it does look difficult for them to get much done. But if they get damage, Anders, that would go a long way for Nemiga if they are to win the next gun round. So there's definitely a lot to play for here as they move through underpass. But there's xCloud again. He's been so problematic, but he's gone.
Yeah, can you even, again, could you blame him for trying to take these peaks? He's been playing out of his mind. But that peak betrays him.
It's a donation. An M4.
You're absolutely right. Pretty charitable, to be honest. Round number 20 here. They forced up into this round as well, Dan. That in itself is a massive risk, right?
Yeah. There's no util left on the CT side.
Yeah, you're right. Well, there's also because we don't have a lot of money themselves. If they win this one, Nemiga could get up to 11 almost immediately. Bomb is leaning towards the B side. It's in the hallways back there, but look at the retake coming in for Heroic. They want some mid control once again, so started the walk in there. Sampaio very nearly gets his head blown off, but Khan absolutely does. Risky Bob with a return and a 3 versus 4 now. 40 seconds. They pick up the bomb and they're bringing it into middle. Tenir getting chipped away at from the Tech-9, and another one in the middle. It's a lot of pressure on him. 30 seconds though, and now they're trying to get a little bit closer.
Everyone trying to fight around mid here, Heroic. They keep trying to take fights, but it's just not going all that well for them. And at one point, I mean, the time is going to force the issue. Moving into the A side, they have to plant the bomb. They've got 15 seconds to do it. The CTs through connector, hot on their heels. Sampaia's trying to delay things with the AWP, and in comes a Tech-9 to try to chase him down potentially. But Sampaio says he's out of there. The bomb's going to be planted. The CTs allow that to happen, and we reset. 3v3 after plant here for Nemiga.
Nice headshot from LNC. I kind of like the fact that Heroic decided to do this. It's risky. Again, they don't have the utility for the retake. They do have the kit as well, but Leah and Risky Bob, if they can solve this one, they get so close to winning the map. The retake is on. Heroic group up, all three of them into the crossfire they go. Sunpias is down already, but Leah can't find the headshot. And now Risky Bob is back around the corner. A fadeaway shot to take down Tenier. And LNC, the pressure is all consuming. The weight of the world on his shoulder as he falls to Risky Bob.
Oh my God. That fadeaway Tech-9 shot made all the difference there. That made it just incredibly doable, and it was done. That's insane, Nemiga. You have to feel for Heroic in this round. They kept pushing into mid, and they just kept missing the timings on the fights, and the Tech-9s claimed so many lives in this round.
That shot looked even more bizarre from the CT point of view. I can't believe it. 10, ladies and gentlemen. We're going at a round number 21. Oh, and Heroic, they can feel it now. They've won 2 rounds in the second half. They know that the pressure is on. The economy is just barely staying alive. I'm actually surprised that they had just enough to make this work. This is what it comes down to, and it's another slow sort of default here. Khan up in the palace. We'll see if they can find a way to activate him. There are a lot of interesting plays that could be made with this. And one of the more unexpected ones is what we just call the contact play out of palace, where you just walk. No grenades, no flashes, no nothing. You just walk in there, and very often the CTs are going to be caught off guard.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy too, because Nemiga, they won the round obviously, but they only have 1 AK. That's all they could afford, but also still make the quota of necessary util. And so they are going back to this A site, but we've got a deep position for Youngstar with the MP9 in that corner. Now this position could go huge. We'll have to see if it's going to find its mark. Surely Nemiga will clear this. Surely they're aware that Youngstar loves these pushes.
35 seconds and 1 MP9 here, just at the stairs. How much can you really do? Not a lot is the answer. Sway will take him down, and now X-Cloud cowering in the bomb site. He knows they're on top of him. He's so quick with the headshot, but again, the speed for the rest of Nemiga. They're going to cancel him out right away. LNC gets one, and Tenier, it's a very shallow peak for that one. Khan goes down, and now, unfortunately for Nemiga, they're in a bad position right now. They are bunched up here. They don't want to be standing on top of each other like this. Sandwiched in and waiting for the retake. Heroic, they should have this one in the back. Leah and Santa, not with the best weapons, not with the utility, and a nice headshot there. It's all on Santa in a 1 versus 2, and he's only got 4 kills in total, Dan.
And he has smoked himself off here to get a little bit closer, to be able to spray the bomb. It's a risky play, but he is in a spot where he's got to take big risks for the big rewards. The spray coming through. He's going to swap the weapon out, the M4. The bullets running on the body blocking is there as well. Over the top of the smoke on Tick, and he can't quite find it. The Glock, out comes the knife, but it's LMZ. The bodyguard knifes him.
I've never seen a more literal interpretation of the idea of falling on your sword. He tried to do everything to stop that defuse, including running straight into the blade. There's so many bullets. First the Galil, then the M4, then the Glock. It's not enough.
And I feel like it's so smart. Like smoking himself off as well. That's not typically how a lot of people would play that spot, but he realizes he has to gamble through the smoke, just has to get the 1 kill.
Yeah.
And it's all possible, but and Nemiga get reset. 11-10 for Heroic. They won one of the maybe the most important rounds that we've had here on Mirage. Every advantage to close it out.
Yeah, the risky Bob clutch is in itself should have been enough. I feel like that should have been enough to push Heroic over the edge and crush their spirits, but that just hasn't been the case at all. You guys wanted the drama, and I mean, this game is delivering. We're in the 22nd round now, and Heroic, again, this is a prime opportunity. If they win this round, then all Nemiga will have is the loss bonus. It's not going to carry them that far forward here. It's another one of these rounds that it should almost be given, and it's going to start well. Santa hasn't been able to put anything together in this map. 4 kills so far, and out early in the round. They're boosting into the window, and Senpai's got the right idea. So that's half the struggle here, but can he actually find the opening as they do try to push him down? Nice momentum in the push there, but Sway falling back, and Youngstar is ready. 3 versus 5, and Senpai's does finally get taken down.
That's an M4 collected, but Khan finds another headshot. Doesn't have a teammate next to him to pick this one up, but he could potentially pull rotation. It really just depends on how much info is being given towards B. So far, questions are being asked of that shot position. Got to look in two directions if you're LNZ. And Khan is going to make his way across, has to win this 1v1, has to win this 1v1 here, and he will! Khan! He's opened it up for his team! They're now assaulting the site, LNZ holding position, but how long can he survive? Can he get his teammate into position as well? Looks like Risky Bob will take him out and is now on X-Cloud.
How did he win all those fights? He should have won none of them, and it's through the smoke. X-Cloud wanted to beat it, but instead he gets caught by Risky Bob, and it's another miracle round for Nemiga.
How are they continuing to do this with the Tech-9s?
I don't know. I just don't have the answers.
What's also wild as well is that at the beginning of this round, X-Cloud got dinked by, I think, a Tech-9, I think towards mid, which was exactly how the previous one went wrong, but he died in that previous one. I don't know what he's saying, but it sounds awesome. And it's an 11-11 scoreline here, and Heroic are the ones now on the crappy weapons. 2 MP9s, a Deagle, 5.7, and an M4.
I think Machine one of these days was saying that, you know, if you laid down like a basic beat to it, it does sort of kind of like a really sick rap, you know? I kind of agree with that, though. I think that is true. Somebody do that. I'm sure what he's shouting is probably best not translated, but, but at the same time...
Is it really worse than whatever Hext was saying? Could it be worse?
Probably not. I'm
Dude, Hext would have to sell his house if he was playing Valorant to pay off the fines for all the things he says.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Dan. You're not wrong. Here we go. We're in it now. We're locked in. 11-11, round number 23. And what do we really have on the Heroic side? I'm not going to make the same mistake again and say that this is going to be an easy win for Nemiga, because nothing's been easy. It doesn't really matter what the buy is. Both teams have found ways to get back in and resurrect these rounds from, you know, way past the point where you think it's even possible. A lot of pressure there, but Risky Bob, I like the fact that he stays away. Just don't do it. You've got so much time. Well, you've got 40 seconds. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. It's going to be B.
Now,
Some bias.
He is, yeah, he's there with the 5.7. His teammates are so far away.
There's no way that he should be able to win the round alone versus 4. I know the 5.7 is good and we talk about it a lot, but they should have some utility here to try and get rid of him. The grenade is a good first start. Flashes to go through. You can feel the pressure is there, and he does get overwhelmed. Great use for Nemiga. That's what makes the difference in those kind of fights, is just having that extra grenade pressure. Now the 4-on-4 for the retake, and it's Khan with the first shot to drop X-Cloud on the attempted flank there. Gets another one on Tenier, and already Youngstar has to walk away. Nemiga, they're going to be first to 12. They got one chance in the next round to end this before we go to overtime.
I don't know how to process this game so far. It feels so insane. Like, if Nemiga win, I feel like I'll be so shocked, but also not. I don't know how to like really understand how to measure this one in my mind, but that's a great round 2 as well against a worse buy. I don't think we've seen that look from Nemiga so far. Just all going out of the apps with like one player sneaking up to connector, implanting into the jungle position. Really straightforward round.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to all the other rounds we've had, the amount of drama in this one was surprisingly low. It's just pedestrian comparison.
The most normal round that we've maybe seen yet.
Yes.
Khan also shouting at them. They're having such a great time.
Oh, the buy.
Again, I just want to recall the fact that they had maybe 5 kills in total in the first 5 or 6 rounds on Nemiga, and now they are 4 kills away from winning the map that Heroic picked for this one. Elimination on the line. We've got Dust2 and Train as the second and third map, but right now it's all about Mirage for Heroic. They need just one more miracle to get this into overtime, and I guarantee you they're going to feel like they deserve it. They feel like they worked so hard to get this momentum at the start, and now it's been taken away. Santa's picked up the AWP now because of the low health. We're still abiding by Bogdan's, we're still doing that. It's LNC now with the D-Glock close, and the FAMAS on Tenier. Bit of a crossfire potentially set up here, but the grenades, again, so good coming in for the T side. Lear captaining the team to victory. It's Youngstar down next to Santa, low on health. Gets a shot on X-Cloud. He's played like a true champion, but it's not enough. Khan will take him down, and Nemiga, they rob Heroic off Mirage.
A big win from Nemiga, and in an unexpected way, especially where it looked like the control that Heroic had, especially early on. Both pistols go in the way of Nemiga, but Heroic never really gave up the fight until we got into some of these crazier, dicier rounds.
This is a game. This is a game I think Heroic is going to be like. Heroic right now is feeling like they just let this one slip. They're like, yeah, they're like, all right, guys, bye, boys, we threw that one. Like we had that one in the bag. We just let it go. We threw it away. We played terrible down the stretch. But I think I want to give credit to Lear and Nemiga. I think the calling down the stretch was so much more aggressive and like faster pace. So many of those chaotic moments and then fast out of them as well. So you not have time to think, not time to recover from the previous round clutch, from the previous round loss you had. That's a crazy way to end the map for Nemiga.
I just saw, for the first time ever, bear with me, okay? This is bad.
Okay.
This is bad.
Here we go.
I just learned from the back of his jersey that Lear's name is Nahorny. Dude, NA should be horny for an in-game leader like this.
That was bad, yeah. I actually didn't expect it to be. Woo.
I was waiting for the finish of the I gave him time. Something else.
If you give a man enough rope.
That sort of comeback right there was unbelievable. The focus on the B site consistently. Look at right there. I had no idea.
Okay, what's his last name?
Alexander.
Nahorny Alexander.
Alexander's horn. Okay, we're gonna stop right there.
Yeah, we gotta move on.
We're gonna relax with that one.
How does Heroic win this with xCloud having like 24 kills and Xanter having 4?
He's an entry,
like
a selfless
Heroic
entry.
had the top fragger in the server, and Nemiga had the lowest fragger in the server.
Just game planning. Okay, that's what happens when you take the B site from Linus every single time. I mean, I couldn't believe how much Lear just targeted that guy. I mean, because he knows he has to fight Tinir over there too, but man, they made it work.
Well, let's start diving into some of the rounds because it was all Heroic in the first half, but then Zwei was able to give a bit of magic to pull him back into it.
Zwei was a difference maker early on in this one. On the CT side, he was able to pull off a pretty ridiculous moment. I'm glad we highlighted him in the pregame.
Yeah, this was perfect because this is exactly what you want out of him as well. Even that third fight, just like standing and taking the battle as well. But this is the round that got them started on the comeback, down 6-1. Looked like Heroic might just delete him out of the server, and Zwei just sets him up for a beautiful clutch. And then they climb all the way back.
I mean, they needed some kind of round like this in order to just like get some wind under their sails. They were looking shot right there. The plays from Heroic early on were just in their faces, and finally Zwei's like, okay, if you want to pug at me, I'm gonna pug at you a little bit.
Yeah, and we threw it around earlier that I wanted to highlight, but just like, it was down to Heroic what xCloud said when he was speaking to you this morning of just like, if they give us space, we're not gonna be scared, we're gonna take it. And that's how Heroic opened up this game in those first 6-7 rounds. Very fast paced, very aggressive, taking all the room that Nemiga gave them, and eventually that just got taken away from them. Eventually Nemiga was just like, all right, no more.
Yeah, and when you say Nemiga saying there's no more, is that where they just obviously realized they needed to make a change because otherwise they're just going to be rolled over?
Probably felt like, I mean, I bet someone in the team felt like they weren't actually like playing the game of Counter-Strike, right? Like if you're just sitting back every time and giving them full mid control, like, yeah, you're playing, but you're not really playing the game. So I think someone like kind of woke them up and was like, we have to start challenging for the space. They can't just get it for free in the first 20 seconds. We can't give them the entire round to play with all of mid. We have to be denying this. We have to be challenging and harassing, and that's exactly what they did.
But going into the second half, starting with round 19, this is where things really started to take, I guess, capturing the hearts of what we could see happen here.
Yeah, I mean, once we get into this one, I mean, it was a really big back and forth in the latter stages of this game, but we saw that Heroic, it looked like they were going to be the ones to run away with it. xCloud had the hero rifle, the couple MP9s, 5.7 on the side, and it's nice that Tinir was able to recycle the A1S that was dropped from xCloud. That's a key moment for him, and this was, again, it was almost like a mirror image of what we saw from Zwei. You know, top con, you just get a really good moment where you're catching the T's in transition, and it allowed Heroic to put themselves in a position where it felt like this game should be over in their favor.
And then it didn't go that way though, right? Then it started to bounce back. Then it started to get weird. I think that's the only way to describe it.
I mean, how else? I mean, like the back and forth. It felt like anybody with an advantage was losing and everybody with a disadvantage was winning. So
there were some interesting decisions made down the stretch. I know I highlighted in the green room a bunch that I was annoyed by that Sun Pius peek out towards Ticket in the round where they're attacking VA bomb site, because those are the ones I feel like that peek when you take that, it's like once you die in that, like you're just like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Like I want to have that back, not because it's maybe not a clean shot, but just because you just gave up so much by missing, by trying to take the opportunity.
Yeah, we had one here in round 21 where it was just like, again, this felt like like the moment where you're stringing rounds, or you're getting just some more momentum on the side of Heroic, and this was just kind of hilarious. Like, this kind of encapsulated Xanter's game today. Like, even though they won, he gets naded through the smoke. He's trying to desperately spam the guy
barely
right
off.
through it. It feels almost unlucky, but it is a humiliating defeat at the very end. Like, he's so tunnel vision on that player defusing that he just walks right into the waiting arms of Linus, and he gives him a nice little hug.
You know what? I respect the hell out of being that tunnel vision, though. I respect the hell out of just being like, I'm going to die regardless, so I might as well at least try and win the round out of some desperation. Either way, I think there's a lot of reasons why that's an impressive victory for Nemiga, if for no other reason than they lost their last four games on Mirage to like teams that you wouldn't be at this quality of stage 2 in the major, and they haven't played this as an official in like a month. So I mean, the fact that they come into this game and they just bang them out like this and steal this one away at the very end, that's phenomenal.
And you're talking about the very end there, right? We saw maybe what there could have been when they're losing the round like that, Xanter messing it up. That could be the breaking point. But then going into round 22, they still fought back.
And this is where I would give credit to Lear, because I feel like this is a really cool mix-up in that you get mid-control, and so often you'll boost one guy in window.
This round.
They double up. They double boost window, so that even when the first guy here dies, they actually are able to just, like, Khan is the X factor there. They don't expect a second guy to be in window, and this is some heroics by him, but also, again, a collapse towards the B bomb site. Good movement by Khan, by the way, to, like, make sure he draws the attention, but look at how just crafty he is. This whole sequence from Khan is exactly what we wanted, where we're seeing the step up from him from Shanghai RMR up until now.
Yeah, and that's all great. For me, I see the mistake. Like another one from Sampaius, I think, where he gets a little bit too overeager. You're in a man advantage. You've given up window room. You've crawled out of the murder hole. Crawling back in is the worst possible decision. Once you give that up, you cannot come back in through the road. I know he had a teammate over in jungle. Maybe
he's got to be peeking at the same time.
Yeah. But like, I mean, the fact that he goes down, that's just such a devastating loss to take. And that's 2 rounds, I think, down the stretch where I can point at Sampaius and say, yeah, maybe the whole round doesn't fall on your shoulders, but you definitely provided an opportunity for Nemiga to take control of the situation.
This is great. This is great. We expected this.
What'd they say, James?
That I have no idea.
Translate?
No, I cannot translate that.
Okay.
That's not safe for anyone.
I want to download the TeamSpeak recording from Lear, and I'm just gonna play it as I compete. I just want to I want to condition myself to be able to fight amongst the shit talking. I really need that training.
Yeah, exactly.
Get that put on some big speakers in front of you while you're going through your game.
After every round.
Happens. Moses, you were touching on in the pre-game, right, about the elevation we've seen here from Khan, and he did deliver in this game in a big way, right? This player is continuing to improve game by game, despite the pressure getting harder.
And again, such a critical role as well with the AWP. And I mean, a big piece, I think, for Nemiga when they came back in this, his presence with the op over in middle, started taking a few more fights, started challenging the top mid smokes a couple more times. I mean, just having an opper that is able to have this kind of an impact, it can influence the map so much, as your opposing team doesn't exactly know where he's going to be positioned, where they might run into him, which corner they need to flash. So he just had great decision making, good movement around the map, found himself in the right place at the right time a number of times, and had massive impact for Nemiga.
I mean, the way he closed the game out, he had a 1v2 rifle clutch. He had that 3K when he got double boosted into window.
Yep.
He had so many big moments in the second half that really elevated Nemiga and got them over the finish line.
And I think it's part of the reason why they're surprising us with this little bit of a run, because now you look at them and you're like, oh, but Zway, Khan, like Lear as well, they have 3 or 4 players who are having big impact rounds during this run.
And, okay, I don't want to highlight Xanter because he did bad, but I mean, if he did that badly and you win...
But he did bad.
No, but if he does that badly and you win, and he just plays anyway halfway decent for the next game, does Heroic even have a chance?
I mean, Heroic still have a chance in this series, okay? I'm not getting too... I know that Nemiga is a little bit more experienced there on Dust 2. I think that they're going to be totally solid at it. But Xanter was just running in to die. Like, a lot of these rounds, he's just the first one in, and he just instantly just gets traded. So, in fact, I want to know how many of those 20 deaths were traded, because I feel like it's probably half.
More often than not, you'd be super happy to have a game like Nico.
Whoa, too soon, Jason.
Oh my god.
Too soon. On that note,
that's the one. That's the line right there.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
the horny was bad. That one's just rude.
I feel like I need to wash my hands. Actually, I felt dirty.
Well, I'll go let you wash your hands. We're gonna go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing all things Dust 2 with Nemiga going up against Heroic. For Heroic, it is going to be all about the bounce back, while Nemiga, they're going to be riding the wave of a fantastic Mirage and a game that it looked like at times they had no business winning. They're now one map away, their pick, from qualifying through to stage 3. Remember, they started in stage 1. It's been one hell of a journey for Nemiga, and they're going up against Heroic, who they know what these guys do. We've been praising them again and again. Mario, I think you said 60% you'd be going for Heroic taking this series. What does that change to now?
I mean, you just flip that. I would. You get a map up in the series on your opponent's pick like that. Yeah. Nemiga, you're feeling great for a team that in 2024 arguably was better. They had higher VRS ranking. They had a kind of a mid-ass season going into 2025, and now to be performing like this, these guys just needed to be unleashed.
Yeah, and some confidence now as well. I'll tell you, for me personally, I still have PTSD from when I was coaching about playing CIS teams on Dust 2, so I always respect the shit out of CIS teams on Dust 2, especially the young ones as well, because they just get a little bit crazy, willing to challenge smokes, willing to challenge gaps a little bit more aggressively. Heroic could be in for a really rough time, especially if we see those same like missteps in the mid rounds and late rounds. If those guys keep getting punished, man, Heroic could be in trouble.
And we've seen Heroic play Dust 2 a couple of times already. The FaZe one, I'm going to say, is like not kind of the same normal game.
Put it on
There's
the
a
side.
mental battlefield there, but they did lose to Bait as well.
Feel like they just don't handle CT aggression all that well. So I feel like if Nemiga did their homework and they get a little bit active, this can be really scary for Heroic.
Well, let's see if it does get scary or not. It's Nemiga looking to go 2-0 and through to stage 3, but Heroic, they're fighting for their tournament life. Will they be able to do it?
Well, James, that is what we're here to try and find out. The odds are going to be favoring Nemiga now. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's their map pick that's going to be coming up here on Dust 2, and I really, really look forward to this one. What an entertaining game that was in the first map, Dan.
It really was. It was one of those games that I'm sure that makes a lot of people like not feel great about the fact that all these 4 spies get one and everything, but it does bring the drama. It is super entertaining, and Dust 2, I feel like if we have individuals from both teams clutching and firing off and providing the most that we saw from Mirage, I feel like Dust 2 from an entertainment perspective is like one of the best battlegrounds that we could have to see a continuation of that. An open map where the individual skill is often leveraged very heavily. So
let's see. I'm very curious about how they're going to play this one. They have so many catwalk executes they like to do in the pistol rounds here. Okay, so this is going to be one where they might still end up on catwalk, to be honest, but or on short. They're going to be going into upper right now, and with that opening on Youngstar, maybe they might change their minds. The bomb is here as well. X-Cloud only with the 1, and there's a clear path into B. I think Heroic are actually counterplaying as well. Just to say, in the pistol rounds, about 63% of the time, Nemiga end up at the A-bomb site. They have a massive affinity for that A-bomb site, and almost often through short as well. So kind of fun to see that they are switching it up a bit here, going into upper. I'm not sure if they would have found less people there. They might have still gone lower into catwalk because they still do that.
Yeah, and especially, you know, if a team has prepped against you and there are certain things that they expect, like let's say a specific opening with a pistol.
Yeah.
And you disregard that by playing something else, then anything else like that they have to question if they, you know, oh, maybe we should just play standard and focus on what we're doing instead. There are other points there, but let's see if some of these T's can find these kills. As they escape the bomb, some Pius, he wants to build that AWP money. Oh. No, absolutely denied. Sway, the third person checking that spot. Love to see it. That's always like tilting, isn't it?
Yes.
Why is it the third guy?
There's always one, right?
There we go. He's looking out for his teammates. You know, love to see that. Love to see that.
Great stuff. A little bit sad because they actually have an A execute for the pistol round here in Nemiga, where they split from short onto the A bomb site, but also through CT spawn in a pistol round. Now, that kind of an A split through CT spawn is something that Spirit do a lot. I was complaining on Twitter yesterday that more teams aren't doing it at this major, but you know, I watched a couple of more games, and Nemiga actually do steal a little bit of that. I hope we get to see those A splits because they're really, really fun to watch, and you know, and they're hard to read as well if you're on the CT side.
Yeah, and whilst we have a moment here as well, whilst Nemiga make their way, sort of just do their default thing, eventually they, of course, will have to shove a site. But, you know, I think that piece that we saw from Maui with X-Cloud was really awesome to see how the languages, you know, how they categorize Heroic, that is, how opponents play, and different situations, like if, you know, an opponent is playing with certain pacing, what can we expect from that? So the entire team immediately can individually read the pace of their opponent because they can all see it, and then they all know how they should react as a team. So those elements are things that you can maintain for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that they may have like that on this map.
All out onto short sway with a pretty nice headshot to take down X-Flounce. Tania wanted to swing in and go for a little bit of a multi-kill. Not going to be possible here. The 5-7 also shut down. It's Youngster not able to quite land the shot. So the early investment here for Heroic is not really working out. If they could save the scout, then it's something to throw into the next round and kind of see what happens. But ultimately, it's good work here.
Absolutely.
Nemiga, the momentum, I mean, coming in for the first map is also going to be pretty significant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be so confident, like they said on the desk, you win your opponent's map pick, but not only that, it's just the way that you won it. Also, coming from just these horrendous positions, like in multiple different ways, like you mentioned, like not even having any kills for like 6-7 rounds. They didn't have any kills on deck. So it's just like so many different elements of comeback that came about that game. 3 individuals in particular really stepping up on the individual level. But Heroic, we'll see how they play their CT side. If they decide to play more disruptively, or if they feel like playing more passively is actually going to be a more effective approach against Nemiga.
I mean, I think, as I've said a million times by now, one of the keys to having a decent Dust 2 is finding ways to interrupt some of what the Ts are doing, and I think that is especially true on the short position towards A. Might be even more true against a team like Nemiga. Again, even in the non-pistol rounds, just in normal rifle rounds, I love that A-bomb site. They go for it a lot more than other teams. So it's not to say that you can just assume every round it'll be A. That would be silly. But I think if you're Heroic, you want to find timings where you can check catwalk. Have one more HE, one more flash, so that you can just take a peek and see if anyone's there. That's going to get you a long way. Nice push into T-spawn here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, the weaponry is so bad here for Heroic that even with the stack and everything else, still think Nemiga should be able to win this round.
They'd have to give them an argument to go back, which would be a scout headshot or maybe 2. Could be an argument. But so far, maybe too much ground is being gained. He's over the top, though. That's going to make things a little awkward. If they can delay and have that smoke go down, it does get quite sketchy, but really good movement there from Sway, finding his way up the slope very quickly, and the kills are now starting to follow.
Yeah, here comes the flank. Oh, the flank got shot down. Never mind. X-Cloud, he was so close when they were all fighting. Oh, if we see that from his point of view, that's going to be super disappointing. Nice headshot from Sway at the end. You could tell that there was a lot of distraction. That fight went on just long enough at the A-bomb side that it sort of felt like maybe there could have been the flank coming in from X-Cloud. Didn't really materialize, unfortunately. And, credit to Nemiga as well. That boost on over with the first shot, that's a moment where panic can sort of spread in the ranks pretty quickly, but it didn't seem like that was the case.
No. I also like the detail from Nemiga too, where they had like util to throw towards the double doors to shut down any mid pushes, and it did because we're trying to push through the mid doors. But speaking of which, Sampayas posting with the AWP, and once again we see that same util set thrown there, and that's something now that is beginning to become some conditioning to expect that. So we'll see how that gets played against. But Sampayas, he could still find a kill here potentially if he decides to go deeper.
Honestly, they might just go pretty quick here on catwalk. They've already got people. They've got sensor out long. All right, they're spending a bit more time, but for a minute there, it looked like they could have just kind of, decided to just punch the pedal and go for it. 3-0 in favor of Nemiga. Round number 4. Heroic, having lost that first map, they need to win some early rounds just to get the team mentally back online.
Got to be careful there, LNZ. Oh, goes for the find challenge. Nice shot from Sampayas, but instantly shut down. The defense just collapsing player by player. It's been picked apart, and that's a wrap. The CT's already saving. Yeah. And I think you made a really good point there about just going quick up cap, because especially if they understand that Sampayas is doors still, and so there is a timing where there can only be 2 people on the A site here because one guy's in mid, and so super important that the CT shut the timing down as they did with some util.
You also know in a round like this one for Heroic, even if it's the first buy round, they just won't have all of the utility. So some of the counter grenades that could have been coming out from the A site are, it's way less likely that you're going to run into, a double HE or double incendiary or anything like that. So just really good. Nemiga more or less playing to their own playbook, which I guess makes sense, but they're not suddenly switching this into a very B-heavy, kind of map themselves. Like I said, if you look at the stats and just look at their games on Dust 2, you can see how much they love doing this. They love the long with the cross. They love the short executes. That's their bread and butter really on this most of the time. So yeah, very, very curious to see. They do have the B splits, obviously. I'm sure those are going to be coming eventually. But why not put as much pressure as you can early on this one bomb site to really, really make it tough on Heroic?
And I think it's interesting too, because the point that you mentioned about Catwalk being such a key part of the map to fight for, you can see that Nemiga really get to exploit that a lot just by the fact that the CTs of Heroic so passive, they don't have any presence on Cat, and I think maybe in part some of it's due to that lack of util, where they don't have a lot of util to dump on Cat to fight for it and then fall back and then still have some util. So maybe that's one of the reasons, but Nemiga showing that they can exploit that Cat control really effectively and just scale into the site, that poses a problem for Heroic. So it seems like they should make an adaptation, but we'll see what they decide to do.
It's not easy, is it?
No, but they have full util now at least.
They've got someone to work with. They don't have the AWP on Sun Pius anymore. That's a bit of a shame. Would love to see more out of that. Khan does have his, though, on the other side. And early on, into upper dark here. I mean, this could just be straight contact B then. You haven't felt any counter utility. At this point, it almost seems like that's the only logical choice. Just keep walking until you find somebody. Deep Molotov, a lot of pressure onto Youngster. Has to put that out somehow. Otherwise, he's going to burn alive. The grenades, the smokes aren't going to stop those, unfortunately. They don't stop explosions. 3 versus 5, and it's not even a question. Everyone knows.
Yeah, absolutely. And these rounds are coming a bit too easily. And it's interesting because, again, we have all of the information. But if you are on the Heroic side, they had Cat control. They had long control.
Yeah.
And they also had mid control. So they didn't see anything. So they did have time to work out. But the problem is, you don't know how fast the other team's playing. Because it could have been the case that Nemiga were going to do a late mid take, or it could be the case that they're going to do a later Cat take. You just don't know their pacing just yet.
Yeah.
So now Heroic are going to be a bit more antsy, I feel, for these future timings.
I mean, they have so little control over the game right now. Every part of the map is sort of an issue, right? It's like this. There's no safety. You're not bullying them in the way that you were at the beginning of Mirage. Trying to save the gun here at the end, and all right, Textloud will at least be able to do that. So that's something. But they are absolutely fired up, and they should be. Nemiga, their own map pick, winning that opening map, and I would say stealing it from Heroic in some sense, which was very impressive. But right now, obviously, we're in a position here where Heroic, they need a spark. They need something to revive the team at the moment.
Yeah. It's a situation we've seen on the CT side of Dust 2 countless times where it is a hard map to be aggressive on, and if you don't get that read on the timings very well, it can just be so hard because you're rotating your players. You're not rotating quickly enough, or you're rotating too quickly. It's not as simple as it seems, especially for us as we have all of the information. But we'll see what Heroic can do, because this is the other aspect as well, right? If Heroic have done a lot of prep and they're trying to integrate it, and as you say, Nemiga just kind of playing a different game, that can also set you back a little bit. So that's the double-edged sword of prep.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the quality of Nemiga playing this pretty straightforward Counter-Strike. This is the sort of stuff that you could expect if you just what's the normal stuff on Dust 2 for a professional team. It's something like this. They just do it really well, and they have great confidence and great leadership, and I mean that's pretty much a winning recipe. 5-0 in favor of Nemiga. Real questions are going to be asked of Heroic now. How do they win a round? They've got the Sun Pius AWP back, but they are actually drowning right in front of us here. Somebody has to find a way to get them out of the water and back into the game. Xcloud, he did so much work at the beginning, but they're going to have to call his number once again now. Counter smoke coming out. There's so much pressure. There are going to be grenades landing on him any second, and bullets too, and those are more dangerous. Nice headshot from Sway, and now they've got him trapped on long here. This is a bad position to be in if you're on the CT side. I'm shocked that Tinia got to live through that. They finally do trade out the kill, 3v3, but the fact is they needed that kill on Tinia. They should have had it every time. Now a bit of a lineup here. Risky Bob will take down Tinia, and that should be enough. Sunpius getting the first. A bit of a spray trying to take down Khan, but now he just has to hide. Spray on for the smoke is not connecting either. This is going to be a full-on defuse attempt. I don't think he can escape here. He's running out of time. Nice headshot. And now goes back to it, taps it again, comes running through. Santa inside with the blade out, looking for him. And now another defuse, but this time it's Santa who gets to wield the blade.
Actually, so close for Heroic, but yet so far still. The 0-6 scoreline is starting to get bad, and this, there was such a good attempt there. You could see everything. You could see the mind working there for Sunpius in how he played around the smoke. It was expert stuff, but just doesn't work out at the end.
And you know what that is? That is justice, because it was Santa that ran into the knife on Mirage, trying to stop a defuse, and now he gets to claim a little bit back for himself. It's got to put a smile on your face.
Look at this run up mid. This is Tinia getting very aggressive, trying to take the bull by the horns, but it's going to be his way to punish the push. And I mean, this is a default right now. We've got everyone from Nemiga covering every potential push on the map. So Heroic, I mean, again, not much to work with, but the first play does not work for them.
Yeah, whenever we throw out the word default, you know, this is one of the benefits, is that you don't get pushed this easily, and the other benefit is obviously you get information about where the CTs are running around.
How dare you explain things to people, Anders? They should just know everything.
They know everything. They probably do, to be honest. But especially for majors, I feel like there's always a chance that new viewers are tuning in who don't. Like, obviously the core audience are going to be like, yes, Anders, yes, we know. Stop talking down to us. You know.
Are you saying we have to be a welcoming community? I feel like you should get fired immediately.
You know, we try, you know. I feel like people are mostly pretty nice, you know. I get along with them for the most part, to be honest, you know.
Seems fair, seems reasonable.
I
don't know what it means, but hey.
Me neither. 7-0. I'm very surprised. I thought Heroic were going to come in with a different kind of mentality, but they do sort of feel like they've had the wind knocked out of them. Khan's taken down Tinia, that's in the middle. More of a forward position, but the utility will clear out Sunpius, and they can clear him out of this one too. They can just keep Molotoving him back further and further towards the A site. Smoke like it was going to be a B split. Doesn't feel like it will be at all. Looks like it's going to be another A through Catwalk and Long.
It does seem that way, and the confidence, it's too high for Nemiga right now. It's too much. Heroic need to dampen it. Need to put a wet towel on it, but we'll see if they can get ahead of this. It's such a tricky position. Normally, if you are on the T side, you do exactly what Nemiga are doing. You pause, and usually this situation happens where you get two to a site. But in this case, actually, Sunpius looking in mid. This is, I think, a great opportunity for them to maybe get ahead of the play. Oh, unable to connect the killing blow. Just down to 22 health, Khan, after receiving a shot there. Sunpius, I love this. He's getting aggressive, taking the game into his own hands, potentially, into the smoke with the M4. Okay, he's not going to push all the way. It was bold.
He had the right, I mean, I agree with you, kind of. He had the right read there. I'm shocked that Khan didn't hit the shot more than anything else. LNC, he doesn't have a smoke. And they don't, well, they have one Molotov on Santa. They're not going to need it. Again, I keep thinking that they're going to molly out the ramp, which is such a common way to play it, but what they do instead, which I guess is a better strategy, is they just send in Choi to shoot people in the face. That's it's a pretty good tactic, to be honest.
And you know, obviously when the CTs have a lot of util, just as you kind of set up previously, you'd see spots where the Ts take a lot of HE damage, especially around the cat part of the default. Good CT sides are well studied, they know the timings, and they'll get HEs to just get that chip damage, and then it's just one headshot for that player playing the A slope with the M4. One headshot, that's all you need to take somebody down, but every fight is as hard as possible because Nemiga are avoiding so much utility damage, just so much damage in general, as they look to hunt these players.
Yes, and unfortunately for Heroic, it really makes a difference if they save these guns or not. Oh, there's the Molotov. Very late. They get rid of the youngster. Sunpius, good shots. He's going to be able to save the AWP, but that's, you know, that's sort of a positive now for Heroic at the stage in the game. We're saying, oh, thank God they at least got to save the AWP. 8-0. A couple of times now that Sway's been able to hit that. Now, Sway is someone that's been talked about a lot in the CIS region. A lot of current professional players sort of, you know, at the start of the year were saying, this guy is someone to look out for.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty inconsistent, to be honest, in the online Counter-Strike stuff, which, I mean, almost, who cares? I guess now we have to because of the, you know, that, you know, you're farming the VRS point, which Nemiga have done a lot. But it's just to say that it wasn't immediately obvious to me at any rate.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of their games, but you couldn't necessarily tell that he was going to be this impactful, but he definitely has been at the major. I think it's been really cool.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we said before. You know, you can't simulate what the players have at a major, at a big competition. You can't simulate it, and so you never know how it elevates players or not. So, okay, mid push coming in for the CTs, held down by some players at range with that AWP. T's feeling it though. Nemiga looking for the defense here. They are controlling the flow. TTs do have that top mid position, but there's plenty of time to work it. Youngstar might want to push that B as well, but Sunpius, great shot there onto Sway, and he is not taking any prisoners.
This is awesome to watch for Sunpius, but it's also scary that he has to do this to get his team around, basically. Tania will finish off Leia, but yeah, without Sunpius right now, they don't even get this round. Right now, it's just him having most of the output. Look at the scoreboard, for Christ's sake. X5 with 4 kills, Sunpius on 9, Tania on 5, and then it's 1 on LNC and 0 on Youngstar. So most of the output at the moment here is just from the Spaniard. Great stuff. I mean,
I'm afraid for the mouse every time. It goes up high and like, oh god.
Hopefully he has a spare if they need one.
I hope so. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there wasn't Anders. We've seen that happen before.
It happens at times. When we were
Wasn't it like Lockstick, he was known for.
We were in Abu Dhabi, I think, and JL stole my mouse, and I never even got it back.
Seriously?
Yeah. He ran out of mice. It's somewhere.
You didn't, yeah, but you didn't get it back? What was it Anders?
No, I'm claiming 10% of any prize money that he wins based off of it.
Does he?
I haven't told him
does
that
he know
yet,
that?
But no, he does. You know.
Okay,
I'll
got it.
You know,
Okay.
years in the future, I'll come back.
I'll let you
Send him an
figure that one
invoice. 8-1.
I want to see a cat. I want to see cat control from Heroic.
Sure. Yeah, I bet they would love that too. They have a round, Dan. That's something. If they can get 4, I still think it's competitive. I know it seems incredibly gloomy right now. It sort of feels like, oh, that was it. Like all of the matches almost over here. Heroic are about to be knocked out. That's what it feels like.
Yes.
But 4 rounds is still competitive on this map on the CT side. So I'll take a real deep breath here. Heroic. They are a strong team, right? And they can't afford to lose this map. So if they have anything more left in them, then this is where you've got to find a way to summon it.
And we talked about this good basics, and a delayed A long take is really strong.
And look at the setup. Because of Sunpius being so far forward in upper dark, they know they can hold this, but it's an entry from center. What a ridiculous entry! They had the crossfire. That is supposed to be such a lockdown position. Xfloud battling his way back, clicking away. It's going to be a couple of kills for Youngstar. The first 2 that he's had on the map. One of them with the HE, and now it's on Khan. He has a chance here, setting up the kill, but oh, he can't find it, sure, after he's dead. But Youngstar with 3 kills. Honestly,
incredible.
I mean, the fact that it's down to the 1v1 is kind of scary, but at least they win them.
Incredible, especially because Tania, he couldn't even get a kill. Like, he's at least get 1 kill on you know, after Santa gets this insane entry. But you can see that Tania goes down immediately. At that point, the round almost feels over. But this HE plus the multi-kills, and also the play out of car, that was so sick from Heroic.
I'd actually love to see a replay of that Santa entry at some point in the future, because that's an off angle from LNC. Santa isn't just, you know, peeking to get the immediate pre-fire shot. He adjusts that aim. That's so hard to do.
Getting aggressive again here. Oh, great nade follow-up. They know they have to get aggressive. They've got to be more active. Early pick onto Leia is certainly going to be beneficial. And, well, there's going to be money ready for days, especially if there's a plant for Nemiga, but they've got to reset themselves. Now, at this point, they've still got lots of util. Nemiga. So we might just see an exec off Cat. That stuff like that is really strong from this position. But they've got to get past some Pius. Is that smoke going to last?
Not for much longer here. Flick very nearly takes down Khan, but he doesn't have an HE. Otherwise, he probably would have tried to do that. It's still pretty good, right? It's going to slow down and make Nemiga a little bit more nervous, to be honest as well. This T side, it's not that much utility, meaning once they throw these grenades out that they have, they more or less have to commit. It's hard to do any kind of a double pump here, but bomb is out middle. Please tell me they do the split to A through CT spawn. I feel like it's unlikely, but especially with the bomb being here, probably more likely that they actually just trying to walk their way to the B bomb side. And with 2 people being inside, this shouldn't work, but Youngstar's not ready. Is he looking for it? Is he actually looking middle? Oh, he is, but still, the instant headshot is there.
It's crazy. They're all split up, these Nemiga players. They're finding picks left, right, center. And now it's Tanir on the B side. He has to hold it down. There's no time to send the bomb to the B side. And Tanir gets the kill, but can he get towards A in time? He's not going to block the plant. And they know precisely where Tanir is. It is such an uphill struggle for him. But the only thing he has going right now, Anders, is it's a fresh plant. And Sway and Khan are 1 bullet from death.
Yeah, he's in the smoke. Oh, if he had a grenade right now, it'd be so valuable. A smoke to start and stop that AWP at long would be huge. But all he has is the AK-47 to try and save their major run here. Swings wide, immediate headshot, and a missed opportunity on the other side. Sway, he didn't hit that one. Flash going over. He's got the kit still. There is a bit of time. He's going to make the jump on over and taps the bomb. He knows Sway has to peek. He has to do it out in the open. Tanir picks it up and he spins around. He's got the quad kill and he's got the clutch as well.
Wow, that's so close. The missed AWP shots giving him a chance, a way to win the round. Also, not just that, but he was able to take 2 1v1s. That's also very unlikely in that position. And it's just because there's a timing where the AWP player's thinking, maybe he could be going long doors. I'm not covered by that. And there's a few seconds, and he hit the one player in those few seconds, that small window. Yeah. And that's what Heroic have been operating under, these tiny windows. 3 rounds. Can they get the 4th here for the last round of this half?
It's going to be fast. Right out long they go. Santa, oh, another fantastic opening. I don't know how he does it.
He's insane.
Spins around for that shot. Pius wants to do something in middle. You can tell he's thinking about it. There's nobody there. They're all out long.
Xanta or Xantaurus? I'm not sure.
Yeah, they do share. They do share a similarity, don't they, with that kind of a name. Smoke on top here, but I think Heroic are gathering pretty good info.
And this is an interesting spot because it depends on how fast Nemiga actually are with how they progress up here. With that said, Youngstar still clearing the B side of the maps, and it's going to be tough here because Nemiga moving up quite quickly. The flash in's not going to be all that great. HE not landing either. Nemiga dodging a lot of util right now. Incendiary to slow things down, allow some Pius some extra time to get into position to help his teammate out.
3v5. Oh, that smoke's fading. It's a missed shot, though. Youngstar and X-Flout get punished in return, and suddenly Pius will find himself with no backup. And he should never, ever be able to win this. Sway will take him down. It's a fantastic job at the end of it. The first half here for Nemiga is looking stunning.
I started 2015, I think, like I was 10 or something, I don't remember exactly. But I got anger issues, so my father took away my PC. I started back in 2021 again, and just started playing all day, all night. And I got an offer from a Norwegian team. I quit school and just pursued the dream. I was just grinding FaZe solo gaming. I was hitting the #1 on leaderboards, so that was how I got spotted, right? And I didn't have like expectations. I just joined, and the guys were a bit more experienced, so they basically guided me, you know, like how to be a good teammate, how to play, and I just listened and took the next step, I guess. After that, I got scouted again because they saw potential in me, and I went to esports, and I got full-time offer then. We played 1 season, and then again the FaZe leaderboard, right? I was on top of the FaZe leaderboard and got spotted again in Sangal. There we just grinded from top 200 to top 30, and rest is history. I have K games, I think.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm playing with Roland, and he's been in the scene for a long time, right?
Yeah.
And he said I even have more games than him, so we were on flare break, and we just got a call from Heroic, from the coach, saying they were interested, right? Because they sold to Falcons, obviously. But it was kind of quiet from the Sangal side, so it was more like a surprise. It wasn't planned at all. It just happened on 1-2 days, and it was done. Obviously, like since Jota went to Eternal Fire, and we had the core, we had some decent ranking, and of course Heroic, good management, good org, good stuff behind it. So it was like an obvious choice. Sampayos has been experienced. He's joking inside the team and like outside of the game, and Tenir is the same. Like we're just a bunch of guys having fun, joking around. So it's the chemistry is great. Like we're having fun every time.
Obviously, you've made it to the major, just a milestone achievement for you individually.
Yeah, of course. Like I had it as an achievement with the sticker, right? Like now I'm in the game. I'm excited. I'm not too nervous. I'm just taking game by game.
Is there anybody you're particularly hoping that you get to play against here in Austin?
FaZe. We demolished them, and they're calling us bots. Like I don't know how they can call us bots when we're demolishing them. So I need to do it again. Now when the season ending, like it's the last dance as well for us, like our roster. We just wanted to make it to playoff, and yeah, we'll see from there.
The Moody Center is potentially just 1/2 away right now for Nemiga. They won the first map in spectacular fashion, and now on the second one, this is their own map pick on Dust 2. Look at the entries on Long for Santa. This kill especially was ridiculous, but this one too, look at how he turns for the flashback again, added it. And this was one of the crazy weapons that they had in the first half. The other one was probably, could have made a similar video with Shui on short, you know, just getting entries on the A-bomb side. They had so much working for them. What a surprise this Nemiga team has been for the major, and they don't look to stop anytime soon. 9-3 in the first half, Dan. It's fantastic.
It really is, and also just the fact that in Santa, he didn't necessarily have a big first map, but this second map, he is going crazy. And then they go to that long take, and Nemiga. Oh, Santa is the first person to draw blood here. The fight continues. With a team kill onto Youngstar, and the frags raining in for the CT side. Nemiga shutting this long take completely down, and Sampayos gets nothing.
Oh, they had them kind of where you want on the teaser. If you can get the CTs to stay and fight at that long corner, the more time goes on, the wider you swing with the Glock, the more, you know, they run out of bullets way before you do. It's supposed to be a fight that favors you, but you can tell that they're a little bit hesitant. No one's really swinging. They're all fighting and jiggling at the corner, and that's actually worked out well for Nemiga. They win the pistol in the second half here, 10-3. I mean, this is a disaster. Heroic, they could end up getting knocked out right here with... Fine, they really fought hard on the first map, and you can respect that, but it's going to feel so bad if they get knocked out here without even a chance to answer back.
Yeah, and this is the crazy thing again. At tournaments like the Major, you get teams that come along like Nemiga, where they just have the killer instinct. They're the underdog in like so many respective matchups. They've got nothing to lose. They've gone beyond what a lot of people have expected, and they are just unleashed. The pressure is helping them to perform even better, and every time things get hard, they're still able to have fun. But for Heroic, every time things get hard, it's not feeling good. And you can see you can feel the energy isn't there in the Heroic camp. They need something to energize the team. And this round might not be it, Anders, because we've got just a Galil, three Deagles and a Tech 9.
We've seen more with less in the past. So
fair. Very fair statement.
If you're Heroic, you have to just hope that this is going to be working out. But obviously, they didn't get the bomb planted, so the buy isn't as impressive as it normally would be. And you could even say it's hugely risky to go for this, but the problem is it's also risky to not do it, because they're so far behind that they do need a miracle, probably more than one, to get them back into this game. Smoke going into that upper dark position, defending P. And right now, Nemiga probably quite happy to just fall back. But I mean, this Galil could do a lot. Just one good entry kill and the round is open.
Yes. if they win this round, reset the CT economy, it's very hard to recover quickly for the CTs. And we're just so back on for a game here for Heroic. So let's see what they can get done here. So B split definitely looks like it's on the cards right now. The smoke's going there to cover CT spawn. Khan starting to close in on that position behind the smoke.
They're going to go and stand inside of that smoke, all 3 people in the middle, and then they will just bust out immediately. Khan goes down. It's very hard to control. Just on the scaffolding here, Sway hoping to hold on, but that is not going to be possible. The rest of them, they didn't even make it away through the smoke and CT spawn. Yeah, great execute. Really good work. Heroic, they really do love this idea of standing in smokes like that and all coming out. And it's actually, if ever it was possible to get a shot of how that works from, you know, top down, like straight on down, you're going to see that when they exit that smoke that's towards the B side, they obviously don't run out in one long line. They sort of jump out in different directions, and it just makes it so hard to stop. Like, even if you know it's coming, it's harder to get the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is so cool. This is so cool. You know, Heroic running, getting to run their round, and getting a situation where 4 players survive. This is, we talked about it, that this is the perfect way to come back. Obviously, there's not that much room for a comeback, but they reset the economy. It's going to give them the best chance to get a serious amount of momentum. And it's very hard, unlike Mirage. It is so much harder on a map like this for Nemiga to have these forced by shenanigans where they just somehow manage to find a few deagle shots, win the round. That's way harder to ask for on Dust 2.
Khan's got the scout, so see if we can have any kind of fun in this round. Yeah, but Heroic, like I said, it was risky to not go for the force-up, and now that it's worked out.
Oh, this is fun. They showed like a lot of presence towards long, and they all rotated away from long towards B.
Hold on. Okay, he's got bait a couple of times.
It's such a bait, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to sell, really sell as well the idea that he's
Come
just,
on, guys.
you know, I'm just me with a scout. You got to beat me.
Left.
They do spot out the 5-7 up close, so that's a little bit more info to work with, and they're going to go back long. Heroic are making smart choices at the moment.
So smart. Because in theory, you know, you understood that the CTs took long, and they got pistols and so on. They could be in so many corners in the pit, so many of these angles, but no one there.
Santa has a bit of a smoke, and if nothing else, that might just help them out with, you know, getting up here and trying to hold on to the A-bomb side. There's only one player in middle at the moment. Everyone else is going up long for the Heroic side. Santa up on top. He sees the shadow, 5-7. Not quite doing any damage just yet. It looked like some of that should have connected. LNC and Youngster finding some early kills, and that should pave the way for a pretty easy plant here. They're going to find Youngster at the top mid. Who really cares about that now? Bomb delayed because they want to clear everything. Who can blame them?
Yeah. And, you know, Santa played that really, really well with the 5-7. There's definitely a world where he gets a dink or even a kill there, but he fades away just enough time where the T's are like, oh, we really have to kill him. So then they scale like much deeper and kind of open themselves up to now what could be multiple players shooting at them. So just sometimes staying alive is the most powerful thing to do. And you know, it doesn't work out, obviously, for Nemiga, but definitely good moves. They're still away in M4, so it's a nice find. Just like JL stole your mouse, Anders.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to get that gun back either.
No, I don't think. Well, if he can keep on to it, he definitely will. Why would you? It's not about charity, is it?
Yeah.
Take what you can here. This game is, you know, it's 10-5. I still feel like I'm feeling some of the effects of the Heroic sort of beat up here mentally, but honestly, it doesn't take a lot to get back in. And I think this is one of the things that the Heroic team does do really well, is making these kind of bounce backs. So let's see if they can find a way to enjoy playing Counter-Strike again, because they felt very, very quiet at one point there. I think if they do in the next round, the next buy round, it's going to be really interesting. This one should be more of a cleanup, but the next rifle round that's coming up from Nemiga is what I meant to say. If Heroic pick that one up, then I think we're going to see a new Heroic team sort of reborn into the second half.
Totally. Yeah, they've got a lot to work with now. Just have to make sure. I mean, they are walking into this, which is a little scary. We'll see if there's any value to be had here for Nemiga. Okay, almost 3. It might be. There we go. Oh, okay, some fires. able to control the situation, but that got a little scary.
Yeah, definitely.
Everything's fine.
If that was a 5-7 instead of a USP, who knows? But still pretty good work. I mean, getting the double dinks, there's something really classy about that. It's more of a gentleman's weapon in that sense.
Indeed.
Okay.
6-10, 4 away from equalizing.
I think everyone knows watching this now. This is going to be one of the really, really pivotal rounds. Buy round for Nemiga after winning the pistol, but then losing the second. Heroics, they set straight up for this. 1 kill here, and that's all they need for some highest. Or LNC, as the case may be, his 3rd kill of the map, and now trying to open it up. Sway, a little bit of a spray down. Why is he not dead yet? Pistols out, he gets another dink. And now rushing through Khan, he wants to follow it up. That might have been too much. I feel like that might have been a mistake. They had a 3-on-2. I know he wanted to kill that player, but that is very risky. No bomb plan happening yet, and a 2v2. That could be everything to Heroic.
After that entry, I'm surprised that Heroic have this good of a situation. Or rather, sorry, Nemiga. As they make their way in for the retake here. The smokes, the doors, the Molly making things a little bit more challenging. Tanae going close, though. Down below the window now.
Yeah, it's not a bad position to be in. One of them is going to come through. Should be Tania getting this fight every time, but instead it's Santa just walking in with the headshots on highest, gets the 1, and now he's got the Deagle out looking to deliver, but he can't do it. Kid picked up and running back in. Santa, I don't know if there's enough time. I think they might have waited a little bit too long. He's on it right here, and in the last second, he manages to pick it up. That is going to be so close.
Oh my god. Okay, and so firstly, how is it the case that Sway gets to even a kill, let alone 2 kills here? That's actually ridiculous. He is running, he's spotted, he threw the smoke, and they are scaling on him hard. The fact that he can get his gun out and shoot bullets there without dying is remarkable. And the fact that Nemiga convert that round is just so tragic for Heroic.
Yeah, they needed that. They have enough for someone here anyway. But a hard round to lose, no question. Nemiga, 2 rounds away from qualifying to the next stage and also sending out Heroic. Santa again, the headshots just keep raining through. Those of you who were laughing at him on Mirage, which you maybe had a bit of a reason to, although this did also mention how he probably was entering a lot of the time and there were probably a lot of follow-up kills. I think that's a good context, but look at him now. 14-8. Him and Sway both wrecking Heroic between the two of them. It's so much firepower. It's loud. Great entry. Liam also getting blown up. And honestly, Santa almost have to wait for some teammates if you want to fight for it at all.
Going dry into the cat peak there is kind of crazy. They had like 3 Molotovs, the T side, Heroic. Here we go. Oh. Getting sprayed there. Well, now you've just made him angry. He's going to take down Risky Bob. And he's also going to take those way, so don't anger Tanae. 7-11. Heroic back in it with another round, but again, I feel like we're going to be thinking about that round on the B sides earlier for Heroic if they don't win this map. And this is crazy. Truly crazy. You feel like the AWP, I mean, the whole point is you're supposed to molly the AWP off because it's a dangerous fight to take, and they were already down a player. If they lose a player there, he drops off. The round is probably over.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The standard protocol sort of dictates, yeah, you throw the Molotov, we all know how to do it now.
Awesome move, awesome move. They obviously know that. They're looking for the kill, but the long take to start off this round, Anders. And now, Nemiga, they've got to they've got to try to do what they can with just a bunch of pistols.
They have 1 flashbang. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen, you know, this could be 1. It's very rare. Let's see how much powder is in that grenade. Already thrown it out here, but you can see Heroic just a pre-fire as they try to come through. It's a bit of a slaughter on the other side. Good job for Youngster.
Yeah.
3 kills. I mean, just whatever, get him into the game. Felt like he was a quiet start for himself. I mean, this is back on. We've got an open match right now. It's 11-8. Anybody could win this.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Okay. Heroic, they've got the AWP out on some pies, of course, and no AWP for Nemiga. You know, they are opting to have utility. They're just buying as as much as they can. The initial long grenades, some presence shown from Heroic to keep Nemiga honest there. But at the same time, we've got 3 players in upper dark here for Heroic currently. And all of Nemiga actually, you know, they've vacated long entirely. They've got a cat setup now, so they're active on the map.
Yeah, I really like that. Moving around, hoping to see if they can trap somebody. Those early flashes there, the big giveaway to the CT side. You kind of know, okay, they're clearing lower dark. Even if you can't see them, you can hear the grenades kind of raining in. LNC moves closer. There are 3 people here, but again, if they just peek, you know, and win the first fight, then it's going to be fine. No utility being thrown just yet. LNC, though, will get a grenade to his face, and the flash actually works against him. Takes him down. Santa with 1 more headshot. Tania hunting in the middle, looking to see if he can close the distance, but that counter flash coming out. Might just have to shut it down. Santa wanted to peek in there. That's so aggressive. A 4v4 now in about 45 seconds, and it looks like they're going to be going catwalk again.
Yeah, still 2 players on long, though, for Nemiga to try to defend this. Oh, hang on. Hold the phone. Bomb is going back towards the B side, but there is a player in middle. Are they going to go through mid? Yes, they are, but it's a 3v1, not winnable there for Shui, as now the bomb gets rerouted safely through dark, and 20 seconds to plant. Plenty of time here. Nemiga just coming up short. Great mid-rounding there from Heroic.
It is. What a read. You watch one player run out of the V-bomb site, and you trust that that was the only person there. That you don't think, oh, maybe there could be someone in, you know, window and scaffolding, whatever. You're so sure. Very nicely done. Sunpias might have only got the 1 kill in this round, but to be honest, he pretty much won it for his team just by getting the spot. Risky Bob now being hunted for. Sure, he can see the shadow there, but the re-peek is going to be in. I feel like Xcloud is starting to come alive a bit more.
Yeah.
You're seeing some of those lightning shots that he's been hitting on Mirage as well. I think he's up to 17 kills right here.
This play, by the way, Anders, is exactly what we wanted to see from Nemiga, from Heroic on their CT side, where you're trying to win the round at the 50-second to 1 minute timing, where you expect the T's to be fully set up there to start like just executing off of their default, their early 1 positions on catwalk. But the positioning from Heroic meant that they were safe from that. They had only 1 player that was actually in that position. Heroic, I don't know if that is in the calculation to be able to defend against those timings, but if it is, and based on what we heard from Xcloud earlier in that interview, it very well might be. That's actually so smart.
It worked out for them this time, and the pressure is at an all-time high right now. Nemiga off the high of stealing the first map away as close as it could get without getting into overtime, and now we're getting really close to the same thing happening to them. We've got 3 HEs on the CT side, so that could be a bit of a trick to try and do some damage. 1 and 2, and try to push in behind it. The 5-7 youngster gets a little bit overwhelmed here. Xcloud's very important that he lives. Otherwise, they can get both the AKs and get back to the site. It's Sway with a very long spray, and they lose Tania on long. Lear pushing up. It's 1 more kill for the smoke. What is happening? Heroic! They might have given it up in this one. Lear is on his feet for this, as they now need 1 more round.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, that is so terrifying. Absolute catastrophe there. You're thinking after the first player goes down in upper dark, he's like the guy that's stuck outside, it's like he can't die. You cannot die, Xcloud. But he does, and that wasn't even the worst of it. Even on long, catastrophe strikes. 12-9 Nemiga, 1 round away. Heroic, it looks like they were bringing this one back, but it's going to take so much more now for them.
They missed each other. Close to being Khan versus Sunpias there in the middle. Oh no, for Heroic, that they had done so much work to set themselves up in this position. It was so winnable. How do you recover the stress from this? 3-round gap, 3 rounds where we need to see some brilliance out of Heroic. We need more Xcloud entries. We need Tania and Sunpias to hit some more shots. Certainly be nice if LNC could do a bit more than the 4 kills right now, but Flick misses. Khan decides to exit the position. It cost him a lot of health, and Xcloud heard that. He wanted to run him down. Look at Santa. Is he going to keep pushing long? Oh, what a time to do this. This could be it. This could be what sends them into the next stage. He's got the right timing for it. They're still in the middle. They have no idea on the other side of the walls. It'll be a second before he can actually find anyone, but now he's calling it out inside of the bomb site. We've got a couple of players. One of them, Shui, another headshot to take down xCloud. And now they're bleeding players. Heroic, they're in trouble. It's so clean work. And Risky Bob almost kills Sunpius here. They know everything. They've got them boxed in. Santa isn't even moving any longer. He's just keeping the lid on Heroic. And 30 seconds left. I don't think they've got a chance here. A shot onto Khan. It's a nice little detail, but ultimately Sunpius is on his own. And one click from Santa will be enough. It's Nemiga. A fantastic major run already, surprising the world with what they've shown up for, and they send Heroic out of the major.
And Lear with the flex at the end, I mean, on his feet so much. I mean, I feel like his quads have grown so much just throughout this match, all of them getting out of his seat and sitting back down, because there were so many epic moments there, bringing his team up, being a beacon of just hope in the darkest of moments. And that's something that we didn't really get to see from Heroic. When the pressure was put onto them in these crazy clutch situations, they couldn't summon it, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad to see Heroic go, but Nemiga clearly were the better team today and clearly ready for the challenge.
And I think Heroic knew it as well. You can sort of see in their faces, you know, as much as this is obviously super distressing for them, at the same time, like they also felt what they were up against here. So, wow, really, really impressive work. Nemiga, they've been fighting for this for a long time, and finally they find a way to break through. We do have an interview ready for you guys.
It's the last ride for this version of Heroic with Sunpius and Saw in here, and they tried to put up one fight, and you looked so good in the beginning parts of this Mirage. That's where I want to start things here, Sunpius, because did it feel like to you guys, like you had that game in your hands and it was just some of these clutch moments, things that it was coming down to, why it slipped away?
I think we just let the situation control us, and we lost too many Anticos. Well, sometimes CS2 you lose pistols all the time, because I don't know, we lost our last 15 pistols maybe. So pistols, if you lose also Anticos, that's maps you just lose. And I didn't feel like we had a chance on this dash 2. I think they played really good on T-side. We couldn't read them. We are trying to come back, but we lose an Antico at the end. So, well, I am sad about it, but to be honest, I'm anyway happy because I think we showed really good CS overall. These last 2 or 3 tournaments with the team, we showed up that with the work we put, we improved a lot, and I'm really proud of the boys.
Let's look at that, right? Because you've been on this journey for since the start of this year with the Heroic players. You've been able to fight your way back into tournaments. You've been able to find some success, make it here to the major in that sense. How has this journey been for you as a player who was trying to climb his way back up?
Well, I found again the joy of playing the game.
Nice.
Because well, I love the boys, I love the game, but I think I lost it a bit on my journey on the past teams. But I'm really happy right now. I am looking forward to the future. I'm looking forward everything. I'm still happy about the major. The thing we did. I think we had a good chance to come to stage 3, but well, it's time to reset, focus on the next and the future. And I don't know. I don't have so many things to say.
Can you just reflect on this though, like why these new players you're playing with were able to give you that love back for the game? What was it that made that happen?
I think the team. I think the chemistry we had was really good. I was having fun no matter what. Sometimes I was too harsh on the boys, but at the end I was noticing it. But, I was noticing it, and at the end I really enjoyed flying again, playing games, going to another countries, playing, competing, and playing against the best teams in the world. It was really good.
And obviously your next step though is going on to this G2 roster. Are you confident you're still going to have that same love? Are you fired up to make it further forward with that team?
Yeah, I don't want to have super high expectations, since I think it's going to be tough at the start no matter what, because it's a new team. But obviously I know who I am, I know what I can do, but we will see. I don't want to talk about it. I think we will see.
Okay, well, we'll see in the future. For now, this is the end of the road for this Heroic as we know it.
Yes, it is the last match those 5 Heroic players will play at the same time on the same team, eliminated from the Blast Austin Major by Nemiga, who continue to impress, continue to have a great run here, and have now moved on to stage 3.
I'm glad that Nemiga were able to make it. They've been really grinding for such a long time. The heartbreak that right now befalls Heroic is one that will actually be probably quickly shaken off, given that there's a lot to look forward to in the upcoming season, that there's going to be roster changes. And I'm glad that we were able to see them play some overall really solid CS, especially through stage 1. And even though they didn't get it done in stage 2, they showed their potential.
Well, let's introduce a special guest we have here on the desk. He's loud, he's proud, he's dominant throughout this stage as well. Lear is with us. Dude, first of all, congratulations for making it through to stage 3. This was a solid game from you guys. It was a lot of fighting back and forth in it, but you never gave up.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a very hard game, to be honest, because Mirage, when we lose in 5-7, I told my teammates, chill out, boys. We're gonna win for T-side. Just believe in me. Just believe in my calls, and we're gonna do it. Some crazy stuff, some crazy rounds. I don't know how it happens because there is 3-5 or something like that. Like Han in the jungle, there's 2 kills, jumping too short, 1 more kill. I don't know what happens, but we won, and I'm happy.
I feel like it's pretty rare in Tier 2 to see a player play with an organization for 3 years, and yet you've done that. What do you, I know you've talked a lot about your teammates. What do you think about Nemiga as an organization? Because, I mean, you've been really loyal to them.
I love the organization, to be honest. They believe in me at the start of my career. When I joined Nemiga from Zorka, there was an academy, yeah, I love the organization. There is all staff like our CEO, our sport director, our main owner, Sergey Bruy. They believe in me, and that's all what I can say.
And all that belief being rewarded now. Part of our conversation around you guys has centered around the struggles and the elimination in the RMR at Shanghai, and then the growth over those 6 months to come into this major. Can you just touch on like what you guys kind of identified and have worked on this year? Like what's the biggest improvement to make that jump in performance from Shanghai RMR exit to now stage 3 at the Blast Major?
It all depends about our confidence because we wasn't ready to qualify for the major in Shanghai RMR. We take a sheet, maybe, you know, we weren't confident. Me as a JL wasn't ready to qualify for the major, but this was a good lesson for us, for everyone, and we get some new emotions and understand in which way we have to work. Good tournament was for us, ESL Pro League in Sweden, when we got a lot of experience, and now we are on the right way, I guess.
Can you talk a little bit about Box, the coach? You've worked with him for what, a little over 1.5 years now or so, right around there. Can you talk about what he brings to the table and how you enjoy working with him?
He's a genius.
Yeah.
He's a tier 1 coach, 100%. Of course, everyone can teach, everyone can upgrade your skills more and more, but he's already a tier 1 coach. He's understanding of competitive CS on highest level, and he's helping me a lot. I'm coming better and better at JL because of him. Yep. He gives me a lot of advices. Work with him, it's give me a lot of confidence, and I'm happy that he is my coach.
Yeah, Zwei had a lot of good words to say about him as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I want to know, do you write the trash talk lines before the match, or are you just coming up with them on the fly?
Oh, I'm not writing it in my book. There is all in my head.
Yeah.
You know, I stand one time and start screaming on Belarusian language because I think it's gonna be fun because me and Trier are Belarusian players. To be honest, I respect Trier. He's the best Belarusian player, 100%. He's a tier 1 player. He's such a good guy.
I just want to know about the one where you held your nose and you're like, the taxi is here. Where did that?
Who came up with that one?
Where that one come from?
I don't know. Just inside the game, there was idea in my head. It's like a conductor, maybe.
Attention, attention.
There is an Alexi.
Okay, perfect.
So this is really just on the fly. You don't think of this before the game or something?
Yeah, I'm thinking about some words. What can I say? Maybe to Youngster when he had bad game against FaZe. There is some points when I talk about it inside the game, like at the talk, you know.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I want to peel back the curtain a little bit more. Are there trash talk lines that you end up not using because you have more?
Yeah, maybe I have more. It's all depends on the moment, you know.
Okay.
What's your thoughts at this moment when as you head into stage 3? Like what, I mean, expectations, I don't want to like put anything on you guys, but what's your kind of mindset now that you've had these 2 stages of a run? Are you feeling like, you know, whatever we get from here is a bonus, or are you like, actually, this is just proved we can even go deeper?
Yep. To be honest, me as a JL and the team, which I am a JL for, coming on tournaments only for a win. I'm not. It's not enough for me. We qualify for stage 3. Okay, I'm happy, but it's not enough for me. I wanna face with the best teams in the world. I wanna win best teams in the world. I know that we are a young team. We don't have experience, but when we qualifying, we have more and more confidence. We have good preparation. We have good ideas in the game, and we will see what happened. But we're gonna see what we can do.
And it's not enough.
Believe in it. Yeah, it's not enough.
It's exciting. I like what I'm hearing from you, Leo. It's been good learning some more and speaking to you. I got one final question for you. Who's the little friend here? What's the story behind this?
That's a gift from my girlfriend.
Oh.
And a little bit fucked up. I didn't look this one before at games before. And I need to get it.
Okay.
Closer.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Lucky charms, I believe in that as well. So keep it rocking with you. Make sure it's on your desk for future games. Congratulations on making it through to
Thank
stage
you very
3,
much.
man. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. See you next stage.
Yeah, see you soon, man. What a journey Nemiga's been on. Obviously, so much improvement across these stages, and I think that is what's beautiful to see within it, because you can look game by game at the development of not just Lear as an IGL, but as the players as well.
You can see that Nemiga has acclimated to the LAN format because they are trash talking across the room. They're still playing incredibly actively. So to me, it's showing both in the server and out of the server. Sometimes teams, they don't bring that fire, but when you have an IGL and a captain at that is able to embolden everybody and just hype everybody up, like then they play more like what they do online, as opposed to what happened at Shanghai, where they just crumbled and really they were a shell of themselves there.
Yeah, when you have a captain who's getting up here and saying stage 2 is not enough. I know this is the deepest we've ever gone, but it's not enough for me. And you have a star player like Zwei who's not shying away from any fights inside the server. That is infectious. That spreads throughout the whole team, that kind of confidence and that kind of eagerness to get involved and actually go take the win. So a really cool little piece of leadership for Nemiga at the top.
And especially with the age of the players, right? This improvement we've already seen across stages, I feel like they can still improve when they're going up against this other opposition, right? They're going to learn so much from this.
Beyond that, even just what the careers hold for them, because I'm pretty sure that Lear himself is in his young 20s, maybe like 23 years old at that. So that's a great place to be in terms of the future of this roster and maybe even the future of the Nemiga organization.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, that's actually what a cool player to have as like the centerpiece, as the head of your team as well moving forward. And a ton of respect for the coach as well. Zwei said it during the interview that he's learned so much from him. Obviously, everyone's kind of really tuned in to making sure they're all improving at the same pace.
All right, guys. Well, you guys are done for the day. I'm going to kick you off. I'm going to stay for a little bit longer.
Oh, you have to work still?
Yeah, man. I'm going to enjoy myself. It's bait. I get to see bait taking on Lynn Vision.
Why not?
Margaritas?
Why not? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Margaritas and pool time for them. But for the smart people of you, you're going to be staying here, watching all the action. It's bait versus Lynn Vision coming up next.
We've got a whole lot of major rookies. Let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, my name is.
Hello, my nickname Molde.
Hello, my name is Lake.
Hello, I'm Björn.
Where does your nickname come from?
I don't know, it's my brain, I'm young, let's go Molde.
It comes from ocean, actually. I was like, I'll just do another body of water. His name sounds all right, Lake sounds all right.
To like Breno, I just put BRN, and then I think BRN's just a little thing, and we have code 0, so I put Zan.
How would you describe yourself as a Counter-Strike player?
In one word, aggressive. Maybe a little bit dumb sometimes, but aggressive.
In Counter-Strike, I like to aggressive a lot. I think that's my play style. Now I'm playing entry and I'm trying to be more aggressive, but it's a role that's you don't be too much aggressive.
I don't know, what can I say?
When did you start playing CS?
2014, yeah.
I'd say I really started playing my junior year of high school, probably.
2012, you were what, 7, 8?
8 or 9, yeah. Toshiba laptop, 30 FPS max. Good stuff.
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Wow, it's pretty quick, huh? How's your experience as a major rookie so far?
Fucking brutal, to be honest. It's been rough. 0 for 6 on pistols. A bit of a brutal one. Not a single pistol round win. Our T sides have been shaky. Our CT's been good though, so. Even against Furia, 5-7 on CT with no pistol. It's one of those where you just gotta win a fucking pistol.
It's my opinion. If I don't have a very good team, my experience bad. But I have very good team. They help me every time.
It's so nice. Like I play every TRS tournament and major. It's a different feeling.
Hello everyone, My name is Fallen. This is my first major. I'm so happy to be here in USA. I started playing Counter-Strike in January when I decided to bring a Kazakhstan player to join me in forces to win next major. Right now, playing on the major is awesome. The food is great. There's free food. There's free drinks. I got to see all the guys that have been watching them play, Monezi, Nico, all those legends. Maybe they're out of the tournament soon, but you never know. So yeah, I'm very excited and very happy to be here. See you guys at the server.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with M80's Lake, the entry fragger for M80 Lake. Thanks for joining us. How would you describe your role?
Like my role in itself, on my team at least, is like I'm pretty much all the time going first, unless I'm on a hard lurk somewhere. So like Inferno, it changes a little bit because I'm the B space taker. So I'm like the hard entry role on the B banana position. But if we're like doing a strat where it's like B, go back A, I'll stay B. And then if that kind of happens where it's like, oh, we want to go back B, then I'm first entry B.
Would you say it's like the most selfless role on the team? I mean, you spend a lot of time dead.
It's definitely one of the more selfish positions because like whatever I want in the round, I can get. Like I'm never really told no unless Sen has like a different idea.
How much do you fall into the monotony, or do you like switching it up and try to stay unpredictable?
I think as a player, I'm pretty like unpredictable because like there's some times where I'm just like, I'm gonna go do that just because I want to. I'd say for the most part, like any pathing that I have is pretty set. Go back to Inferno, for example, like I have 2 set entries. So either on the A site, you're going up lane. You can either scale into site or you can scale into pit. So I'm literally like jumping off the barrels, like on the lane. I'm just creating space, breaking the crossfire. So I mean, that's my role. That's like, I'm going to die, but it's like, can we win the round at the same time?
And when you're dead, are you someone who's very vocal?
I think it's, honestly, it's one of the most underappreciated things that a teammate can do. It's one of those things when you get into matches, you never really know like what information's gonna come across. And like if somebody hears it, like in high stress moments, like people don't hear each other. So it's good for like a dead person to like kind of speak that and like kind of know.
You obviously played on some North American teams for some time, then you joined M80 and we saw you immediately thrust into Tier 1. I remember your first game against Vitality. Did it get a lot harder?
It was a bit brutal. It was like eye-opening, if that makes sense. I remember my first side and I was like, guys, I gotta kill. I was like 1 in 11, maybe 1 in 12.
Who do you think is someone to watch out for in your role?
Sometimes I'm looking for certain plays in my role that I want to do. So I watch Zantaras to know like how to clear my angles. I watch Nico to learn like how to be clean when clearing angles. Because Zantaras has this like really fast aim style where it's like really flicky, but his pre-aim is still so good.
Give me your top 3 entry fraggers in the world right now.
Donk is obviously #1, clearing ahead by far. I honestly really like Kixon. Maybe not as like an entry fragger, but as like an IGL space taker. And then I would say for like space takers, I think Xerxian is really up there.
Does your T-side role necessarily dictate how you play on CT, or is it just a team-by-team basis for you?
Honestly, I'd say it's more of a confidence thing for me, if that makes sense. Like, we obviously have like our set things that we do in prep, like we see this, hey, if they do that, do that. But for the most part, I'm pretty much free on CT. I can do whatever I want, depending on the map, obviously. I think sometimes I do on my CT, I get a little too aggressive. But I mean, that's kind of just the name of my role. Sometimes I do a little funny business, if that makes sense.
Dupree, he can't see a thing there right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot, you gotta be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, no, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which was like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into a proportion that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know. I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we're playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. Like, it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed, like we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got, when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on Tess, that was like crazy. And like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
All that experience, all that power, and look, I can even see the little goosebumps after watching that go down.
It's there.
Oh, that's some magic memories and moments. Is it hard to talk about that stuff and go back through it all?
No, like it just brings back so many good memories. You know, watching all this, like it sounds weird, but like half of it I've kind of forgotten. You know, like no, not like the titles of the majors or anything, but like looking at the specific footage from like every tournament that we've been to, and you know all this footage before we go on stage and what like man, this brings many good like things back.
Imagine forgetting winning a major.
He's won so many, you know. It's
that's true.
Pimp, how many have you got? Playoffs? Oh.
I've exited the group stage 6 times. I finished 9 to 12 5 times. I'm not happy about it.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe you've got something more in common with the two teams we've got coming up next. You know, we got Bait going up against Lynn Vision here, and I would say at least for Lynn Vision, many of us didn't expect them to make it this far within this stage.
No, I think they've been a positive surprise so far this tournament. To be completely honest, I don't think a lot of people had them to make it from stage 1 to stage 2. Now they find themselves in a position where one more win guarantees them another stage at the major, which also would mean that they're moving into the top 16 at the major as an Asian team. And as far as I'm aware, that's only happened once before in history, which is Tai Lu back in the day in 18. So in that regard, I feel like we're looking at potentially history in the making for Asian or specifically Chinese Counter-Strike, whereas for Bait as well, going up against them, it's not going to be an easy feat. They've looked great so far.
And you know, like for the region itself, you know, it's important for China teams to move forward in that direction, you know. And for me, at least, when you look at Lynn Vision, it's not been that they have been playing like super great Counter-Strike or like they have individuals like popping off left, right, and center to just like go out and create crazy results. But it's more like the fact that they actually find themselves here and they've actually come from the stage 1 into stage 2, and now they find themselves to moving on to stage 3, which is in itself quite impressive.
I'm glad you said about the individuals popping off here, right? Because when I looked at Lynn Vision, it's the lowest rated team still in the tournament, but they can still win. And I'm wondering, is this just down to like the extra preparation we keep hearing the Gums doing, like the teamwork they have here?
I think it's a bit of everything, especially when you look at their results. Didn't look great against Fury at all. Then they beat Falcons, and at the time, that was a big win, but we think to ourselves, with the level Falcons showed at this tournament, I'm not sure how much to put into that one. Then beating Tai Lu, the fashion they did, domestic lineup, again, I'm not sure how much to put into that one. Against Pain Gaming, hardly competitive. So if I gotta be completely honest, I think Lynn Vision, out of all the teams that we have right now, is easily the weakest looking team on paper, which is also why I have Bait being the favorites in this one. They have been surprisingly good, but I'm not really impressed so far in terms of what I've seen.
No, I gotta buy into, you know, the Lynn Vision is, as you mentioned, James, like they're the team that is the lowest rated, but they still got to this point, you know, and now they're moving into best of 3 stages where this, I mean, the reasons why they are maybe here as well is also because they've got the chances of playing so many best of 1s, you know, and we know how best of 1s can go out, right? It can get a little bit random at sometimes, but we don't want to take anything away from Lynn Vision. Now they find themselves in an elimination match and also an advancement match, so for them to come into this game against a team like Bait, I think they feel pretty okay that they are facing Bait. I think they would have been maybe a little bit more worried if it would have been FaZe.
And this is it, right? When we start turning our attention to Bait and seeing what they're going to be able to offer here. This is a team where, I don't know, quite a few people I think had them having a chance to make it, the individuals showing up on it. Pimp, are you a believer in bait right now?
Not as much as Dupree next to me right here.
Dupree, you're the bait. Okay, he's on my side.
I'm the bait believer here.
Let's go.
He's been glazing them all week long, saying that they can maybe even make the playoff, Peter. And I guess if they want to make the playoff at the major, they have to win today. I think Bait have met my expectations. I thought they were a decent team. I thought they were okay. At this point, again, they're 2-2. They're one game away from being eliminated. So it's not like we're not looking at a team right now that is breaking everyone's expectations in that regard. They kind of got it handed to them yesterday against Furia as well. I know the first 2 maps were competitive. Bait won one of those, of course, but then Furia looked to be the better team. So in that regard, I think Bait is okay, but I'm not on the glazing train just yet.
If you look at the results, compare the results from Lynn Vision to Bait, there's like a clear remnants that Bait just played the greatest opposition. Like they have faced the better teams. And you know, from the reason why I like Bait is that I think they are playing good counter of each other, and they're playing with so much confidence. And you know, they're a very young team, and if we go back and look at what they did in Shanghai, they didn't even make it through the RMR. So now to come here and actually have a result like this where they can find themselves going to stage 3, that's huge for them. But at the same time, it's just the way they're playing, the way they approach the games, and the way their individuals are like so reliant on each other, but also that they can take turns in showing up. I think that is what makes Bait a really interesting team, and it's a team that are playing so much online tournament. Like they are on this like small like line where they don't actually get into so many of like the big lands, that they're just below this line. So for them to have so many reps is also very huge for them.
It is huge for them, and some of the development that Bait has been able to show is largely due to MPL, who we've got an interview with. MPL, the Furia game started off incredibly well for you guys, but it was the T-side on Train that let you down, and then I guess just a bad game on Dust 2 at the end. What went wrong from your perspective?
I'd say with all respect, we just gifted them the game. We just trolled, and yeah, that's it.
Not a good game to troll in, but you still got another chance. Compared to the normal individual level you show, it seems in stage 2 that you're not having the same amount of impact. Do you understand why?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, I don't care about it.
No?
Yeah.
As long as you get the win, it doesn't matter to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. But is it affecting the way you call maybe as well, or not? No?
No.
So what is it? Tell me. We're used to seeing like the cooling, multi-fragging superstar version of MPL. What changed between stage 1 and 2?
Maybe you'll see today. You'll see today. So I think you'll see today. Yeah.
We want to see it today, but how is the team handling the pressure now? Because it is an elimination game, right? You have to get this one.
We don't have pressure.
None.
In this game, yeah, we don't have.
Is it because you're facing Lynn Vision?
I think yes.
Yeah,
because obviously they're a weaker opponent than us. We just have to win this game, and that's it.
Do you know how to handle their style, though, and the way they play? Because it's not like the normal teams you'll be used to facing.
We played in Mongolia against against Mongolians.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they probably have almost the same style. They just do not play structures, yes. They just pick one by one. Sometimes they make these stupid mistakes, and that's where we can outplay them.
I like it. You got a good game plan. You know what you got to do. Good luck in the game, man.
Thank you.
Now, okay, he said, oh, we trolled against Furia, and then he said he wasn't so bothered about his performance, and he said, oh, I don't feel pressure at all. I think he's trying to play with me a bit in the interview and maybe psych himself into this. I don't know, Pimp.
I think he's trolling in that interview, to be completely honest as well. Saying that there's no pressure in this game. It's a 2-2 stage. With all the respect, NPL, I know you played in Navi, and I kind of liked you as well. You saw in stage 1 how well he can play as well. He had a magnificent clutch as well that kept the B8 alive in one of the best of ones there as well. So I rate him as a player, but in terms of showing up for an interview and trying to lie your way out of it, trying to pretend that there's no pressure in a 2-2 game that is arguably the biggest of your goddamn career, especially for your team, that's just stupid. That's just stupidity. There's no one you're fooling with that. I know that you want to show confidence. I know that you probably think that you're the better team, and I am all about that. I like that, but there's no point in pretending that this is not a pressure environment. It's a 2-2 game at a major. You're one best of 3 from being eliminated. You are sure the small favorites, but you're not a big dog by no means. And when you get into stage 3, you're one of the favorites to go 0-3. So yeah, there's pressure on.
I mean, yeah, the pressure's there. I feel like he's more like downplaying the whole thing instead of maybe being true to the situation. I mean, I think that Bait themselves, they see them as a better team going up against Lynn Vision. So for them to just, maybe they want to live up to their own expectations, and you know, we need to see the individuals. And if we look outside of NPL, then obviously going forward into Bait, maybe you want to talk a little bit about how Hedrick has been performing in this tournament. I think Hedrick has been pretty instrumental in their success at this tournament so far. You know, he's a player that has come off of NIP and gotten, you know, maybe not the journey that he and the adventure that he had expected, but now he's gotten brought back into the Ukrainian team with also some of the players maybe where he can feel like, hey, I'm the one that actually has a lot of the experience coming into this roster.
For sure.
And I'm the one that can maybe dictate, or I should say that, guys, we should maybe do this. You know, he has a way bigger sync than what maybe he did back in NIP. So I think that this has been like a really good proving ground for Hedrick. It's been a place where he can develop further into the player that he's been like put out there to be as. So for him to have a tournament like this is great. Also, if there will be a case he will move on from Bait from this tournament.
It's been said before, and we can happily say it again. His time in NIP does not count. I think he is a much better player now. He's obviously matured a lot in that period as well. Wasn't an easy team to be in. Wasn't an easy time. I fully agree with you, Peter. He's one of the spearheads of this Bait lineup as well. Doing well with the AWP, involved in an awful lot of opening duels as well, and has a high success rate at doing so as well. So if Bait want to win today against Lynn Vision, this man is very much needed.
And looking at that, right, outside of just Hedrick and MPL, do we see that the rest of the players on Bait are ones that can step up against the current individuals on Lynn Vision?
I think so. I think Alex as well have shown a couple of cool moments. I think overall, all the Bait players have had moments in this tournament where they have been the difference makers. So I'm not looking towards this team and pointing towards one obvious weak link or a couple of players that you want to cut and bring in someone else. I think overall they're very well-rounded as a unit, and I've been impressed with the way they're playing. I'm just curious to see if they feel any pressure heading into this game.
Well, Alex was like, I think Alex was the top performer against Falcons. You know, that was the first game for them at this stage, you know. So he was very instrumental in that victory. And obviously, he's also a guy that we need to look to. So sure, you can say that MPL has the experience from Na'Vi and Hedrick from NIP. But I mean, outside of that, you also need to be relying on the rest of the team, because that's like, you know, only 40%. So Alex, to be a force to be reckoned with, is also very important for them.
Well, pressure or no pressure, that is the question. And we will have that answered in this game. It's Bait going up against Lynn Vision.
Yeah, we love me some international Counter-Strike. We've got, of course, 2 different national squads, Ukraine versus China.
London's is happy, isn't he?
Yeah, right? It's coming, the great shift back, where we're going to start seeing more of that. Where's the Polish team? Where's the British team?
The Polish one's a big question. The British one, I think you've got Messi. Just stick with that.
Okay, fair enough. Virtual, how are you today?
Not too bad, as the odds on screen seem to be favoring the European side of the server. We do have, as you mentioned, China versus Ukraine. I think it's quite a fun fact to keep in mind for this. Face it, London. Well, there you go. UK's got another mention. 2018 was the last time we saw Chinese representation. Was Tyloo back then in the top 16 of the major. So that's been a long time between drinks. Obviously, we had a bit of a break because of the pandemic, but this team on your screen right now, Lynn Vision, hoping to lock themselves in. None of these players have ever gone that deep in a major, and for Call Me Sue, his first major of all time. And speaking of rookies, we got 3 on the other side. The desk discussed the experience of MPL on Na'Vi. That was a blast back in 2023, the last CSGO major, and the boy right next to him, Hedrick. Yeah, his time on NIP doesn't count. Both of them found themselves in the top 16 of that very major, looking to do it again with some young guns around them. Ascenthiel, Alex, and Kenzizor. So let's see what they can offer today.
I mean, I'm very intrigued. I saw a lot of confidence from the interview he gave to Banks. That was NPL, just saying that he thinks it's going to be quite a comfortable day for them today. The odds too, but Lynn Vision, I don't know, man. I've seen them and they pack a punch. Thoroughly enjoy the work of not only just Amelia, Zaka on the sniper. Westmelon had an incredible game that I didn't get to see. We were casting an alternative game at the same time, but that was up against Falcons, I think.
I think one of the keys, right, with MPL's confidence is the pressure. You haven't experienced it too many times in your career, so you don't know what it feels like.
Yeah.
This is your opportunity to do something. Straight into a flank, and here you go, Zaka. He's going to have an awful lot on his plate. 1 and done. Now it's a 2v4.
Yeah, you tried to rush B, and that kill from Sue might change things a little bit. Touch the track, multiple heads, and they hit them all. A dink onto Hedrick. He has to come up clutch. He hasn't got the bullets, and it's actually going to go Lynn Vision's way. That's Call Me Sue 4K into the start.
Oh, just deathmatching as they run out of tunnels there. The Glock, goosh, 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 and away you go. As Amelia, having a coming of age as a personality from Chinese Counter-Strike, him and G showing some emotion as Kenzo wants to see where that came from. Understands the pressure. All the bodies called upper tunnels by Zaka. Peers forward, takes down the Senthiel, and then back just dueling. Starry gets caught out of position, but that's one way to kick things off. A pistol for the Chinese out the gates. Force buy back, MP9s aplenty, and a scout in the hands as away we go into lower tunnels again. Su, the hero of the last, will be tested immediately, calling the step. See the mouth moving a million miles a minute. Keep on coming, the water's warm, and Su kicks things off with an opening kill. Ascenthiel down.
Yeah, I didn't love the start on that pistol. Now this one, Ascenthiel. Alex, both of them booked. Lynn Vision, dream start. Su steps up in a massive way, and now they're going to run with that momentum. They put all their pennies into this, did the bait, and they're not going to save. They think they can still win this.
Yeah, head trick. Well, I think maybe the pennies just dropped, actually. So starting to slink back. If they can find a kill and pick up a gun, that wouldn't be too bad to carry through for head trick into the next. Amelia should have the skill down to right, and ooh, head trick. Beautiful shot.
Not easy.
Well, softened up now. Give it a look.
Right, if he gets another one, if an overextension from someone on site, Starry and Su, you might have a look, you might have a go.
Well, Headtrick's backed off towards tunnels alongside of MPL, so he'll be able to drop the Mac 10. I think, guys, don't make me a liar. This happened yesterday too. Yeah. Are we serving? Are we not?
They're faking you out. If you don't know, then they don't know, and then their enemy doesn't know.
Well, nobody knows right now, but I can tell you this. It is going to be the 2-0 start. Now, Dust 2 is where we find ourselves. This is the pick of Lynn Vision, and they played it 4 times. They've played every single day of the majors so far, getting reps in live and on our screen. They had to battle through to match up from stage 1, and doing the same again now into stage 2. You take a look at Bait. Well, they were one of the 2 teams to go 3-0. in stage 1. And guess what? Heroic was too. We just waved goodbye to them. An upset victory by Nemiga. Bait have had a bit more of an up and down affair during this stage. The opponents have been turned up a notch. Oh, and we've got some in-game chat. Amelia, big fan. I'm your fan. Kiss you. Kiss, kiss. I didn't think I'd be narrating in-game chat like I was reading a children's book, but there you go, everybody.
I really enjoyed that. I think you are now our team reader. You'll be doing all the reading from now on.
Anybody wants an audio book read, I can give that one a go.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the odds are slightly closer. Yeah. So those residuals carried through. I'm surprised head trick.
Dangerous game. Dangerous game from NPL.
I'm surprised Headtrick didn't drop a... Oh, no, never mind. He's got Kevlar. So I thought, right, because he wants the AWP. I thought he might have just stuck with the Deagle, kept a bit more cash, and given the MAC-10 to somebody else. But the Kevlar in the mix makes it a whole lot more of an understandable decision. I mentioned Lynn Vision playing this 4 times. Beta played it 3.
Check this one out, then. You're holding long with just a Desert Eagle, and immediately a bullet finds your head. Ooh, not fun for Alex. Yeah, that'll be finished off nicely. Starries keeps him at arm's length, and Amelia is holding for this mid push, so he's got a real golden opportunity. It's only one. AK will fall into Bait's hands. Kent's is all wielding that. Headtrick is up close. It's not going to be comfortable for him here. If Starry gets a good clear, that's if. He's not looking. Distraction's perfect. Multi-kill on his plate, and in combination with that AK scavenge from top mid, they've managed to manufacture a 2-on-2. Up close and personal, though, Ascenthiel's going to be on those barrels in that smoke, covered for now.
Time's not an issue just yet, but it ticks on down.
Yeah, you're right. That becomes a factor, and so does that MP9 precision. Ooh, and Scout on top. Wait, he is vulnerable. He is vulnerable. A single Scout bullet would take him down. Both equal on the health department. And Zach is in the banger! Back-to-back bangers to save him. The Chinese pick up the win.
Okay, Lynn Vision, the pissed around, and then that one to take their bacon in 2 key rounds. Now we'll get into the guns.
We'll see this again. So Starry kills Alex on lock. They get this kill here from Kentizor makes it competitive, especially because he hits shots like that.
That was a beautiful shot on the AK-47. They're in transition.
Well, you know, I think that round is a perfect embodiment of what both teams have to offer, and obviously they are chasing a real dream here, Chad.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, make no mistake.
All right, first rifle round.
Yeah, crash on long map perhaps. Starry just piling straight out, and spams one down. Maybe overlooking Alex, though. Some time for revenge. He could take down Starry to ruin his fun last time, but Amelia will wrap around. Job's done, bodies dropped. Committing to long, and Headtrick, he's in 2 minds. Do I stick around, see if I can find anything on this cross? He's been given a flashbang.
Break of the smoke available.
One's across, Slips does. Starry to ramp. It's Headtrick. Oh, his AWP goes down. Nice shot from Starry.
Limited harassment there, allowing Starry to take that angle, and Sue's closed the door on this. Just pipe through B. Ascenthiel in lower. So he should be able to deal with this as Kentizor tries to peel away.
Yeah, he heard him. Ascenthiel's very ready for this. So
yeah, Sue's dead.
AK available.
And it should just be the save. You can't get back into this. Bomb's down, already been ticking for a good 10 seconds.
Yeah,
So
but what sucks most is that the head trick AWP is completely irretrievable. It's a little too far away. It's on Gandalf. You're not touching that.
it's a very nice momentum-based start, though, for Lynn Vision. In the first couple of rounds, it felt like they were playing from behind. And into this one, well, they're definitely leading the charge thanks to that starry kill through the smoke. It's a good job to get themselves a 4-0 start on their map choice. And I just want to return to that pressure conversation because Jacob was very critical of MPO in that interview. And I think you need to remember that a lot of these guys are teenagers, right? We're very easy to look at it from our perspective. We're a little bit more mature, a little bit older, and we understand the gravitas of this, but we're not feeling what they're feeling. And a lot of life is bravado when you're a younger man. And coming into this right now, both of these teams are going to be feeling the pressure. And as touched upon, I don't think that somebody like MPL has really had to feel the heat too much. When you're in Na'Vi, what's the level of expectation? Other than having simple and electronic breathing down your neck, right? You're not really going to be delivering a lot as a 17-year-old. That's back in 2023. We're now in 2025. He finds himself as the captain. And James was asking about, hey, your performances. It's not what we're used to seeing. It's also LAN. It's also against a higher caliber of opponents where the stakes are up a notch. So a lot more on the line with this one. It's hard to deliver those star performances week in, week out, especially in a new environment like this. So Gum, we've heard from him. Took him 2 hours to prepare for Falcons. Both of these teams taking down Falcons in best of ones, but a second rifle round thanks to those saves. So let's get this one underway. Not going to be a crazy long start immediately this time round. G for the cross. Starry might pop out here on a later timing. Wait for the molly to... Ooh, boosting up, okay.
Yeah, there's a real universe where Alex will get a bit pushy with the MP9. He's going to throw out a HE smoke on top.
Okay, so Starry trying to be cheeky with this. It's actually blue bin where Alex adopts for now. Head trick cheats back to the side. MPO towards CT spawn, and Kenzizor alongside of Ascenthiel locking down B for now.
Zach is going to flash him out long.
I definitely want to pop it.
Look at the posturing. Yeah.
He has to make noise unless somebody acts as a footstool. So there you go.
Thank you, sir.
And Alex is actually backed off. They can get out long for free. They'll be diligent with the util. Molly to clear close doors. But this is very problematic for the CTs. You can see Amelia. Beautiful work from our Obs team highlighting the flash to help facilitate the fight towards Pit. And now they're out. You need to try and take some space. Do we see the B defenders reacting to upper tunnels? Couple of smokes, flashes, and mollies for the finish. They saunter up, looking for the fight, looking for the finish. Here they come. HE to break from MPL.
Yeah, this is actually really good from Alex. The fact that he gets up close on the site. Oh, never mind. Goes for elevator. Goes for that first spot. MP9 on one side of that smoke. Rifles on the other. Head trick and MPL. Hesitant to overcommit to this. They'll just spam on the cross. And some bullets have connected, but a cross with the bomb. Lynn Vision to plant. 10 seconds. They've really rotted the clock here. Any disruption on that plant, and it would have been awkward. Westman, a lot of pressure from that short side. He's got nades, flames at his toes. He is going to be the first one to go down, but he takes a couple with him. Somehow standing at the end of the round. Lynn Vision, they rot the clock to the last 10 seconds. Just slow, methodical, long take.
Yeah, beautifully done there. Just lack of utility, and they're isolated. The util thrown out towards short. It stifles 3 of the players on the retake. There's only 2 avenues in, CT and short. And I hope that clear was communicated because it works out absolutely perfect for the Melon. Amelia into English. If you haven't caught his interviews with the Brazilians, it's a joy to watch. It's great to see the infectious nature of people who love the same thing. That's the common language that we all speak. They bought in again. Look, it's not a full buy, but there's a couple of investments. They want to clamp down on middle.
Yeah, but Zach is kind of ahead of the play. They are potentially walking palm, and they need to acknowledge that.
Really doesn't
look at that. Oh, he's very aware, Chad. Don't you worry. Lovely team play on display. Oh, wow. Bait, it just gets worse.
Let's look on the sunny side of life for Bait.
That's what we all dream of, Chad. When we're playing Dust 2, we say, right, guys, could you just flash me late mid?
Yeah.
That's actually that's what we want it to be.
And the timing was perfect there, wasn't it?
It was so good.
They've only lost 1 opening kill in this map so far, and that was on the pistol round. So since then, it's been one-way traffic for Lynn Vision. But yeah, I just want to, for the Ukrainian side of the server, hold up. Let's see. Can this 5-7 get out of control? No, it can't. Sue with ease, the run and gun. We've only seen them have one quote-unquote full rifle round where Hetrick has had the AWP, but Amelia really embracing. There's making some noise. We have seen stressful moments for Bait before, right? MPO obviously confident in the interview, but we've seen individuals with head in hands tilting at certain rounds that they shouldn't lose. Now, this couldn't go better, could it? Very well done. As will we get to see the full rifle round now? There will not be a Hetrick AWP. MPL is going to have to operate with something a little bit lighter. So it could be an MP9 or could be a FAMAS. But this tells the story. So far, they've already used 2 tactical timeouts and they are yet to get a round. 6-0. Can they turn their fate on its head right here, right now? Because this is getting away from them quickly. Ancient up next. Anubis is the third and decider.
I feel like ever since that pistol, the way in which it kind of fell apart for Bait. Running into Sue. 2-man advantage squandered, and it's kind of just a bit exacerbated as time goes on.
12 kills in 6 rounds, so that's 2 kills a round so far.
Oh,
not far off,
that
they're
felt
going.
good. Essential
Cancelled.
Was tucked, baited in by his teammate on site, Kensizor.
You understand that, right? The AWP posts up, you go for contact, and as soon as you get blocked by either a smoke or a molly, you call it off, and you've got plenty of time to reset. So Westmelon down through the lower tunnels, molly towards mid doors, flush out any players up close and personal, and we'll start taking short control. They really want to pressure this late long, and it's MPL playing it with the MP9. Flash from Zaka. What variation are they looking for? MPL, you need a kill.
Oh, he's actually informed the flashbang by letting him know up close is the Ang.
He just spoke. I wonder if he heard steps there when they were dipping back from the incendiary. He's blocked it now as well, so definitely feeling the pressure.
The fact that he held his smoke so long is great.
Do you keep waiting, though, right? So it's actually forced the reroute again. So they've done a great job of forcing them elsewhere. You sent them away from B, you send them away from long, and this leaves Lynn Vision the opportunity for the mid to B or the short play.
Time, though. It will become a real factor here, Chad.
Only a smoke and a HE left to block with, and the smoke's just been thrown, I believe. So it's just going to be the HE and a couple of flashes. No? Oh, so 1 kit on MPL, excuse me. A execute.
They've still got their util to exec in, but really light on time. They are doing this by the book. It's the Lynn Vision book. 20 seconds as the smokes do finally get onto the site. They start to swing through. Hetrick knows if he's just a slightly disruptive force with his crossfire with Alex, the job should be theirs. Now just one to find. Trade not available. Sue just gets it done just in time. Starry another. Zaka hits his shot onto Kensizor mantling up. NPL from long. And now he's revealed himself. A quick pivot and a headshot. That's the closest Bait have come to taking a round. Lynn Vision still pulling across the line, though. 7-0. You're right, Chad. This is starting to spiral.
Isn't it agonizing? And there you go. Some of the faces that you continue to see. Remember, 3 absolute major rookies on the Bait side of the server. Young names that you've never even seen before. They 3-0'd the opening stage, but right now they're under pressure in number 2 as they want to see at the big boy table. Nemiga did it. Legacy did it in quite the fashion. And one of these two hoping to be the 3rd team from stage 1. Pace out long.
Really poppy. Flashes land, so does the smoke. And stubborn are Bait. They're trying to get bullets down range, but it's actually more connection through the smoke. Sue is having a game today. Sue's day in the spotlight. Double kill on long. Essential cowering in pit. Alex forced away at low HP. Good burst. Connects onto Westmelon. He might play a bit more cautious and cagey here. Potential boosts. They could boost on blue.
It's really good output from Essential so far, but look at the amount of pressure he's under. If he gets another, miraculous stuff. It's surprising he was able to stay alive for so long. It's allowed the Hetrick flank, sure, but it's a scout. Doesn't feel like the weapon for the job, does it?
No, sir. And don't forget, Alex is 14 HP on A, so the best step forward might be forward.
Oh, that's fortunate it was through the door.
I can't believe he's alive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
16.
was 45 damage there through the door onto Amelia. So you've got Amelia and Westmelon, 18 HP combined. It's really going to be onto Zaka.
Yeah. And they're not rushing things. Alex with that low HP. Oh, he gets one shot, one chance. HE
damage.
Could be great. Down he goes, and Amelia can't die. He's got the extra Kevlar. He's got the special Kevlar. That's a connection from the scout. Hetrick in a 1v1.
Quick reroute towards CT. Has to hit the shift key.
This would be one hell of a 1v3 clutch for Headtrick, but his toes are spot. And Zaka doesn't play scared. What is he doing swinging CT like that?
That's so many confident fights from the Chinese in the early stages. I'm loving seeing this out of Lynn Vision. A reminder again, FaZe at London 2018. Go back to where you were then. Last time a Chinese team was in the top 16 of a major, and that was Tai Lu. Sue's on your screen, and understandably why.
Yeah, Tyler, one of the teams that they've left in their wake, their trail of destruction. Lynn Vision besting them. I believe that was in a best of 1, though. Yeah, and Pain, that was a humbling experience for Lynn Vision. And on Dust 2, a 13-8 to the South Americans.
Long again, out they go.
Yeah, okay, this time Headtrick's brought his AWP, and that's a difference maker. So is the aggression. How's Zaka get them both?
Okay, well...
Double headshot,
he's
what?
Not even having an AWP, is he? He's just doing it with the rifle.
Sue, Zaka, and Amelia.
Big gamble. So they've all cheated back over to deal with mid and potentially help the B defense.
Oh, not a bad call.
No, but with this mid door smoke up, they might just pipe themselves in towards this B site, Lynn Vision.
Does he have any block? Nothing, just a flashbang.
And they're going contact. This is all going to happen very quickly.
Oh, there you go. That'll announce. That'll draw Essential's attention. In fact, they partner up and go for a quick tunnel. This is very potent for a retake, having that tunnel's control. Headtrick just can't die here.
There's 2 more smokes to block with. Yeah, there you go. There's
Oh,
the second.
dear.
There's still one more that could be redeployed towards doors.
Oof, this is not comfortable. Lurk smoke, flash, pushing tons, spam from Sue. It's just too comfortable for him. Around the edge of that smoke, Sue is hitting every shot. What a half he's having.
Save, get out of there, Headtrick. You still got nothing. You got the opening kill, sure, but you better get out of there. Chase down Amelia, the kill, 9-0. Just ripping him limb from limb right now.
They woke up on the right side of bed, and for Bait, I mean, they haven't felt this for their entire trip to Austin. Not this level, not this magnitude of destruction.
Double. Oh my God.
How did he get both?
It's not even intentional. It's just run into a stray bullet. Cop that one.
Oof.
Multi-kills galore right now.
Well, this is pressure now. You're going to feel pressure, especially if the map keeps going this way.
Yeah, well, whether they say it or not, they were feeling it. 3 rounds left. Partial investment, looking for the buy into the next. Very, very limited opening kills for the CT side of Bait, just 3 in total. And right now, you can take a whole lot of kick out of this if you're Lynn Vision, because you know the fight has to come your way. Steps heard long. Alex makes no secret of his position. The protocol's set up in case of the pushes, so a flash over mid. Amelia, we've seen this one before, but there's nobody on the other side to test you. They look real focused right now, and Gum has been one of my favorite members from the Chinese scene in the last couple of years. His English is great, so we get to hear some fantastic insights. Here's a fight.
Oh, Alex, he's got a good catch. By removing Westmelon, perhaps you're not expecting another MP9 up close. It would be really diligent clears here. The trade potential's there, though. Starry and Sue not cleaning all of their corners. Nice work from Starry.
Okay, well, there is this M4 for Headtrick, so there's still a chance to win this round. You need to get on the board. 3 feels like a bloody bare minimum at this point for Bait, and that's really all that they can grab.
Yeah, Kensazor's on his way to lock the door, but priority now is forward. Starry, bomb on his back.
On his own right now, a little bit strung out, so Amelia's just trying to work out what this util is, so maybe a little bit miscomms right now. Miss smoke, that's no good.
That's exactly what Headtrick was hoping for. A little bit of a glimmer of information.
Redeploy.
Deeper smoke. Long push coming in. Oh, what? Starry's just spammed him down. The best weapon they had is gone. And again with these late finishes. How many times can Lynn Vision just run down the clock and leave with a round?
This is agonizing right now for Bait. Oh, we're sitting, we're waiting. We know where you are. We're expecting you do something, please. And then blink and you miss it. Buzzer beaters, 3 kills come in round over, and any threat from this opening frag, it means nothing.
What's that? What is that?
Come on, mate.
What's that? He's got smoko vision, mate.
Give him a bloody chance.
I mean, they have none. They have
Look at
none.
this rifle round. There's hardly any nades.
Yeah, well, they just need rounds now, Chad. That's all they need.
I guess. At least they got the AWP. Here he is.
Oh, what? It couldn't be better.
Referee.
Yeah, seriously, this one doesn't feel fair right now. Okay, Essential's at least won against Sue. We found something to celebrate for Bait. But right now, I mean, this is just completely mismatched. The T side have come in with a real purpose.
I'd love to see how these odds have adjusted now. Jeez.
Yeah, right.
Stop the clock. This one is a speed run. All right, well, Essential on B. Amelia's going to get out middle. They are going to be split right now, so AWP will be posted. Amelia with the space, even has a smoke to limp towards CT spawn to make sure that the... Oh, he's out for free. He's walking out mid to be for free without...
Yes, sir.
You're dead.
Yep.
You're dead. You were dead, and in...
Oh, he didn't see him.
Well, I think the info went the other way.
Well, Westmelon's low HP, so he'll be falling as well. Oh, that's the defense you were hoping to see. Essentials held on to B. Just trying to remind themselves that they can win rounds. It only took a quad kill from a star individual from Essential.
And a fortunate timing, because Amelia didn't catch that car play, so otherwise it should have been dead. Was able to slink out silently. Just recounting on the run so far for Fate within this second stage. They topple Falcons. That caused the chaos that everybody witnessed yesterday. Absolutely dumpster by Virtus Pro and Inferno. Took down Heroic 13-10 and then lost 2-1 to Furia with Molodoy and Yakinda in the ranks yesterday. Into lower again, knowing chaos is the key.
Sue and Westmelon got an immediate test. And again, it works out for Bait. Finally. The scales tip in their favor and back-to-back rounds right at the tail end of this half. And immediately, look at that from Kensizor. He's going to be quick to try and lock the door, punish this, what could be slow finish out of Lynn Vision.
MPL's given himself a smoke to guys. He's crossed back through and they can reset into something a little bit more standard. So this one, they're boxed in. There's no way out of this, unfortunately. They will try and brute force through long. It's all going to be the timing, though, as Hedrick on the line and the flank coming in from... Actually, Kenzie's playing to contain. I like that from Kenzie. Still taking slow steps, waiting for information to come, but not just going to over-rush the mark here. So, one spotted, kill found. Gets it with the tap.
Yeah, nice. Finds the headshot. And Hedrick just putting the rest in. Amelia is actually... got a way out, but hunted by Alex. Okay, Bait, they've given themselves just two. Two at the tail end to work with. We take a break. This could be a quick trip to Dust 2.
TV Austin Major, you're joining us 8 days deep. The culmination of stage 2. It's rinse and repeat, Swiss after Swiss after Swiss. And coming up next is the big boys table, the top 16, Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, Na'Vi, G2, all waiting in the wings. But right now we need to lock in 2 more teams. Lynn Vision or Bait. And right now it's looking one way and one way fast. 10-2 on the half. Some commanding Counter-Strike, some late plays, and some sharp aim on display. Bait. You took the fight to them in the final 2. You need to take the fight to them now on the pistol as the odds have twisted and turned. Lynn Vision now the favourites.
Ooh, Emilia, I don't know what your plan was with this smoke, because you're going to have to get out. They swing into him. He's a dead man. They jump through the smoke, and not a single bullet connects for that USP. Essential draws blood. Flash to try and delay, but they're across. Ooh, wow. That was a cracking headshot. Oh, he's not done. Starry hits a couple of bangers, closes the gap, and a click from Westmelon. They're making this one look easy, but from behind that Glock can thrive. Essential, oh, he ended with 4 in the last round of the first half, and I love the energy we're seeing from Emilia today. He is the hype man for Lynn Vision. And he's the hype man for China-Brazil relations as well.
Look, he was the first to go down there, so he got to witness this from the best seats in the house. And Starry, well, the reason he popped onto our screen was because of a pistol round plenty of goddamn time ago. RPK was still on the server, and he loves this, hyping up his boy. I don't know what he said, but I think you're the man. Nice shots, let's go.
I think you're about right, yeah.
That'll be a summary.
I think you're about right.
Oh, well, no choice for Bait, right? You don't want to give over 12 and then have to battle back in with 10 straight rounds. They're going to wrestle for the economy control early. So they're going to limp in with a couple of Deagles, a Tech-9, and a Galil for Essential. 15 kills. He had the one hero moment. They got them 4 kills on B and essentially their best round yet. At least it's quick.
Yeah, bright side. That looks like a crisscross. I like the left side.
I think this is fakey. They're already postured on Cat, right? So this is just going to... We've seen them before. Bait, we covered off their game against Heroic. They actually parred through the CT smokes in towards an ace split, which was crazy out of the box, but I love the call. And they might go for that again. I think you'd be aware of it. Gum, we know he likes to watch his demos. Westmelon might even catch them. Oh, hello.
Oh, good work and awareness. Now they're slipping CT. They're coming for you. Starry to be tested, and him and Zaka so far have hit every shot they take. Emilia, a little late piece, and now Essential getting shot in the backside. Long-range bursts of the MP9. And you know what he said to me? I was talking to him in Dallas. I was trying to make him, do the reaction speed test. He says, no English, no English. He says it to everyone.
Yeah, well.
I'm hearing some English, Emilia.
He's got a little bit going on.
I think you've got more English than you know.
Oh, he's got more English than I got Mandarin.
That's for sure. Mandarin, Mandar out, shake it all about. We've got a quick one from Lynn Vision. 12 already.
Oh, Gum, look at that infectious smile. Couldn't be happier with his boys right now, but this isn't job done.
No, you're right.
This is warming up, because up next is Ancient. It's not a map that Lynn Vision are necessarily a slouch on, but maybe something that Bait had seen in the tape where they feel that they can exploit it. Both teams with 82% win rates in the last 3 months.
Well,
now we've only seen Lynn Vision play it once, and it was against the Chinggis Warriors, and that was a 16-13 affair. So maybe they see some weaknesses there, because you go down the laundry list, plenty of games against Tai Lu, other regional opponents like Nomads, Just Swing. Yeah, I know you've all heard of them. So I think they feel that they're not really tested against the European meta of Ancient.
Can we talk about this? 2 pushing mid, and they're going to end it right here and now. How could you? How dare you? Run mid, take duels, disrespect in a game for a big stage, for history, for your region, for yourselves. And they run up the guts. Westmelon gets the multi, but it's not done yet. They have to get past Alex, a 1v5 to keep his team in it, and it falls to the last. Snoop versus Alex, an incredible sequence from Alex, putting them back in their place, punishing that disrespect. And Alex, he just needs one more headshot, but it's denied. More heartbreak for Bait, running up the guts. 4 of the 5, but not enough. That is a hell of a quick game.
Great attempt there, looking to make it ace number 6 for stage 2 so far, but denied at the final hurdle. And a beautiful game. Lynn Vision, they are shooting sharp, they're hitting hard, and they've come in with clear intent today. There's only 2 spots left, and they want one of them. Bait, this better be one damn team talk. You got to wake yourself up. You got ready to go, because this is going to have to be 2 consecutive maps if you want to see the next stage of play.
Call me Sue, call me Banks, the Lynn Vision fan. I think I've swapped after this one, and it went so quick. It was absolute annihilation. Dupree, what the hell did we just witness?
I think we just witnessed pressure. I think pressure was on Bait, and NPL was like, we don't feel the pressure. I don't personally feel the pressure.
No.
And we just saw Lynn Vision completely demolish the way of Bait. I guess that was like nothing seemed to be working for Bait, but everything that whatever they pulled off, whatever like Lynn Vision pulled off, just worked for them. Like one thing, them being the better team, like in terms of tactical depth, but also just the way their individuals played off. Like they would just win every single duel.
That game was so quick. We just saw you walk in, Pimp.
I'm gonna be honest. A toilet break was not the time to do it. So, that's on me. But yeah.
Did you wipe afterwards? You clean?
Hands are clean.
Okay, good. No, you might want to come a little bit closer to this way, Dupree, as well. Just stay away from that.
You gotta stay on my mark. So.
But one thing that did stink was Bait.
Yeah, I mean, how's that for pressure, NPL? I think that's my initial reaction. That first half was ugly in a sense that I want to give all the credit to Lynn Vision for winning the majority of the rounds, you know, getting off to a 10-0 start. I feel Bait had opportunities in that first half to get into the game, but every time they were presented with an opportunity, whether that being a clutch or whether that being a round where they had an advantage, they just couldn't capitalize. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that regard.
And you know, we talked about Call Me Sue having a real banger of a game, you know, and everything just started off so good for him, you know, the way that he just turned this round around, like he gets a 4K here, I believe. He just played like nothing. He's like, they're just fully brute forcing out of tunnels, but Sue is like, I'm just gonna take the fight. Like he doesn't even try and go for the plan or try anything. I'm just gonna out-aim him. That also set the pace for him going forward in the match, that he would literally just, I'm just hitting my shots whenever you present the opportunity to me. And then we see Emilia, you know, a guy that has also had a good run inside of Lynn Vision, being also very loud. You know, he had the thing where he would jump on the table and start hyping up the team, you know, and that is exactly what Lynn Vision wants going forward as well. Like they need to believe in the victory, and with this showcasing on Dust 2, why wouldn't they?
I think the biggest surprise to me is the individual level that is at display right here. I thought coming into the game that Lynn Vision, as we spoke about, they haven't had an individual pop off, but then again, we know Asian and in particular Chinese Counter-Strike to be very duel-oriented, but I figured Bait would be able to shut that down with their individuals. I figured they would be able to contest that, but in this game, it was Call Me Sue, it was all the individuals from Lynn Vision, arguably being the better team.
Yeah, but look at this, right? You're talking about Call Me Sue. He was the lowest rated player for the team before going into this, and then you get some Zaka moments on top of it. This felt like a team that, if you're talking about no pressure, Lynn Vision maybe in their minds already knew, okay, we're not the favorites in this. We actually don't have the pressure of this. We will just play and fight, and that fight came to them, and they dealt with it every time.
I think it's just like what has been the go-to for Lynn Vision is that they just take turns playing well. like this time it was Komisuki was the lowest rated player. Then we had Saka having actually also a really good game here. We've seen Westmelon doing, we've seen Emilia do it, and then we've seen Starry do it. Like they just take turns playing good against the position that where we don't expect them to do anything. And at this point, like we cannot underestimate what Lynn Vision is doing. You know, they're actually just playing like kind of unorthodox but also simple Counter-Strike, but they're making it work.
They are making it work, and it comes down to them winning the crucial moments. We saw Saka with the Scout as well in a 1v1. Like, there were moments in that first half where it could have become a game. There were moments where economy could have been shattered for the likes of Lynn Vision. There were moments where Bait could have applied a bit of pressure, but when you don't capitalize on any of those moments and you give all of them away, James, you are bound to lose. In this fashion, though, that's disappointing if you're Bait. For Lynn Vision, it's an easy way of getting into the series. Now they have 2 opportunities guaranteed to make it to the next stage, and with the way they're playing right now, why not?
How much of a worrying sign is it, though, right? If you're in Bait's position where you thought, okay, we could outfrag them, we could outplay them, we're individually better, and it didn't work in this game, and now you've got to claw your way back into it because it's going to have to be needing a completely different approach.
The thing is, for Bait, like, you know, they've been very notorious and they like to play aggressive and they like to go for fights. Yeah. That's what I've been touching upon. And we also saw that on Dust 2. Like, we had multiple occasions where they would go into lower tunnels and try and get fight, but they were just punished every single time. Now it's about Bait figuring out, okay, is that the thing that we can only play on? Can we actually play different? Can we actually go back and find another approach? Because right now, maybe Lynn Vision has our number. Like, they know how to approach it. And for them to have that feeling that, okay, our strongest card has just been demolished, what are we up to now?
It's a good question. I mean, as much as I want to conclude all sorts of things based on Dust 2, I think this is just one of those maps you gotta forget. You know, you've been in that position as well where nothing works out for you, where the first couple of clutches don't go your way, and then you end up losing it in a fashion like this. You're moving into a new map now as well. I can't help to feel that wasn't the real level of bait. You know, we are going to see a different face of them, and if they overthink it, if they think like we're thinking right now that, oh my God, what are we supposed to do? What can we do, etc., then they will lose the game. But you know, now they just have to win this best of 3 2-0 instead.
2-0 instead, and how likely is that though? Because one thing I want to look at is, we touched on individuals. We've also spoke quite a bit when we talk about Lynn Vision on Gum and his preparation. He seems like a person who would have them very well prepared for what's coming next.
Yeah, I think that we heard the interview with the whole pressure, and like that one thing is that how you feel as a person, but also like he is, you know, the spearhead of the team. Like he's the captain, he's the team leader. He's also maybe supposed to be the star player. You know, if you have your captain go out and say that we don't have any pressure, you know, is that aligned with like the rest of the team? That's my question, right? Because one thing is that you have this assumption yourself, but for NPL to also showcase that, yeah, he said he didn't have pressure, but he ends up probably being the worst performer out of bait. You know, that is adding more pressure to himself. It's like he talks that there is no pressure, but now he just added more pressure, not only himself, but also for the team.
It's kind of interesting though, because we saw in stage 1 how instrumental he was for bait. We saw how well he was playing. I believe his rating was 123 at stage 1, and he was the difference maker. He had that massive clutch on Inferno that essentially won them a game as well. So now being one of the lowest rated players at this stage of the tournament in this game as well, doing nothing on Dust 2. I mean, I was making a bit of fun of him for saying that there was no pressure at all, and I know he was trying to downplay the pressure that obviously was there, but at this point we're looking at a player who completely lost it here in stage 2. So I think he's feeling more pressure than ever, and he's trying to maybe mask himself for the fact, but right now, James, it's not looking pretty.
I'm glad you said mask himself, because I'm also wondering now, actually, when we think about it, when we've seen this map go down, maybe this was some performance coach or psychologist, or I don't even know if Bait have that, to be fair, but maybe this is someone telling them, right, this is how you deal with it, and it just isn't working out for him, because he needed to have the change up, and it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened at all. You know, Dust 2 was another abysmal performance. When you put that together with how he's been playing in stage 2 so far, there's clearly an issue. Good thing for Bait is we're moving into a map that they have picked. We're moving into a map that they play at a high level. We saw that against the Falcons. I think, as much as we spoke about Falcons and being, yeah, that's the thing, right? Falcons are not a great team at this tournament. We can conclude that, but I think the way they were playing against Falcons in that game was good. So I don't think they're out of it, but NPL has some serious, I wouldn't say soul searching, but he needs to bounce back now, because he's needed, as we saw on stage 1.
Well, we'll discuss how they can try and bounce back on Ancient in just a few moments. Before that, we're going to a break, so grab yourself a snack, maybe get yourself a drink, and get ready for this next map.
Go to the toilet.
They tried to bait us all with the no pressure and the fact that they were ready for this game. Well, on Dust 2, they certainly didn't show it, and Hedrick, who's on your screens right now, is the man we're looking at to try and change this around alongside some of the other supporting cast.
I think he is. I think his presence with the AWP on Ancient in particular is much, much needed when it comes to bait. I think he's been great so far this tournament at, you know, seeking opening duels, finding opening duels, and he's been relatively successful winning them as well. Again, we are looking at a bait that is currently at a 2-2 stage, and they need a bit of that experience. And he's one of the few players who's actually played against, you know, some of the better tier 1 oppositions. He's been in this moment before with NIP, so if there's a guy to look out for, if there's a guy to cherry pick on this side of bait, I'm looking towards Hedrick. I think he's the best player. I think he's the most influential player, and if he wants to keep bait alive, then now is the time to step up and show that you can do the job.
And looking outside of Hedrick, I think it's just very instrumental that bait stay true to what their strength is. Like, to come in and having demolished the way they did on Dust 2, are still trying to play their style. That's one thing, but if that is their strength and that is what they can show now coming into their own map pick, is that they just need to rely on that. You know, they can still need to go for these aggressive plays. They need to be very proactive towards each other and also play off each other, which we know they're really good at. So I'm curious to see if they can leave this result of Dust 2 behind them and actually still convert that into that, hey guys, we still have a shot at this best of 3, and now we're going into our own map pick. We're going to be feeling comfortable if you just continue what we know we're good at.
And when we look at that, right, we've already seen Lynn Vision play this map once. They played against Genghis Warriors and they won it in overtime. Okay, it's a bit of a domestic matchup in there, but that's not a pretty showing. So bait should be able to at least look at some more confidence with these two factors, right?
I think so. I think the way bait played, in particular against Falcons, that was the game I was watching all of the rounds in. I think they approached the game in a nice way. I think they made Falcons look bad. I know Falcons then afterwards made themselves look bad, but in that particular matchup, I think it was bait playing good Counter-Strike. So if they can find it in them to forget about Dust 2 and refocus, then yes, I've seen a high-level bait playing on Ancient. Came from Hedrick, came from being aggressive. They're going to start on the T side on Ancient, which allows Lynn Vision to now play aggressive on their CT side if they want to, and that could be a way of really installing a bit of fear in towards bait. Again, I'm looking towards the first 3-4 rounds. If Lynn Vision is winning the pistol, if they convert and if they win the first bar round, that's when the pressure is being applied to bait, and that's when they maybe get rattled out. So if they get off to a good start, I can see Lynn Vision take this. If not, then I still have bait as my heavy favorite, especially on Ancient.
As with Ancient, I think mid control is going to be super crucial for both teams, so I think there's going to be a chance we're going to have a hell of a brawl.
What does this come down to when you say it's going to be one hell of a brawl, though? Are you expecting just a lot of this mid fights, even from the rifles just getting in there?
I think we have to. Like, I think it's just about that. Both teams want mid because they know that mid is so instrumental. And if Lynn Vision want to continue the upward trajectory that they had on those 2, I think it's important that they just move in and still play with their guts.
I hope Chad and Alex is ready, because I think these rounds are going to be decided within the first 15-20 seconds.
Well, if there's people that I know that are always ready, it is Chad and Alex, so take it away. We're moving into Ancient.
Yeah, love me a mid-biff, especially as the guy that just shouts when people shoot. A lot of shooting anticipated for our second map.
Well, names that you could be shouting over towards middle would be Starry alongside of Amelia, and maybe Zaka chipping in for the CT side.
Okay.
So keep those at the tippy top of your lexicon for this one. Hopefully, we get a bit more pushback from bait. Odds on screen right now. The Chinese, Lynn Vision, favored in this, and you can understand they were absolute marauders on map number 1, just storming to their map victory, and now they're on the cusp of doing something a Chinese Counter-Strike team has not done since 2018, the FaZe at London Major under Tai Lu. Now, these are fresh faces. None of these players were part of that Tai Lu roster, and Call Me Sue, his first major ever. So let's see if it can be another pistol round in the back pocket to make this 3 out of 3. Lynn Vision on the defense on their opponent's map choice. Bait, well, there was a lot of criticism, or at least questions levied to MPL. Let's see if he can pick himself up, dust himself off, and lead his team to a map victory to push this to Anubis as the third and decider.
I think a pistol really would do a world of good for bait, wouldn't it?
Oh, I love this. Starry probably heard there by Alex. Was some steps, and Hedrick is coming over to help. B ramp block. They are out middle. So looking to slide through the current open gap into Donut.
This is, I mean, this works out perfectly for them.
Yeah,
Starry gets cleared, he after we got heard, and Amelia's the only person even slightly close enough to help. So he hears them closing the gap onto the site. So many bodies now occupy A. Needed a clean tap and hasn't been able to provide one. Trying to stop that bomb from making its way in and whittling away at Edric's health. In the absence of his Kev, Westman's rotated through. They swing off the flash. There is that flank, but everyone hits their shots. Zaka eventually dispatches of Essential.
Now, this is an impossible retake now in the 1v3. Just don't overplay your hand. We said that yesterday.
Yeah.
And a absolute calamity unfolded. But Zaka, there's just absolutely no way in. Bomb's about halfway gone, trying to chip away with the dual Berettas. I think the armor would probably be more valuable into the next than throwing it all the way right here, right now. But that's going to end up being the answer as Alex opens and closes the pistol as they get there first. Let's see if that's how they mean to go on.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, so I'm almost positive it was noisy from Starry, at least a step or two. And considering how diligent Alex was on the clear,
yeah, he was banking on no one playing close initially, right? I mean, I think that's a pretty fair assumption to be making on a pistol if there's nothing early. But as I was saying, you know, world of good, the reason being is it didn't feel like Dust 2 really got started for Bait. Coming into a must-win map with your major life on the line, you are going to want to show and put your best foot forward into a must-win map.
They've forced and they've stacked B. They're fighting K.
Yeah, it's actually Amelia hanging out for 2. Oh, a catastrophe imminent. Who can save him? Kensizor. Maybe he can, but Sue peeks over and nails it. Hits the headshot. Now they'll just hold on to this advantage. Look at that block util. They push forward. Oh my God, Sue might find the bomb, you know?
This is a yikes from me, dog.
Okay. Oh, Alex. I don't like the angle. Oh, it's so much damage.
Through the wall as well, so down to 30 HP.
Okay, so now you need to pick up that bomb and run. Get the hell out of there.
Run where, though?
Head trick has mid.
Yeah, for now. Look at the safe angle that Starry's adopted, playing retake on the A site as well. So does Hedrick play first? It feels like he has to because Alex is so low. Hedrick likely just to walk into this crossfire. You have to make a play. You need to buy space, and that's why he moves. Yep, now he's deleted. Okay, just Alex, who might actually even be considering the save. Yep, there it is. He's been called off as they'll have nothing to work with. 1,400 lost into the next.
Now, is there any time to be scavenging? You've got 30 seconds. Don't know really. I didn't take too much note of what Bait brought in. I presume it's mostly...
Be a couple of SMGs.
Yeah, a couple of Maccas.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. J-Raz. Jay and Chev bringing you all the observing action
We got the dream team.
And plenty of SMGs available, but doesn't look like they're going to be in the remit right now of Lynn Vision. So a confidence-building pistol for Bait, straight into the hollow gut punch of a forced by loss. Amelia continues to play with that passion, and it gets, well, shown in the server through aggression.
Yeah.
They do scuttle over. They grabbed...
I find the flying SMG to be particularly difficult to track, as do Bait. Amelia, he's like pre-jumped to the corner.
Well, they're going to have to track it again, because the CT side, in maybe the first time I think I've ever seen this, have 3 MAC-10s. They've complemented that with an MP9 and an M4 for Starry. Now, remember how early in the last half, last map, first half, they burnt their tactical timeouts. They're doing it again. And, well, you can understand why. You don't want to allow this to completely get out of control. You save the Galil, you force buy in with another, pistols and SMGs around it, and util to work with. You need to go back and forth. You cannot allow Lynn Vision to win consecutive rounds and break your finances this early on, because the desk was discussing how the pressure will mount at that point. It felt like you had just alleviated it ever slightly with that pistol win.
But what's so bizarre, as you've highlighted already, is their buy, but it's like it's a bonus. It's like a third round. The CTs are taking a bonus round.
Starting 3 mid, Zaka, Starry, and Amelia. Sue solo B.
Quick, well-executed run boost. They are pushing. Oh, and Amelia doesn't commit to the fight. Get out if you still can. No, whoa, mixed messages.
3v3.
Yeah, a head trick.
Second wave.
He takes down a teammate. Amelia traded out. Head trick gone. Nice find from Alex.
Call me Sue's gonna push through this.
Ooh, he had the opportunity to isolate that duel. That was onto the bomb carrier as well. Now it's just a race. Underhands of smoke. Sue, what are you doing? You're running through. You know he had a chance there. The other man was planting the bomb as well. Pulled away, isolated, but as we discussed, their investment maybe opened them up for another one, or do they just have to respect them?
No, the CTs can buy again, right? This can be the force buy wars for sure. They can get up 2 M4s. That won't be a problem.
It's like a bonus of sorts, right?
Right, so they will be able to get some level of investment in again. And I think you're right, mixed messages in middle. It's, are we in, are we out? Well, we are shaking it all about. They were fortunate there was a TK in the mix. But here we go again. 2 rifles, 2 SMGs, and a 5.7. Tug of war for the financial domination is on the plate. This time there won't be the same scuffle in middle. They're giving them some space. Westmelon Cave, Su to worry about B long, Starry behind Red, Amelia and Zaka in case of an A pop, but it's just a standard spread called from MPL in this one. Smoke from Westmelon to negate the cave. They will blow it open and looking for a fight. There's nothing in it. So sitting back and starting to simmer into this one.
So just keep a track of those M4s both being on the A side. Does that make the B side especially vulnerable?
I think this might be a scenario where you take a bit of a gamble because you don't have everything for the map control. And they are searching mid as a unit right now, so trying to get a frag.
Yeah, nothing forward in red. Nothing to report. And Alex gets picked off. Info as to where Zaka's position. Donut draws blood, and they start to magnetize towards B, but so do the CTs. And the block smoke. They're playing this well, Chad. They bought time with that. Cave is going to be the threat, but Westmelon allowed to get across just in time.
Rotations here.
Reblocked. You're going to have to be pushing through that smoke. Head trick if you want to help your boys, but they don't need any help. MPL and Essential. Kensizor with one in mid, and Starry just the last guy standing.
Oh, stinking dead through the smoke there. Well done from Essential. They've grabbed some M4s on the way out the door, and during all of that, Kensizor found a kill over towards middle, alleviating a slight bit of pressure. For Lynn Vision, that one is going to be the worst round I'd say they've lost yet. They actually gave themselves that man advantage. Kensizor continuing aim on display throughout both stages. And then the stacks there, I think Westmelon overplays his hands. The kills fall apart, and that is going to be the finances now broken. So will have to be the eco coming out from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, I think if Westmelon had like the opportunity to rewind time, Prince of Persia style, I think he'd be throwing that smoke cave side instead.
I just think he also didn't need to swing cave. He could have just stayed inside because he did have teammates there to help him, but felt like he was under a little bit more pressure than he actually was. 5-man B stack. Lynn Vision looking for a late explosion down ramp. Oh, and seems like they have a good idea, don't they? 2 nades at the front door.
Yeah, that is bizarrely well informed.
How many does he get, Alex?
MPL's getting 0, Chad. And I know you don't believe me, but he's got to pick up the bomb, you see. And then, oh, he's getting loads, isn't he? How many's he getting,
Probably
Chad?
3.
3? Two. You idiot.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. Deduct it from the paycheck.
Yeah. Well, you're right, Chad. That was the shortcomings from Lynn Vision. They are going to be exacerbated. But now the guns could come back out. I'd love to see Zaka on his sniper, but it might be one of those due to the way this game started. We might not get one for a while.
Yeah, look, and also CT side aim. It's nice to have.
It is.
It's not mandatory. What is, however, is util.
Yeah.
Smokes and mollies to help get this mid and lane control. And they're starting 3 middle again.
Okay, yeah. It's going to be quite the clash. Kensizor gets out, burrows into that safe haven, that corner. Flashes for Starry, swings on in, takes their head off. Head trick in the board, trade, and they just line up! It's Amelia! Oh! Well, that's the round over. Amelia's decided it's over.
This is why you can love or hate Ancient. It can just be the full mid press into those type of fights.
What did the desk say? It's just going to be a fight in mid. Well, that round is a perfect embodiment of that.
Yeah, look, obviously this is a CS2. Let's call it a feature, whether or not it's an intended part of the way that the smoke molly combos work, but edging the smokes, which makes the Twitch chat go, huh? But it's really facilitating certain plays like out middle. But getting caught there's always so many more waves of flashes, the body swinging, the pre-aim is right now. The bomb on the back of Alex. We've been here before. This time he will give it a look. Looked away from Call Me Sue, and the rotation was there. So great round from Amelia.
So I was trying to think of something that, you know, as an alternative to using the word edging, because it is obviously exactly what they're doing. They're playing the edge of the smoke. But, you know, if you didn't want to have the Twitch chat putting those turtles in the chat.
Well, they're the ones with a dirty mind, not us, Alex.
Exactly. That's true. That's true. But I was thinking like a smoke, like not a smoke walk, flame walk. So
edging is the best term.
It is the best.
I'm not going to let the perverts out there ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Birchall. Double HE to start off. That's right onto that corner that Kensizor's previously been occupying. Amelia will take it from him.
They're just going to try and walk up the ramp behind this all.
Westmelon's pushed. He just pushed. What? Okay, changes his mind. NPL with a good pick off. That's shot down. B's open. Westmelon positions himself for a lackadaisical swing, but Ascenthiel's just going to prioritize the plant held by the AWP. This is good team play. Caught with a nade in hand. Good cover. Needed that. Ascenthiel gets the bomb down and immediately lays down the law.
Not anymore.
Nice
No way out.
Nice find from Kentizor on Heaven. So we want to see for the bait team. 5 alive as well. This is going to be very convincing.
1900 loss. 1, 2 M4s, 1 saved, can drop. Possibility to get 4 rifles into the next, and it looks like we will see Zaka staying alive. Sorry, I normally do that bit in my head.
No, I quite like it when you lift up the hood.
So they can buy again. I just think you might have to forego some of those M4s and maybe go a little bit U2 heavy. But in that type of round, so essentially with that call from MPL, it's calling the bluff on the mid press. They don't actually fight for it. They're kind of hoping that there's so much pressure, because you're either going to have 2 or 3 players mid, you're going to have a player cave, and that then puts all the pressure on the B extremity player. And we saw as soon as they got taken down, the site is overrun. So it really is a good call and a good understanding of the situation there, and they're not actually going to buy. So they feel that they want the full utility, full weaponry. So they are actually going to go for something a little bit more conservative right now. So Zaka, you need to find output of this AK if you want to win the round.
I mean, any early clash that goes the way of Lynn Vision is a master stroke.
I think, yeah, you bang on. Early is the key. Westmoreland has another smoke available right now. We'll have to deploy in a second, but that's when these pistols are... He's not going to redeploy.
This just feels like NPL's guaranteed to get something.
Ramp push.
Yeah, simultaneous fashion. Couple of missed eagle shots draws attention. Westmelon smokes out Heaven so we can give him a hand. And down goes another.
You got to go into A now. Your options are limited.
Emilia, low HP. 1 with a 5-7 is almost round defining. If they can get this site cleanly, which they will, it's still on. Westmelon quite quick to this and still has his knife out as Kentizor flattens him and makes a fight.
Coming through!
3v3, they just keep going! Disrupting, pushes through. Zaka loses his rifle. Su just walks out the smoke. He's been spotted now. Recovers the AK but loses his head. Starry in a 1-on-2. Finds an AK at least. Oh, no Kevlar on that.
Hedrick can't just hold this line. He needs to either make the space or help his teammate, because look where the bomb is.
He kind of played it perfectly, apart from the crosshair placement.
Yeah,
just wasn't ready for the fight.
I think just the shadow there, right?
It does mess you up, doesn't it?
And especially somebody like Starry, who's so great with the headshots, so that is frustrating, especially how this one kicked off. I think that the biggest death that cost them there is not expecting the donut player of Kentizor. Not that you were even going to win that fight, but just not being ready for it shows you that they didn't have the best understanding of the situation. Now, Gum, this is the first time that as a coach in this 2-2 matchup, he might be feeling some pressure. He'll call the tactical timeout, and understandably so. His team is finally into what is going to be considered a full buy with that Zaka AWP. You wanted to see it, you're going to get it, but we're 8 rounds deep going into round number 9. They have 2,900 loss bonus going into the next, so it's time to make some of these count. There will not be a defuse kit for the CT side if a site is lost. That could inform the decision for a save early. And working with, well, at least a buy in the back pocket is bait, maybe 2. So they're in a strong position right now to have a 7 or 8 round T half if everything goes their way. Looks like they've given up going for these mid tussles. Lurk smoke on A. This applies so much pressure, nobody's playing A. You can see the CT smoke, the lurk smoke, the donut smoke, and they don't actually bite down. They're staying towards B. At least they were.
Oh.
Spot pressure on block smoke coming through.
Oh, he's a dead man. Su's going to be swung on. Oh, tried to force and bait a commitment into the spray, but Ascenthiel far too confident.
Now, this is domination from both teams on their map choices. Touched upon Ancient and saying that the wins for Lynn Vision are all domestic against either Chinese or Mongolian teams. So really just not used to it against this level of play. They play it against European meta more often, right? We're talking Astralis, Heroic, Ents, Paravision, Falcons. That's where they got the best of 1 win over one of the world's best. Well, now that's in question. And now they're smiling. Now they're having a good time. And now they're definitely in this series. Look, I would much prefer to have a series that goes quick map 1, quick map 2, on your own choice to show your dominance, and then a back and forth map 3.
You're not lucky now, right?
fucking bots. No nice.
So not lucky now? Is that what he said?
I think it was either you're not lucky or you're not laggy, but they definitely aren't laggy. So yeah, let's go lucky.
Let's go lucky. And then I always like bots.
Bots is strong. Bots
is
hits.
strong.
Bots hits all the time.
Always a good one.
K-push. NPL, he felt that one coming. Leaps out of the line of fire and sprays down at least the one. Senthiel's been a bit of a talisman for Bait. The only guy showed up on Dust 2. Finds more impact to stop that USB push.
This is games done quickly by Bait and Lynn Vision.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite streams, to be honest. Watching it on Blast TV, Twitch, or YouTube. But you get the same action everywhere. Just get 4K on Blast TV. As right now, the game itself is giving a lot to talk about as the Ukrainian home team. They've definitely taken that mantle from Na'Vi. Sure, they've still got the colors. Bait got the players as MPL secures it 8-2. 6-round gap and another rifle round to be donned. Is there anything? I think another tactical timeout from Gum, right? Because if you want to win this map, I think you need 4 on the CC side at a minimum. So I wouldn't hate if I saw him take another timeout, but if the call that his teammates have made is what he's happy with, then you don't need to call it. Don't worry about it. Let's see if they can stick the landing on this one.
Forget about it.
Well, if I'm MPL, I call the A go and I actually follow through this time. Because last time I faked it, they're not. I'm not MPL.
No. You're not. You are not. Kensisor versus Starry in mid. A nice little clash. Ooh, he's quick to this. Burrows into the red room. Su tending to that very loudly, and Kensisor's pace catches him off guard as he rotates in. Huge pickoff, and now one has slipped. Alex Parks red lets Kensisor play as a bit of a spoiler, a bit of a loose piece.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Like, everyone else can freeze. Like, just let Kensisor work. And work he shall.
Oh, that's a back turned.
Oh, yeah. Catches Amelia. He stays super aware. This is just a one-man army. He might even have another one. Triple kill from Kensisor. His team are not doing anything. What a way to start off for Kenzie. Quad kill through red, fast as you like.
I think the conversation, and this is one that once we get to the desk, I would love to hear from Dupree, his thoughts. This is a 5-time major champ. At any time you're going to ask anybody a question, it should be him. How does he feel about the flow of momentum change?
Yeah.
You have a stomp on your map choice number 1, you walk into your opponents and you get blown out. How does that affect your mental? Right, you were riding a high, you were on cloud 9, and right now you've just been sent back down to reality. The next map, Anubis, is going to become essentially a best of 1. So I'd love to hear what Dupree has to say about that.
Yeah, well, we might be hearing from him sooner rather than later. Given the pace of this one, Amelia puts a little blemish on that record. Kensisor this time empty-handed. There's Su holding on, gonna get run down. Tech9 throws his AWP on his back, does head trick, but costs him greatly. Undelivered. Essential, what? Runs through the smoke, and it's only 3 to work with. Looking good for Bait. Anubis could be booked in just 4 rounds' time.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment?
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
There on your screens, the Moody Center. That's where the playoffs will be going down for the Blast TV Austin Major, and that's where these two teams would dream of being. Well, first comes the top 16. Both Stage 1 teams, they are in a bit of a dream run. A 2-2 right now would see the Chinese making the top 16 in a major for the first time since 2018. For MPL and Hedrick, they've been there before, but in bigger jerseys. Now they're the Ukrainian national team. Na'Vi and NIP, teams of the past. Well, Bait, they've come to play on map number 2, their map choice, and the odds have gone back and forth again. Let's get this one underway. T-side now for Lynn Vision. A late spurt of rounds needs to be complemented by this pistol.
They slip out mid. And NPL still manages to capture a headshot. Westmelon sidelined. Into CT spawn. Ooh, good opening up actually onto Essential. If they can find him, Sue will track. Can't finish him off, and he's allowed to get away. Okay, well, the defender of B somehow still alive. Good cover on the rotation. Wow, instant deletion. Now Essential falls, but Hedrick keeps the round alive. This is really just to say, we are here and we plan to be competitive.
Kenzazor's been sharp.
Oh, and he needed that, did Amelia. Instant deletion, Hedrick, last seen Speedway, so this gets 10 times more difficult now upon the loss of his teammate.
Yeah, I don't like his chances at all. The thing is, there's not even any Kevlar to save in this scenario, so...
Have a go.
Yeah, see if you can find this 1v2. The time, it's elapsed, so Amelia likely to finish this one off now that he has been spotted. Sue was fantastic on Dust 2. A little bit more struggle street being that B anchor, just getting run down round after round. But Hedrick does get out of there with his life. Amelia bowed them out. Initial dash onto Westmelon. Amelia gets the kill, which then opens up the avenue towards B and helps them get the pistol. Now, they were actually able to win the fourth. Oh, good catch. All right, well, extra cash for Hedrick. Unfortunately, doesn't have the armor, right? With the armor, it could be a different story of the buy. This one here. Now there's a way in.
This was a nice shot as well. Boop.
And B site feels somewhat susceptible, and Amelia just swinging.
I mean,
that one.
Yeah, this still will feel, and I need a whole lot more from Lynn Vision before I start thinking about and discussing the potential for a bait capitulation here. They put themselves in such a dream scenario, even investing into this one, so could very well wrestle for that early economic control.
It can happen quickly, so you need some output on these SMGs, even if it's just limiting the investments going forward of Lynn Vision. Flash.
Team Flash. HE going to do some significant damage and actually flushed into the fight, and he's done well.
Yeah, thanks to Alex's flash there onto Westmelon. You saw just hand over the eyes to help assist for that. Door smoke limped in. It was blocked, so Plume's a little bit deeper. Starry's out middle. Do they let him play? in red, hoping to deal with some of the rotations, but there's no reason for them to head back, right?
No one's holding him right now. He doesn't know that. He's getting intermittently checked by Alex.
And that's the thing. Because he's on his own and he's against a lighter buy, you don't want to overstep the mark. You're hoping to get info for your team.
Oh, caught on the transition back. Head trick. That was tough.
Now here comes Starry.
Yeah, Starry reveals his position, and now Alex knows he's kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Good kill.
Good kill from NPL. Oh, it gets even better if Alex didn't go down. Leads on out. Empty hands for him. Kenzizor rotates through, reveals his position and approach. This is winnable for Kenzizor. He's got a mean MP9. And so rounding in. Maybe no secret of his positioning. He's got away with the first. This is winnable, but look at the fear or lack thereof from Amelia. Not
Great
playing
attempt.
scared, just walked straight into the angle on the reload.
Great attempt. Gums just called a timeout there. Another impactful round from Amelia, so back-to-back getting it done. That was damn close. Shouldn't have been so close. But it was the force, so the fact that you do survive this, Kenzie could actually go for a hero M4 off the back of the kills that he was able to garner here, so very well done. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Ah, you hear the bleed out. Yeah, that's a classic, isn't it?
Zach, a bit of a hype man energy as well. It's not just Amelia.
Yeah, well, this 30 seconds actually given over to Bait as well, so I am curious to see if they want to get the M4 in Kenzie's hands. It would be crazy. I think they're going in again. They're going in again. Okay.
Ooh.
Here we go.
But Chad, if they lose this, doesn't this kind of let Lynn Vision back in?
Don't lose it.
Okay.
You made this choice. It's because you think you're going to win it, not because you're worried about losing it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And as far as like, you know, you compare the two buys, it's still very threatening.
I wonder if they make this decision without the extra 30 seconds added onto the 20 seconds of freeze time. Well, we'll never know. And here we go. Gum's taking this timeout. I don't think he's ready for this.
This might come as a surprise. Well, now you hear an incendiary. Starry, you're out. And you're accelerating. Lovely layering. You can see that smoke. It covers Donut just as he arrives there. Lane is taken. So make no mistake, Lane is lost, and they know that.
Starry's been flashed through, playing on a quicker timing this time round, not going to wait.
Quick.
So he's across, and depending on how deep he goes, he hasn't been caught just yet. He could remove the M4 if he goes Temple. It's the better pathing. You should never go CT. Hey, look at this.
Okay.
Knife him.
Well, that'd be $1,500.
Now just kill him, please. Oh, you could have shown up on the radar there.
Yeah, that's awkward. But now MPL in Donut, if they all just assume it's clear, that would be a mistake. MPL down empty-handed. Okay, now we save, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are those M4s though? Oh, that M4 is gone.
Yeah,
it was on Kenzie.
Starry's now.
Oh dear.
He's played through red in 2 consecutive rounds and just on a different tempo there. And the reason I say never go CT, this is for people at home who might want to use it in some of their games.
I'm taking notes as well.
If you go through CT, think about the amount of angles that you're now susceptible to that you have to clear that aren't favorable.
Amen, big box.
At least if you go through Temple and you call Temple clear, that is yours.
Yeah,
and then as you come out, you can worry about big box, and then you can procedurally take fights either towards donut or sight. If you go through CT spawn, you're now opening yourself up to just a world of options. So if you ever get that flank, unless you know that the side is clear, then you need to be playing in through Temple.
Cool. Well, I'm never going to get there with the same timing as Starry, I'll tell you that much, because that was rapid.
See, the reason I'm a little bit worried about him here being too tricky with it is, yeah, you saw how close that was. It is also possible that he could have potentially shown up on the radar and his teammates start screaming. But now Amelia's making noise again. So it's only a 3-round game. They penny dropped that they dealt with a buy again, and you can't go for that once more. But in the fortunate factor that within these 3 rounds lost, now 4 in a row from the final round of that first half, you have max loss bonus. So you can use these 3 MP9s, MPL and Kenzizor could actually upgrade into something light as well, and then you can full buy into the next. So sure, you haven't won one of these first 3, but you've been threatening in 4 consecutive rounds. And that just keeps the pressure on Lynn Vision.
Yeah, and they've saved and brought a couple of those MP9s through. We've seen teams win rounds with less.
Yeah, and it should be known from Lynn Vision that there are some residual, plus these 5-7s as well. So I wouldn't be... Oh, they're going A-rush. They're A-rushing. Cynthia's here. He has a smoke. He's not going to be able to block in time. He started donut. They're going to be out. Rotation will be quick.
Yeah,
check out the whole timing on MPL.
The whole team's going to be coming. Yeah, they are. Oh, quick deletion to start. Emilia draws blood. Emilia doesn't stop, holds down the trigger. Removes 3. Ooh, good ding, good damage. Alex doesn't realize just how much he's done through that smoke, but Emilia just continues to wreak havoc. 4 kills from Emilia into the A site. Job is a good one.
Yeah, okay. Well, when you look at that from the macro perspective, the way that Bait opened was actually in a position to respond to it quite quickly. And, you know, you see the flashes on MPL and you think if they're not ready for that level of pistols and SMGs coming through the smokes, there's a real world where you can catch them off guard. We're on board with Emilia. Could get the ace in this. It looks very likely. Low HP on Alex, and this is going to be ace number 6 on the stage. Emilia, take a bow. You have been extremely impactful within the early stages of this second half.
Oh, that was just funny. I was just focused on his mouse because you could see his mouse hand and just watched him click 20 bullets of his Glock into the body. So this is it, an ace from Emilia.
Rapid on the first, and then turning down from the flashes. They line up, and they just keep on coming. Very, very well done from Emilia. I think must be a ReZero fan, so shout out to all the anime geeks out there. But here we go. It is the rifles, it is the AWP.
And it is that same call.
I love it.
Yeah, okay. Well, Hedrick might hear them. They're not making any secret of
Ahead
this.
of the smokes, though.
Okay, Orpa, let's see what you got, mate. Multi-demanded! It's a leg shot, dink exchange. Okay, bad break. Unloads his mag and still connects. That's a big find. Removes Call Me Sue. Zaka, dangerous game. They've lost tempo control now. Ooh, not bad. Westman and 1. Here comes another. Starry will shut down tempo. Couldn't get his pistol out in time.
Both low.
Winnable. Very, very winnable. Let him fire his shots. Let him do his thing. Live a little longer.
He can actually get away right now. MPL's not covering if he goes back towards main, or at least he wasn't. He's starting to move over there now. Silent remove from Hedrick. He rotates 2. Okay, so MPL is aware that there's a CT and temple push available. Hedrick will make sure there's no way back through main. Knife out for Starry.
Oh yeah, knife out. Ooh, jump scare, bait shot, crouch peek, gets him! Starry is punishing Hedrick's shortcomings in that AWP shot. AWP exchange, now NPL actually shrugs his shoulders.
Collision course right now.
Yeah, I love this. Just needs 1 bullet and gets the info onto MPL's position. MPL's going to gamble that he finishes B.
Starry,
he's called it bluff. He's
Look at the time. You have to
he's
stick the
overcooked
plan.
it. MPL's going to be
He's
here.
read him like a book. He read him like an absolute book.
Absolutely booked him. Starry's not looking. MPL was in the open.
Oh, that's so crazy. Right, in that situation, the fact that MPL stood wide for the fight, Starry came out gun in hand, he could get the better of him in that moment. That one right there was one of the craziest rounds of Counter-Strike we have had all series long. Just the back and forth nature of this, the pushing through, the taking the fight. Starry doing an awful lot of damage short.
I can't quite believe that exchange. You know, the initial getting spotted Hedrick moment? Like, he wasn't ready to shoot either.
Well, they're brittle with the buy. No AWP brought through. You win this one, Lynn Vision, you break the money. You can draw this ever closer. Will just be a 1-round game if they win this.
And trying to win it fast with that auto shotgun. Emilia lackadaisical around the corner. Oh, and in the flames, that could have been another. Probably should have been. Look at that, 93 damage inflicted to Zaka.
They do take a pause.
I would too.
Expecting potentially more over towards main. Now, Sue has had a tough map. Only 5 kills in total and was left anchoring down B in quite a few of the rounds on the CT side where they were overrun. Actually backing off, not searching for info. And maybe that's something to do with the confidence or the call. But either way, it's going to be a mid push from Bait. They're going to grab back this territory. There's still a lot of time to simmer into this. Now, if Kenzie jumps up, noisy, sure, won't...
Zaka here?
Did he hear it? That's the question.
He's acting like he did.
This is a huge kill.
Oh, not the instant headshot. A couple of body shots instead. Kenzie down to 40, and the rest actually returning to their teammate's corpse.
Oh, looking like indecision on the menu.
It does. Especially when you've got such little time. Now, mid is unoccupied, but MPL, if he just runs around and jumps, he would have all that info to spot the whole team. He's going to spot them anyway. Hello.
Hedrick wins this.
Yeah, he should be able to. Very unlikely. get him empty-handed. Yeah, 20.
Really low.
They did it on Dust too. I feel like this is a different kettle of fish though. Sure, you got a CT smoke, but Alex will swing off of MPL's contact and you're just going to get mowed down. Hang on, hang on!
Plant.
Oh, cover, spot, info, Kensizor up in the clutch. Bomb will not go down. What's going on? Starry's just holding it, and he doesn't run him down. Does he get his gun out? Starry, put your face away! Lynn Vision! A heist! Stealing that one! That's outrageous! Emilia lets him know. I can't believe that Bait have lost that. That felt like it was just set for success. Look how it starts. And another bit of 93 damage onto Zaka as well.
Yeah, those are the frustrations that are going to start breeding in. So Starry actually starts planning open, realizes the player's donut, goes to plant wide so he can't get lined up. But Kenzie has to reload. He's out of ammo.
Oh! Shortcomings from Starry, and only the one. Emilia's going to be unsatisfied with the outcome. As will Lynn Vision.
Yeah, Amelia has had the rough end of things. Starry too. Who's the hero now for Lynn Vision? This one would really suck to lose, especially after the smack talk Amelia just threw out.
Yeah.
3 on B.
That's where the majority of Lynn Vision are as well, and up close stacked. It's a good weapon. 5-7 at this range. Corby 2 is getting tested, overrun, still gets his, hard to track, Messi! Westmelon in a 1v3.
Heard that. Oh, didn't catch him going in a cave. Space being given over, bomb to get planted. Both partnering up, gonna head back down towards ramp together.
Priority is time, so with 2 MP9s, they stay contact, stay grouped. Trade has to be there. They surge forward, prioritizing this long clear. Smoke on the bomb, that will get Westmelon nervous. Slips away from the long clear. 10-second defuse being stuck. He takes his time, composes himself, and now he's forgotten where he planted. Oh, hits the knife, gets him off the bomb, but still Kensizor prevails. A 10-second defuse, it might be tight.
I don't know if they've got it.
I don't think so.
I don't know if he's got it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, 0.5! Westmelon, he had to connect the first knife kill. Kensizor just a reaction to get off the bomb. He knew he was booked as soon as that first slash connected.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Yeah, crazy turnaround. 1v3 from Westmelon.
They win out the fight in middle just with 5.7s and SMG, so they do a great job there. This is just, I think it was poor aim from Zaka, right? The pressure of the situation, the pistol's scaling, loses track of them. And Kenzie, he has to stick the defuse. He gets pulled off with the blade, and that was damn close. That was so damn close. Lynn Vision can't believe it.
They've won 6 out of the 7 rounds we've played in the second half.
That was meant to be the easy one.
That
there,
was, yeah.
It ain't easy at the moment.
It got close. I will just, like, if I'm Gum, slap on the wrist for Amelia. Last 2 rounds, just slow it down a second.
Yeah.
Slow it down a little.
Oh, with this type of performance, Amelia's putting in right now 18 kills, head and shoulders above the rest of his team. I suppose keep making the plays.
What was it? Westmelon just clutch, Starry in the previous.
Yeah, and both of them down to the wire, but in different ways.
Wow.
Lynn Vision, Chinese Counter-Strike, they're putting it on the map right now.
Yeah, the individuals, they aren't giving up. They want the 2-0. They want stage 3. And a missed elbow smoke is not ideal.
That's real deep, isn't it?
The deepest.
This stance out of Lynn Vision tells something different. It's just Westmelon over towards B lane. It's everybody else either A main or middle, and the respect is given. Actually, the respect's been earned. AWP on A, Westmelon chipped away, but gets some back. Headtrick has to hit AWP shots when they peer into his sight. And they're not lining up to smoke off Temple. It's pretty unorthodox. It's normally Donut and CT. They're trying contact out. Headtrick should be good for this.
I mean, an AWP in Temple is the power position. It's very hard to Molotov it without exposing yourself to the AWP. Safest way is a smoke. No one has lined that up. Rare to see a Temple smoke in the mix. Time will become a factor.
They're bringing the flavor of dust too, aren't they?
Yeah, same thing.
Real late little explosions into the finish.
But you've just blocked ramp, so Headtrick's not going to move a muscle, and down goes the first. Down falls the second. He's still got an angle over the flames. It took a flash and a Molotov just to get past his sightline, and the rest is just falling into place here. Backs are turned and bodies are dropping. Lovely, convincing scenes from Bait to hold on to their map pick. It was looking very much one-sided as they picked themselves up a 9-3 first half, but now returning to those winning ways with their second CT.
Yeah, and the reason it's so casual about it, it's not these kills from Headtrick, it's the money, right? The fact that those last 2 rounds were so close, and now this one was dominant. The bomb doesn't go down, they don't save any guns, and right now they don't have any cash, right? Because they have been winning, but they haven't been able to get a surplus of money to work with down the stretch. And I can't believe the choice that they've made. They've decided to play for overtime.
Wow.
Okay, so look, it's either Tech 9s and armor, or you save this and you get AKs and Galils into the next. So they're opting for the firepower, but that means they need 3 flawless rounds to take them into OT and then get the business done there. This one, they just have 1 Deagle and 4 Glocks, and well, they've already lost Westmelon. So Amelia, you have to shoot a bullet at the Deagle and probably won't get too many, and that was only 1. So Kenzazort continues to be the headhunter, 20 kills for him.
Question for you, Chad. If you had a stats guy, let's say you're still competing, you got a stats guy, and the stats guy tells you that in these scenarios, your conversion of these like 2K buys, when you spend 2.5, you've got a really low conversion rate in comparison to other teams. Would you let those kind of stats influence your decision making on the financials, or is it still feeling? Does it come down to feeling?
I think in modern day you probably have to let the stats influence it to some degree. If that's something that you're not great at and you don't have those type of pocket strats and you need the weaponry, then yeah. And Chinese Counter-Strike tends to back the aim. I think there's definitely been an evolution over the last 12 months of both Tyloo and Lynn Vision either having some really cool gimmicks or strategies that I've liked watching, but now that's starting to become a little bit more homogenized with European Counter-Strike.
I mean, yeah, it is. It's a recurring theme that you'll have like kind of a upstart squad, fledgling team, and they will have a couple of out-of-the-box maneuvers that work initially, but you will end up having to, play by the rules of the modern meta. Sure, I think true artistry is knowing what the rules are and then knowing which ones you want to break. I think that definitely is a part of the game.
But they've already been out of the box anyway, right? Just look at Dust 2 and how late a lot of those rounds were. We're talking like 15 seconds left.
Playing Dust 2 like it's Inferno in 2017.
And it was working for them, right? So the fact that they've made this call, it's one of the options available. Now, whether it's the best, we're about to find out. They've taken the tactical timeout. They've burnt it for the conversation. They've been able to opt in with these rifles, but they need to find the success. Westmelon will have help over towards B this time. Will be the standard T deviation of resources.
Well, they saved for this exact purpose. 3 consecutive, but first, maybe the most difficult. Kenzazor and Headtrick doubling up in Donut. Well,
that's an AWP.
Yep.
That's an AWP that he's just swung into. The level of conviction.
Did you see how little time he had to react?
That was insane from Starry. That's only his 11th kill.
Yeah, but he's just, he packs a punch. You feel it from the death POV.
I love this from Kenzie. Not scared at all. They're not expecting this.
In his blind spot now.
Yeah,
completely pants. Ooh.
Oh, where that came from.
So much damage. Yeah, now you're going to assume it's clear. NPL can have a multi-kill. 2 of the 3 on his screen.
Bomb's going to go down on A.
Okay. Alex's rotation's cut off by Westmelon, so there's a chance for a clash there. Essential.
That was the way back in.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Alex wins his duel, so maybe not. Ooh, Amelia. You've really got to get a move on. Zaka's going to die in a minute now. Or unless he tucks into a main, he's done a lot there. Yeah, okay, Zaka can play time. Loud! Oh, why?
Smoke for the bomb as well.
You're in so much trouble. Zaka, this is unwinnable now. He's just going to be held on the walk out of the smoke. Alex holds the edge of it perfectly, and so a third map required. These 2 Stage 1 teams duking it out for a spot in Stage 3, and we need 3. A third map demanded, and Nubis to decide it.
Yeah, cosmetic combat there could have been dominant from Bait, and that's why you see the smiles on the faces. They weren't shell-shocked after map 1. They did screw their heads back on tight, and we are destined for this third. Lynn Vision, don't be too flabbergasted. It's just a best of 1 now, and that's where both of you picked up some of your biggest wins.
Certainly a big comeback coming in for this one when you look from map 1 to 2 for Bait, but the road is not over just yet. This was more impressive, and that scoreline might make a little bit, I guess, look a little bit closer than what we saw before, but it's moments like this that can be a bit confusing at times.
Yeah, I think this kind of illustrates pretty well what Lynn Vision were doing on Ancient. It never looked pretty. No idea what Emilia is doing in this position. The bomb hasn't really been under pressure. He has a teammate over here as well, and he decides to just run out, step out, and give up his position in a flank. It was a 3v2 as well. Leaves Saka in an unwinnable position, and they get to close it out. Only fair Bait wins Ancient, because, as I said, coming into the game as well, they play some proper Counter-Strike here. They play decent. They play together. Whereas for Lynn Vision, it did feel like when they didn't rely on their aim, when they didn't rely solely on just winning duels, when it had to be a little bit more tactical, smart play, you know, have to use your brain, basically, they weren't as clean and crystal clear in their presence as they were in Dust 2.
No, like Lynn Vision, they definitely try, you know, and we saw some of the mid control. They also tried to seize control of that part of the map, because I feel like they understood that they had to get into a position where they could control the pace of the game. And the first round, well, the round they just came off of this one is obviously a force by round. Now they find themselves with the better guns, but they actually lose all the fights mid, and you can see how everyone is just like forcing themselves into mid. Like, it's a constant brawl. I think we have almost all 10 players fighting in mid, but that is actually Bait coming out on top, and now they just know they can scale onto the A-bomb side. And for me to see that Lynn Vision win for these type of plays, that they want to go out and try and control mid, was very instrumental in their way of trying to play a good Ancient against Bait, but it just seemed to be too hard.
I don't necessarily dislike what Lynn Vision is doing in these rounds, and this round is going to work out as well. They're winning in Emilia with a massive triple kill right here as well. Well done to him, but that round 3 to me is the biggest issue, right? It's about picking and choosing what rounds are you doing it. Is it really necessary when you lose the pistol, you win the second round, you give yourself a great opportunity to get off to a good start? Is it really necessary, Peter, to fight 4 men in towards middle and buy into that? Or is that one of those rounds where you maybe take a step back, you play a little bit more conservative, and then the next buy round, you can go all in again?
I think it's the detail, and I think that Chad and Alex, they actually highlight that they had 3 Mac 10s coming into the round, you know, so they found themselves with a lot of SMGs picked up from the previous round, so they had to utilize that in the best possible way, and that could either be going aggressive in mid, they could also pushing out B, but overall it did not work out for them. And if you look at the stats chart here, like, we've seen that overall on the Bait side, everyone looking pretty solid. I mean, obviously Kentisor is the one standing out here. He had some great moments, you know. We've seen that he has a really good crosshair placement, and the way that he just came into these rounds, also being very instrumental in their pistol round win, which got Bait to that kind of confidence that they needed also to move forward, despite losing that second round.
Yeah, important performance from Kenzie, so important performance all over the board for B8 as well. It's good to see them bounce back. We spoke a bit about the pressure coming into it. Obviously, one map away from being eliminated, especially when you consider that start to the game as well. That was very much back and forth. I think that was good to see this man play well. I think it was good to see Bait play well, and I think it was good to see NPL play well as well. He won 5 out of 7 in open duels. He was involved in a lot, and this time around, James, he was successful doing so.
And this is the thing, right? We were heavily critical of MPL because of the comments he made on the interview, and rightly so. But he was able to reset and come back into this game and play what we expected from it. And you can see he's a bit fired up. Some body shots coming in there.
Some attitude,
yeah, but that's what you need. Like, obviously, MPL also being the Ingham leader, one thing is that he played better as an individual, but what stood out the most to me was his reaction to what Lynn Vision was doing. And I think he realized quite quickly inside the game on the T side, that which is also why they got so many rounds, that he understood that Lynn Vision, what they wanted to fight over mid, they wanted to put like their resources on the CT side into that area of the map. So he would go for like B pops, he would go for like fast plays on ramp, he would also go for plays on going towards the A-bomb side. So he didn't avoid mid, but he went mid when it made sense for them. When they knew they had the better guns and the better utility, that's where he would go for them. Other than that, he would just let Lynn Vision, sure, you can put all your resources into going mid, but we actually go on the sides where you are less weaker.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Noticing it, spotting it out, and reacting to it. That is the success that they're able to have in there. Coming onto the side of Lynn Vision, though, it was, okay, there's some moments of brilliance when we look at this, right? But it's still, now you kind of just keep running into the same problem. There wasn't adaptation.
There was no tactical depth, you know. It felt like whenever they were not winning their fights, it didn't really work out. So I was a little bit disappointed in that. And then I think it's only fair we give them the same treatment we gave NPL and Bait after the first map. Call me Sue, fantastic on Dust 2, take nothing away from him. On Ancient, he was nowhere to be found. And we have a little stat right here to showcase exactly that for you, right? There's a world of difference between the two performances that he put up. Now, I'm not going to point fingers to Call me Sue and say it's his fault you didn't win on Ancient, because I think Lynn Vision as a team, James, they didn't play well. They didn't have any tactical depth. They relied fight on the trades all the time, and when it went their way, they were competitive, but when it didn't, there was nothing else to offer.
But we already spoke about this at the very beginning of the series, right? Kumishu's not the one you're expecting to be at the top, right? He can have a moment or a map, but it's someone like Emilia who should be doing the damage. And while he was, it's the supporting cast that let him down.
And I think like Emilia had like a really great showing, specifically on the C side, being very aggressive in mid. You see he's the one like charging out of Cheetah here and actually getting a lot of kills, and also being very, very good in the middle. Like, he actually purely wins his round by himself. And also turning over to the T side, he was also one of the reasons why they actually mounted this comeback. You know, he was very super aggressive, like whenever they got up mid. Also the way he approaches out of A side here, he understands the flash coming high, has this small micro movement of looking down to dodge it when the players are coming out of CT. So, you know, grabbing an ace here for himself as well. I mean, Emilia is to me very important for Lynn Vision, not only because he can bring the fragging power, but also what he brings inside or outside the store. Where like when he gets loud, like he's been standing up, he's been screaming like, "What are you doing?" and everything. You know, he brings a lot of good vibe to the team. It's going to be very important also moving into the third map.
Nice, he keeps yelling. Yeah, he's a guy that is playing with the emotions on his collar, and I like that. You know, I like that from him. I like his style as well on the server, but he is also exemplifying exactly what I'm talking about. That's a guy who wants to fight, and fight. And when he's not fighting and he's not winning those fights, he doesn't really add anything else to Lynn Vision. And that will be my critique of this lineup, because I really do think they play some good Counter-Strike. I think the individuals are great as well, but some of the better teams out there, they have more than one leg to stand on. And it does feel like Lynn Vision, they can play one way of Counter-Strike, and when that doesn't work out, it gets a bit topsy-turvy.
Do you feel like they're missing someone on the team to be like, when Emilia's doing that, okay, you've done enough, maybe just hold back, like slow it down, stop a bit here?
No, I mean, they're still in a development process. You know, they've come kind of out of nowhere, and now they had themselves one map away from stage 3. So you also got to look like where they come from, and sure, like with their region as well, like it's so hard to like kind of pinpoint who's the second best team coming out of Asia, and right now they're the only standing team out of Asia, looking outside the Mongols, obviously coming for next stage. So for them to be here with what they had is quite impressive in my books.
They're learning every single game. They're learning, and even if they were to lose the next map, if they were to exit right here, there's so much stuff to look at and learn from, and then come back stronger next time.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in the next map. We're moving to Anubis. It's now basically a best of one between Lynn Vision and Bait for a spot in stage 3. We'll find out who's going to get that after the break. This is what it all comes down to. Two teams that battled their way from stage 1 have a chance of making it through to the 3rd stage. The 16 best teams from the major will be there, and then one of them will be Bait or Lynn Vision. It all comes down to Anubis, and this gets interesting because for Bait, they haven't played it so far at the major, while on the other side of Lynn Vision, yes, they played it, but they played against Tyloo. There's only so much you can read into the domestic matchup of that one.
I think the series has equalized itself, and I think that Bait now winning Ancient was very important. Now also the way that they lost the two, they looked completely out of it. They looked like tilted. They were not even inside the series. So now they've had to equalize the score. And now going into Anubis, as you mentioned, James, like this is the first time Bait gets to play this at the major, and I think it's a very important step in the direction of Bait because showing off a limited amount of maps coming into major is going to be very... if you go to the next stage and you've only played like a certain amount of maps, like now they also get to showcase their Anubis that they can actually show it. It's going to help them going forward. And sure, Lynn Vision has beaten Tyloo. It's a domestic matchup, but looking at the past results of Lynn Vision coming into this one, it's like it's not really teams that you know too much about. So it's like you can't put too much into the assumption that Lynn Vision are a great Anubis team.
No, I agree with that. You know, the win percentage is a little bit screwed based on the fact that they're playing teams we don't know the names of, to be completely honest. But if you dive into it and look at who's performing on what sides, Saka is the CT side performer, 137 rating on average on the CT side of Anubis, which is known to be very hard. You look towards your AWP player, he's the one that makes the difference. On the other side of it, it's Sterry and Emilia, the two aggressive riflers on the side of Lynn Vision. So if you want to learn something from that, then if Lynn Vision want to give it to Bait on a map that is relatively unexposed against European top-tier opposition, then you're looking towards Saka on the CT side, and you're looking towards Sterry and Emilia on the riflers on the T side.
And we keep talking about this map right on the T side and what can happen on it, and how much is it going to be a benefit if you're the team that gets that T side here? Does it matter that much?
I think it still matters. I do think, though, that the map has gotten to a point where it's been, I wouldn't say figured out, but you get to see teams get a lot more rounds on the CT side because they are coordinating their aggression like way better, or they are better at understanding what kind of information they need to puzzle out the rounds. So I still want to favor that it's maybe like a 70-30% for the T side. So sure, starting on the T side is going to be important, but if you cannot get to the right groove and get the things flowing on your T side, then you might as well just find yourself in a really bad situation.
I think Lynn Vision should do everything they can in order to make it a brawl, you know, make it a deathmatch server, make it as uncomfortable as absolutely possible for Bait. It's still a relatively inexperienced team. They're a young couple of guys, NPL being the in-game leader as well, hasn't really done that at this stage before as well. If you're Lynn Vision, your biggest strength is control chaos. So if I'm Emilia, if I'm Sterry, I'm going to go out there guns blazing, I'm going to play fast-paced Counter-Strike and give it to Bait.
Well, that's exactly what Lynn Vision love to do. Let's see if that's what they'll take into Anubis. Let's see who will be the winner at the end of this map.
Yeah, that's typically how games work. I'm excited to see how this one shapes up because it is two disruptive Stage 1 forces, and only one of them secures a spot in Stage 3. Already getting to Stage 2, you know, neither of the teams were seen as a shoo-in for this stage of competition, but to make the top 16 of a major, Chad, you've already been talking about it for China, for regions especially, and for Bait coming into this one. This could be historical for them as individuals, some rookies stepping into the mix. It is going to be a hell of an achievement to make top 16 at the Blast TV Austin Major.
Yeah, 3 out of the 5 in the server for Bait, 1 out of the 5 on the other side. Well, top 16 to be the first for everybody on Lynn Vision. But let's talk some map specifics. Obviously, the desk talking about the lack of reps or lack of maps that have been shown from Bait. They're yet to play it in this tournament thus far. Lynn Vision played it once against Tyloo.
And now it's to make the next stage of competition, your first Anubis of the tournament.
It's important because it's a black box though, right? So what have you been working on within the prep time for the major? Heavy stance towards middle. 3 players lined up and ready. Emilia behind, and he's got a flash to set this fight up. So they've sold A, they're playing retake B, and they're really banking on the fact that this will be a mid play. Not going to rush things are Bait. They're spread out and actually starting to gravitate in this direction. Zaka's Julies are about to get action.
Yeah, Emilia's flash is going to be very well placed on their walk up. Now it's coming, he starts to unload, they hit their shots, but the flash is connected, and 4 people doing the flashbang dance! Sue and Emilia just sweep him under the rug. What a way to start your pistol.
That's perfect, and that right there has to be prep, right? The fact that you've just sat in that for the first 30 seconds of the round, and it's actually landed, so Gum continues to be a bit of a genius. Saw him coming out of the Player lounge, backpack on, strats in hand as Alex can't get anything done, and that will be 4 out of the 5 pistols so far in favor of Lynn Vision. That's one way to pick up a best of 3, and the pistols is a great way to kick things off. No plant means a lighter force buy if that's the option that MPL decides to call his team in with. And
but what a convincing use of a flashbang. I mean, you want to talk about effective, that's 4 members of Bait, all with white screens. I mean, just magnificent.
Well, the beautiful thing with that flash is it's not over the top, so there's no worry about flashing your teammates. It lands behind them, and there actually is swing with it. As Amelia continues the battle cries, it will not be the force coming out for Bait. They are just going to take a deagle into this, and the odds have gone back and forth again. Right, we came into this series just now, this third map with Bait as the favorite. They lose the pistol and immediately tip, so keeping our eyes on those as a tower erected. Amelia does take a bit of a dink for his troubles, but it's only against a Glock, so we won't worry about that too much. Can talk a little bit about the CT setup while we get around like this on our screens. It is going to be Amelia over towards A. Sue will be playing middle. You are going to have Starry playing connector. And then you can have Westmelon dealing with B long. You heard from Pimp there citing the stats, talking about Zaka being the highest rated player for them on the CT side. And that's important. That's a telling sign, right? If your AWPer is able to read the rotations well and put himself in a position to either aid or find openings on Anubis, we know how tough the CT side can be. So this is a massive boon to get the pistol and likely the conversion out the gates before the AKs come into their hands. For the T side map control, we need to look at what type of head-to-heads we might be getting. Now, Kenzie will be tasked with going over towards connector to tussle with Starry in some of the rounds. You're going to have the likes of Alex outside of B main, NPL working middle, Ascenthiel over towards A to get that space, as just a cluster of kills come in towards the A site, and then Headtrick with the AWP. So Headtrick will be setting them up with utility early. You'll see him posted for fights towards connector with the AWP, the classics on Anubis. But for me, Lynn Vision popped onto the screens on this map. One of the earlier EPLs, we're talking a couple of seasons ago now, the roster was different, but something that I really enjoyed from them was this double mid-molly, which now is standard meta, but it was something at the time that they used, and they actually had the one that landed a bit deeper that they could path behind at the doors and take a pick through mid. And that's where they splashed onto my screen with some nice little gimmicks. But let's get things underway. The rifle's invested. This series is for all the marbles. 2 seats left in stage 3.
And 2 games left in stage 2.
Again, another real focus of players towards middle out the gate. Starry, the comp player starting mid. This could just be because it is the bonus round. 2 M4s, 3 MP9s. Hoping the MPL comes to fight. Drops the molly, smoke lands window. They want to fight this. The SMG still hanging around, and Starry too. Flash forward.
Yeah, he's been playing Axie though. Oh, MPL. He kind of read the play, prepared for the play, avoided the flash, and gets nothing for his troubles.
Well, if your nameplate, Starry's meant to be the con player, so what's he doing towards middle? Well, they're going to try towards A, and Zaka and Sue are also coming over.
I love this. Just this constant reformatting. Aggressive CT ventures cut down by Kenzie. 2 down on A. Starry and Westmelon last see Starry in mid.
Not ready for this.
Alex is getting ready to just sideswipe, clothesline the cross of Starry. And a well-structured round. The impact from Kensington all being felt. His first 2 contributions in our 3rd deciding map, and it's round defining. Oh, just not ready for Alex's walk-up.
It's going to be tough there if you're the coach, right? Because they play the round to perfection. They get the opening kill, they stall out MPL's aggressions, and then the stack over towards A is the correct call. They just aren't ready for the pacing and the timing. So here's the initial exchange over towards middle. Flash through. Starry gets the kill onto MPL, but it's this one right here. You can see with the way that Amelia postures forward, just catches him on just that slight timing, jumping onto the bench. And then the double from Kenzie. So they get away with that one to Bait. That's a beautiful start.
Yeah, a good way to get your kind of teeth into the game.
Zaka's AWP is out. It's going to be a 5-7 for Amelia, so let's see if Zaka is able to put himself in the right place to find an opening pick. Now we're back to a standard CD setup. Sue dealing with middle, going to play it quite passively. Clears over towards Temple after pushed away by the initial util.
This is a lot of early mid pressure. I think they're just going to finish A.
Sue will have to rotate through Beach to help out A, and will do. So they are hedging that it will be that finish, and here they come quite quick on the crawl.
Okay. Zaka, he's got the A main person down straight away, but down he goes to Kenzie, splits through. Amelia wasn't able to cover, but does manage to trade, and he gets more than that. He gets an AK, he gets a double, and now Alex running out of bullets in a target-rich environment. Boom. 80 damage from the AG. They're not scared though, they double swing it. Lynn Vision back in their aim.
Oof. They do get the AWP. That's what the con was about there, right? They're able to pick the AWP up over towards Fountain.
I loved it. I loved the way they played that.
Look, this is nothing to do with in-your-face punchy Counter-Strike. This is to do with preparation and reading the play. This is fantastic. Su's rotation straight towards A informed.
And saves Amelia, sets him up for more.
Exactly, and Zaka does get that opening pick. The AWP is retained and given over, and a tactical timeout called early. So pressure felt from Bait. Now this is a T-sided map. You are going to be looking for at least 6, and that was what I would say is probably going to be the minimum. You're looking for really 7 or 8. So this is already a strong start.
So you lose the pistol, second round doesn't go your way.
You take the eco, so yeah.
And then you buy in, you win it, and immediately you're put back down.
And that's what you're hoping to avoid, right? Consecutive rounds immediately does humble the CT finances. So at the moment we are teetering, we're seesawing. And it won't be a shove from Bait to try and contest this. They, however, will make some investments. Now, with a couple of smokes, they do like the B lurk smoke. There it is thrown out. They might want to try and pop through this.
First test for the B defense, and Westmelon has misexecuted his jump.
That's good info, at least.
I suppose, yeah. It cost him everything, and Starry's been overlooked. Just ran straight past him, did Alex. The rest are seeming hesitant to brave that smoke, as piece by piece, it's falling perfectly in line for Lynn Vision's 4th.
I'll be honest, I think Alex did the right thing. I think the rest of them played scared.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah.
I think if you get that kill onto Westmelon so quickly and so easily that you're hoping to be able to have like the dominoes fall, the cascade of kills into the site.
And if you looked at what Alex was dealing with, it was just that one up close. Senthiel and Head Trick, though. We're gonna. I mean, here we go. You'd love to be able to get across this sideline. It is going to be held by Amelia, and he's handled that well.
That's the bomb. Scuttles forward into water. Senthiel should be able to get the rifle back.
Did the bomb fall out the window?
It did indeed.
Oh, man.
So that's a lovely little donation. If there was any way back in, it just got a whole lot harder for poor Senthiel, who we've seen showing some frustrations. But if we go all the way back to Dust 2, one of the only players putting up resistance. And that's a swing from Amelia with conviction. 4-1, and helping just to talk through. Let's go! That was meant to be banter.
Well, I think it was, you know,
it was definitely directed on the other side of the server.
So Westman was trying to do a circle strafe. You can see just mis-executed it. He communicates and does get the info at the very least. But you're right, there's Alex pushing through. It was just a flashed MP9. Had there been more bodies, a trade could have been there, and let's go! That round could have been theirs.
All right, well, let's go. The gun's going to be back out now.
Zaka again takes that up towards A side. Lurk smoke does drop. Westmelon unable to block. A HE thrown by the CTs gives them a momentary glimpse behind that aggressive smoke.
One thing I did note when just doing a quick little bit of reconnaissance on the way that Bait like to approach their T side, they rarely are playing Kenzie towards connector.
Yeah, but we're seeing more and more of that. He seems to just go doors. At the start of these rounds, he's getting this space.
Well, mid's not a bomb site. It's definitely a great position to apply some pressure and I think activate late, force rotations. And you've gotten the space, but it does really feel like Lynn Vision are giving it to you.
Yeah, but especially because, like, you know, you might want to count on an A main fight. You clear someone baskets in a 1v1.
I think the cool factor is if it's been identified that they don't play a lot of connector, you don't need to play smoke molly defense, which means you're not jiggling and constantly using your util there. You can actually block B main late. Look at all the util, and they even have the stack in the right place. This is really strong. This is what I'm talking about. So now this one is deployed. You're going to have more key pieces of utility that you can throw there. This will fade in about 10 seconds time. Trying to soften them up with utility now.
Yeah, Senthiel coming in from Con. Pressure amplified. Another incendiary. Senthiel cut out of the round. That's one from Kenzisor. Does chip in. And a flurry of frags goes their way. Nade looks good. Doesn't quite find the trajectory to stop that bomb from being planted. And the Senthiel's got the cover. Zaka's got his AWP.
Yeah, and I don't think he understands just how... Well, no, he definitely does. The way he's looking right now tells me he knows exactly that a player could be up close and personal. Zaka could risk giving the AWP over. Do they try and hunt him now? That's actually drawn all the Bait players over to try and take away this AWP. Only player lacking the finances right now is really Westmelon. Call Me Sue is also a little bit light on, so Zaka staying alive will facilitate one of those two aforementioned names a rifle. And Zaka is going to play close to the bomb.
Yeah, he knows he's safe.
And we'll get to retain the AWP. So we've seen them win around with less, but this is nice. We are getting a bit of a back and forth. And I love the fact that they stick the landing on this execute. The key for me is the util usage. They use the smoke that the CTs threw against them. That gives them the staging area. They set up some key Molotovs, and that forces the CTs into fights that they're predicting. So really, really well done there from Bait. Back and forth with both these coaches. Gum's opportunity to get on the mic. Now we know there can be a buy. Sue could operate with an SMG, or Westmelon could as the B anchor. But either way, Zaka is going to be able to drop a rifle across if that's what Gum hopes for in this situation. Has done. That's gone over to Sue, the mid defender. Westmelon, unfortunately, going to get the short end of the stick in this situation. But the round looks like it was playing out as far as the prep was concerned.
I really like the way you highlighted that. Like, I absolutely loved it. You know, especially because you're doing, you know, a speed version of the kind of prep that these teams have done for one another. You know what they're going to be learning, or at least can ascertain a likely influence as to their decision-making.
Okay, Hedrick's going to head over towards water 3. Yeah, this could be telling of more direct A. It is. Oof. It definitely is.
Okay, well, if you count on Amelia, has he got any block util left? No, he's just used his smoke now. Okay, well, assistance is here. Sue will arrive. Anti-flashes Amelia. Pop, wait, swing, and spray! Headshot from Essential. Clean. Dispatch of the first. The A-anchor's gone, and so has the backup. Sue gets flattened. Irretrievable rifles.
All right, nice little pace change. So they've been posturing in the default. They've been pressuring middle. Right there. Lynn Vision giving it up, playing heavy on towards the sides, and they've picked perfectly, haven't they, Bait? Able to usher themselves into the less fortified of the two.
I also think that might be the first round Zach has not started A. And it's the one round they end up going straight into Amelia. Rough out here. Sue gets caught. Nice double swing from them. So well-structured Bait. They've been a very impressive presence throughout their time here at Blast TV Austin, and now still up for debate as to whether they see the next stage. They're making a strong case that this game is not going to be just a one-way street for Lynn Vision.
You've missed map number 1. It was an absolute hiding. I think map 2 had the same flavor to it, but Lynn Vision were able to bring things back, and a couple of chaotic moments late down the stretch there costing them close rounds, 1v1s, tight moments. But right now, we look like we might get the back and forth that we deserve for map number 3. And Anubis, it does get a hard time as far as the map pool is concerned. People really don't like the fact that it is a little bit more T-sided. Puts so much more pressure on the CTs. Is right there, walking across the screen, is Frozen. Guess what? He's coming up next in that FaZe jersey versus MIBR.
Yeah, it's going to be a good, entertaining game to watch. Sumble says if they lose to MIBR, just flame him. Let's find out who of these two gonna be in the next stage. That's a dream start.
That's a
smoke
break
shot. Just as Kensizor was starting to get aggressive.
Okay, well, this is to keep that lead.
Sempio
looking to make a play in towards A as MPO goes for the traditional paces in middle. They pushed through water again, but didn't find an awful lot.
Oh, Amelia, it's just not the weapon, is it? He's going to burrow into the smoke and just hope. Yep, that's what he was hoping for. Oh, and Zaka connects.
Now it's into A. It feels deep.
This is sketchy. It still feels like Zaka could go down, but he has that angle, keeps the bomb trapped. He doesn't know it, but Hedrick is cautious to cross. Now the bomb will go down. 4 versus 2 retake. I still feel like the edge lies with Bait if they get the first.
Okay, there's the smoke. I was going to say they both had one, so lobbed out late after the bomb goes down. There is that kit on Zaka.
There is a flash on him too.
Amelia coming late through main. If he goes down, that's the only different avenue in. Everybody's coming heaven. Essential can block this. Now this is going to get tough. The bomb is hitting the halfway part now.
Okay, yeah.
Pistols have to run through to be traded.
Send in the pistol. Westmelon to lead the charge. Drifts out, draws the fire. Need a trade. Starry provides. Hedrick alone. Amelia didn't clear him. That was the round right there for the taking.
There's the kit.
Zach has hit it, and he has the kit. What a round to steal away from Lynn Vision. That is a heist. A couple of USPs, a couple of saved weapons, and Lynn Vision resuscitate hope for a CT side haul they can be proud of. 5 on the board already.
This is a beautiful opener, and I think with the pressure on their heart stops. They hold their breath in that situation, but there was definitely enough time for the defuse. There was a bit of a fumble movement there from Zaka Shaw jumping towards the bomb, but with the kit, confident that they had it. Yeah, look, he does wobble on the move, and it's not the cleanest jump over, but all in all, they do get away with it. So saved guns, profit 5-3.
Yeah, it was that exchange in mid that put them into that dire circumstance.
Fast on this one, straight across mid.
Okay. NPL and Kensizor, this duo, consistent now. Quick camera molly. Oh, it's not as good as you thought. Zaka thought he would be Molotov'd out of position. He hasn't been. Still adjusts his angle, and a 3A start for the CT side. So this is how you play mid.
Well, this is something that we've started to know within this year. If you take a look at Eternal Fire, aka Aurora, who were the specialty team at the start of the year, they would just be playing off mid in a lot of these fights. And I think that, you know, if a team wants to play it a lot and is going to use a lot of resources just to get this door space, you can give it over. It's about your response. Westmelon and Starry, their support network is miles away. They need to start blocking. Look at the amount of util. Now the main smoke comes in. But last time they did this, they were executed upon. This time it'll be through Connector, and there's no secret being made of that. The response needs to be this A main push. Amelia and Sue starting to gravitate forward, but will they get there in time?
Oh, this is not going to be an easy round for these two. Starry and Westmelon, one final block piece. They're pushing up towards the con side now. This is the first fight won out by Starry. Westmelon builds around it, but Ascenthiel takes the site. Good headshots. NPL catches the tail end of the assault back con. Amelia puts him down, 2-on-2 for the retake. Doesn't get the smoke break he hoped for, and still no plant. Ascenthiel cautious. No Zaka's up close and personal with the Tech 9. Pressure onto Alex. Oh, and he can't get past him. Zaka, that's back-to-back impact in the game. 9 frag haul, and Amelia's just confused, baffled. How have they gotten a 6th? Getting into their heads for the 3rd map. It's brave to be doing something so early into the set.
I respect it. I might have to give him a couple of lines going into the next stage of play.
Yeah, you should. Get cooking.
Poke him under the hotel door. So say these, mate. Really get under your opponent's skin, as that is a 3-round gap, and
you might have to give him the phonetics for some of your Australian words.
Well, I'm sure they can stick the landing because they're playing fantastic Counter-Strike right now. And
aren't they? I mean, I was impressed by Lynn Vision, but I felt like Bait were a step above, a cut above. I don't know where it came from. You know, both teams, they managed to pick up those best-of-1 wins against Falcons, so that's equal.
Even if it's down to the regional factor, though, Alex, Bait get the opportunity to play against the better teams in the world more frequently.
Yes.
So it can come down to that understanding, right? But Lynn Vision, they're really starting to bring their own flavor. And Pimp pointed out Zaka and this CT side, and he is definitely delivering in some key moments. It's a partial buy.
Okay. What are we doing here? Bomb in the back. Asking questions. Immediately into the stack. There's 2 on card, and he hits another. Zaka Zaggy Orpin. Careful. That's a problem. Westmelon's dead. Ooh, ouch. Wait. There's a lot of damage. Okay, never mind.
Zaka's
not
sick.
Scared. Yeah.
I think Zaka was in the team as the AWPer when they had G. All right, MPL, this is winnable now. Zaka is low. Amelia and Zaka, they're the 2 who are delivering on the CT side.
He can save his team here,
and
but
he
this
can
would be
pick up the bomb.
A P250 no Kevlar clutch.
I wouldn't put it past him. Desk were critical of him in the interview. Well, if he finds this one, that's confidence.
Yeah, that is for sure.
Zaka's going to play first. MPL just sits and waits right now.
I mean, he's not wrong in the sense that if they drop, it's a free frag. Why would they, though? Oh, they will. Oh, just poking his nose, checking underneath, directly under their window. Don't announce their presence. If NPL finishes B, it's the time he takes before planting that will determine where he can position.
Just picked up an incendiary.
And an M4. Didn't check the ammo on that.
Zaka just keeps going, beelining right now.
Yeah, and actually it looks like the timing's really not going to favor him. The next sound cue NPL makes, he doesn't even get a chance to. Zaka held W that entire time. Wow. You try and rush con, and there's no smoke, and there's 2 CTs just pumping you full of lead, shake of the head.
Was just the partial. Now's the full buy, but it's not even really a full buy. Alex just has an SMG, and there's not full utility, so it's going to limit the amount of options. It might have to be something direct again as we bring the stats for Zaka up on the screen. The impact, it's round after round right now from the AWPer. So away we go. This is 7 rounds on the CT side. This is starting to feel like they've done enough, and this means an awful lot for the region.
Oh, it does.
Not just Chinese Counter-Strike. For the next major, they can help earn an extra spot. It's going to be an A-pop. Amelia's the only one here. Last time, he got bowled over with nothing. This time, that can't be the case, or they'll lose a 4th.
Okay, well, he's hearing the same sound cue. Doesn't get his block smoke out in time. They'll just run through that. Oh, he gets 1. They catch a nade. And 2. Oh, just on the edge of that heaven smoke as it pops. Significant damage inflicted to one of the 3. Man advantage for the CTs. FPL. Oh, he could have multiple bodies on his screen. 2 line up for him. But Zaka remains. And Zaka's been winning everything. This one, however, with an AWP retake. And they double up heaven. That smoke might catch Hedrick off as he emerges. Up on the fade, spots him, hits it! Zaka is a demon! NPL can save his boys though. Finds an angle, slipping under! That's what you want to see! NPL unloads his mag, 3 kills in the round to keep something going. I need to address it, I need you to help me. 40 rounds, can they work with that? Do they need the 5th?
Look, it's all going to come down to the pistol in the second half. I think that if they can get this 5th, and now they've actually got the finances on top of the Lynn Vision squad right now, there's a real chance for them to get 5. 5 with the pistol, it's enough. It's doable. It ain't over yet. The CT side is tough. You can see that late. I imagine the comms were MPL was close to camera, right? At that point, he stops worrying about Fountain, stops worrying about main, but still can't win out the clutch. That was a tall ask. Both snipers equipped with their weapons of choice right now, Hedrick and Zaka, but it's just going to be lighter investments around this, SMGs.
Yeah.
And it's direct again. This time it's Poppy into B.
This is what they tried to do before with the Tech 9s, but this time they're there. No disruption from Starry, no AWP from Zaka, raining down Hellfire. Instead, he is taking the AWP mid. And it will be Westmelon and Starry with MP9s up close con. This is a good place for the MP9 to do work.
Yeah, but 1 molly and they're flushed out. They're letting the AWP search first.
Well timed, couldn't have been
Heard
better.
multiple bodies there.
Okay, multiple burning. Now the A main players start to push. That flank's going to be a problem. Starry's going to distract you. He's going to strike in unison. He waits for the call. Hedrick's going to clear back. They're going to clash. Amelia needs to tug. Stay tugged. Don't you dare swing. He's going to do it. Gets spotted out. Now we need the Starry push. He starts to push as well. Comes in from behind for 2. It's a massacre. They had distinct weapon advantage, but Bait left wanting. What a well-structured round. Oh, Sue gets Alex down. Flying in helpless. NPL falls. 8 for Lynn Vision. Can they do it? Can they do what China's team has not done since Tai Lu in 2018? They're closer than ever.
Hey guys, we are at Culture Clubhouse and we're gonna watch some Counter-Strike clips.
To keep mouths going.
I know this clip.
I don't remember this clip.
You don't remember? It was insane.
He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on. Oh!
We still lost this map. I think it's after the game I was shocked why we lost this.
You lost this map?
Yeah, we lost this map.
After this?
I was full shocked. How we lost this?
That's a little bit unfortunate, otherwise maybe going to try some prison pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. Oh, no!
We just came to this tournament. I don't remember. We were like top 10 or top 15 team in the world. Nobody expect us to win this, and it was crazy because we just win every game, and it was crazy. For me, all these moments, all these clutches, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, we came to this tournament with big expectations, you know.
Yeah.
But we weren't in the good shape back in the days, you know, for this tournament. So yeah, we collapsed in quarterfinals.
Yeah, but
in your minds.
Your game against Furia was crazy because, you know, Simple showing middle fingers to the crowd, some fans spitting on you or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah. He can actually save. He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on.
Oh, that smoke, it catches the rail, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Otherwise, maybe going to try some prison pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up
I think for the whole CS community, this moment is not like 10 out of 10. I think they're going to put like 5 or 6 points. But for me, because I was here, I was there, I was feeling this, for me it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, for me, bro, it's like 3 maximum, you know.
Okay.
It's enough. Thank you for coming to the Culture Clubhouse. Next time I will bring Jane.
The half ended with Amelia standing up. Will Bait sit down? It's going to be a mountain to climb on this CT side. The defense on Anubis eludes the very best, and now the pressure is at the highest. 3 major rookies in the Bait jersey representing Ukraine up against Lynn Vision. The Chinese side that can. Tyloo couldn't, and here we are, lock and horns. Is this 5 out of 6 pistol rounds? Well, it's 5 sets of Kevlar.
And is this nightmare fuel for Headtrick? A tough first half. He can certainly redeem himself here. We saw what Zaka got up to.
They've run dry across mid. 5 Glocks.
Yep.
4 Glocks.
Yep. 4 Glocks running mid as loud as they can and completely across the sight line now. Suddenly, Essential has to turn tail, be worried about this angle, gets confirmation of presence. Now Kensizor's been spotted out as well. Multiple Glocks running at you, overwhelming. Essential has to save Bait. They need this for momentum, but the bodies are dropping. Lynn Vision set for success, and it's exacerbated. Starry gets his, Zaka a tap, 5 alive. It's convincing. The Chinese side that could, that has, and that continues to.
Hey, they can smell it now, they can taste it now, and after every round win, they continue to spam the bodies, rub the salt in the wound. Both of these teams underdogs, both of these teams trying to run the gauntlet from stage 1. We've had huge names fall in stage 2. They both sent Falcons down to the 0-2 with best of 1 wins over the world number 2, but where are they? Nowhere. Lynn Vision, a few rounds away now from booking their spot at the big boy table. Force Spy. This is for all the marbles right now, Bait.
Yeah, and Amelia's got a big challenge ahead of him. Okay, Alex sees that as an invitation. Dispatches of the first. Perfect run down to the second. Where's the cover? It's there from Zaka. They continue though, and they swing out as he pulls out the Molotov. Lovely catch, good shooting. Headtrick, that's an important contribution.
It's a tough 2v4 now. The bomb's down towards T-stairs. Sue can go and grab this. They haven't actually lushed forward for it, but Sue's not to know that. They haven't pushed B main, and they've actually evacuated. So they're going to play the number advantage and play the sites, knowing that Lynn Vision are going to spend all this time just on reconnaissance. Where have they gotten off to, and what is open? Sue now probes out and will be able to pick back up the bomb. This has started as an absolute mess. Both Amelia and Zaka, Westmelon, sorry, in the open with nades in their hands. Get absolutely nothing done.
I mean, this is Alex stepping up as well. 2 kills up close with so much on the line. You've just invested. The game's lost if you lose it. Or thereabouts. And so Alex, confident, brave, double.
They're not playing for info anywhere. They're just playing for jiggles on B. They're playing extremely passive. So MPL, if he doesn't win this first fight, Lynn Vision can win this round. There's no doubt about it.
It gets really awkward if he doesn't get anything done here. He should get the info and just live. That works too. Just like that. Just like that.
Missed the molly. Smoke will have to do.
CTs throw a nice smoke towards the stairs, though. That opens up possibilities for their encroach. Good pick off from Starry. NPL, oh, and another. Kensizor gone. Info on another. Now bringing down his Headtrick. He's only got half health. He needs to win it. Oh, no, not the 2v4. Not the 2v4.
Now Starry's out of his chair, and they're standing up again.
Oh.
They're letting him know. That's a 6-round difference now.
Oh, they did it all right. Alex set them up for success. NPL gets the info, and it doesn't matter. Starry, he's usually dead silent. He's the one that raises the roof now. He knows just how close Lynn Vision are.
This guy doesn't say boo to a goose.
Nothing.
But he says, what are you doing to a bunch of Ukrainian kids on the other side of the server? He knows what they'll be doing in a couple rounds' time, packing their bags. He'll see you in the lobby. And that's the fire in the belly. As Chinese Counter-Strike has got some attitude.
Chinese Counter-Strike, I mean, it was always inevitable, wasn't it? You know, a large region, they loved Counter-Strike, they played it a lot. Just had to catch up to the European side of things, and they are doing it their way. They are doing it in a big way.
Oh, quaking in their boots right now, Alex. It is going to be a shove all in again. We saw this same approach on map number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And was a map that they were able to convert, sure, but you're going to have to do this in the toughest of ways possible. An M4, a FAMAS, 2 MP9s, and a 5.7. You've got 4 smokes, a handful of flashes, no kits. Gum took the timeout. He chose to let his team cool off and focus on what's ahead.
Well, there's the double mollies you were talking about.
Going to contact towards B. Amelia dealing with A. This is a perfect position for Ascenthio to get a multi-kill. It's such a great weapon for the job, and they've actually got 3 players on the B side, so currently set for success.
They let the AK surge. Just see if anyone dares peek into Sue on the AK. Temple smoked. Ascenthio readies himself for battle. Layering of smokes and Molotovs. Left side smoke is up. Deep log smoke. Looking for sightline over the top of things, finds nothing.
Don't know about that, though. You wanted them to come in.
You did.
You had 4 players. You actually drew another man over to this side, and now that you've blocked them, you don't know what lies on the other side. You think, okay, well, we have blocked. Have they rotated away? You search connector, you find nothing. Amelia went to fight on A, and now they come.
They're pushing through. Ascenthio, what have you got? 5-7. He needs to put more than that downrange. Unless Hedrick's got more, down to just 12 HP. Got to get out. Got to get out. Amelia's been hurt. That's a nice shot. He's ready for the swing. Amelia takes another leap in the right direction for Lynn Vision. They're looking at the bodies. They're seeing Kevlar. They're seeing MP9s, and they know. They know their opponent just put all their pennies into it, and now they're going to force buy out this game. Lynn Vision, a red carpet rolled out for Lynn Vision to take top 16.
I can't believe they forced again. I can believe they forced again. They left himself no options. Of course, of course. If you're going to go like this, if you're going to try and force the issue, you're going to fight fire with fire, you better stick that landing. It's an M4, FAMAS's, MP9 and a shotgun. And we go again. If you don't break it now, it's never.
Bait were claiming stage 1 was full of teams that didn't make them sweat. Well, stage 2, a different story. Lynn Vision from stage 1 have got them really sweating now.
Yeah, this is to join the likes of Legacy and Nemiga. 3 teams from stage 1 will make it in stage 2 regardless of the result. MPL trying to take the game into his own hands. Has to catch the timing and can. Starry down an opening kill. That's huge. Ascenthio, same position, different weapon.
Yeah, and with the Galil, actually, I think it favors the shotgun here. Just like that! Oh, we couldn't track Sue. 3 versus 4, everything to play for.
Should reset right now, Lynn Vision.
One slipped out.
Oh, and actually Amelia just backed off from this, so Alex has the timing.
Massive.
I don't think he clears rugs. Oh, Amelia, enough rope to hang himself. Oh. Alex goes down. Now it is a 3v3. Oh. Now they just accelerate straight through mid.
Oh my God, he's going to be so mad at himself. Now his team has to... Oh, and they...
Wait, water.
Yeah. Oh! Amelia's
ready for everything!
How is he ready? He was ready for everything, and he continues to be. Sue clears out MPL, and another body drops. Lynn Vision, it's theirs for the taking. It is theirs for the taking.
Well, this isn't going to end with a crash and a bang. It's going to end with a fizzle bait.
A whimper.
They're catching nothing today, but strays.
Again, an advantage of 5 versus 3. Sure, an immediate trade, but there's push from Alex, you know.
Everybody trying to do everything, but it's Amelia who is not missing a goddamn shot. That camera there shows how instantaneous it was.
Oh my God, here we go.
Well, this is the best of the bunch. It's got a few more rifles in the mix, and they're just looking like they want to rush A, the knockout blow.
Alex, frustration's palpable. He's losing teammates, he's lost himself, he's lost his life. Gets one from the grave with the spread of the flame. NPL's going to respect that camera smoke. He could have gotten to the site completely uncontested. Doesn't know that. And so, Ascenthio and him partner up and go beach. In fact, all 3 of them.
Well, they're going to have to push the issue, right? If they come in towards this site and they find nothing, it feels like you're going to have to keep on pushing. Otherwise, you'll be chasing ghosts. And in the interim, it's the back off again. It's Lynn Vision staying poised when on the precipice of doing something that hasn't been done since 2018. This is a team that has had to play every single day. It was 2-2 in stage 1. It's 2-2 in stage 2. And last time we saw them jumping on tables.
Yeah, this would be historical.
This time they might be flipping them. And they did continue to push. Cleared out A main. It will give them a fast routing in towards B. And that's exactly where Lynn Vision are hoping to finish. They have utility. Smokes, mollies, flashes. Retake position for Kenzizor. And he's been damn sharp, but only 6 kills in this map. They're coming through connector. They're on a collision course. This is to keep the game alive.
I can't help but feel that the setup is perfect for bait. Kenzizor will be this first info, the beacon of intel. All he has to do is not lose his life on this first fight. Does better, gets the kill, draws attention. NPL will activate and puts it onto Starry with just no time to piece this one together. Bomb on his back now. Smoke and a Hail Mary plant, probably his best bet. They've just wasted their HE, so maybe he can get it down. A fake 5-4, down he goes. Bait passed their first of many tests. 7 more consecutive are required of them. An 8-round run in total.
Yeah, this feels real tough, and not sticking to their guns there. The reset actually comes back to cost them. It is going to be nervy there for Lynn Vision as well. They have so many rounds to work with, and they are on the favored side. So you feel like one of these next rounds will eventually come through, even if it's just a group up and pop into a site, and somehow Bait are still able to find a smile. Now they haven't fully invested. There's going to be 2 AKs that are brought into the fray. Call Me Sue, Westmelon, and Starry actually holding on to a bit of cash. So if they win it like this would be crazy. Amelia, a man on a mission.
Alex is just playing a jiggle defense, which is very susceptible to a insta one tap. Would have to be one hell of a peek from Amelia, just hoping and praying that something comes aggressive as they once again just waltz around the bridge. Trick tasked with holding on to middle. Zaka AK might be a bit of a surprise, and he's gone.
Just Alex.
Trick's in trouble. Watching now, as this could be the last round of the major for them. Needs Alex to step up, and he has. Deters the invaders.
Backing off.
Steps in mid, and NPL's going to go looking for this. Steps out wide, nothing to report. They're pivoting. The B players have pushed mid. Now is our chance. Now the window is open. The window of opportunity to surge into this site. Nice find. Kenzizor was ready. Needs more. A whole lot more where that came from. And his powers combined as Senthiel takes down his teammate. Shouldn't cost them anything. As Westmelon falls, Amelia the last to do so, but he is disconnected. Coming in from Con with 6 HP.
He gave away that AK, but Westmelon didn't have any armor to go with it. And what was an erratic finish.
It was a nice attempt from Zaka. Gets that pick off. Doesn't translate. Bait past their second test.
Okay, so now it will be the buy, right? They held on to their cash. It wasn't a full investment. Kenzie does well again. Obviously, there's a TK in here. He's going to be feeling quite frustrated about that, but his teammates didn't let him down in that environment. And now that Amelia standing up, that trash talk, it needs to be backed up. I know it's still 6 more consecutive rounds required. Oh, again. 2 rounds in a row. I actually don't hate this buying pattern. They didn't shove all in. So they've gone for a partial, but this time it's actually a partial across the board. Everyone has something a bit poppy. Something that really, this is what I was saying, just one of these rounds needs to stick. So a gimmick, a set piece, that's all you need. It doesn't need to be brilliant mid-round. It doesn't need to be a perfect default.
There's only 2 here. It's the perfect time to call it, especially if Senthiel doesn't put in a shift, but he has drawn blood, needs more, asked a lot of, needs to spray down an extra, got no bullets, neither do they, swamps out to the USP. Senthiel a quad kill in defense in the absence of his teammates. Cash is nice, Westmelon gets the knife.
He's got the bomb. He's got the bomb right now. Senthiel's low. And this is going to be, you're going to be screaming. You know that he could have gotten away. How good are your rotations at this point? Senthiel's the one actually to dart over towards A to try and deal with this. Now, he's the low HP player. Westmelon is low on HP too, so it's just going to be a stray bullet. And look, Westmelon, he's had some really curious moments throughout this. Go back to the jump out B main earlier on in that CT piece, just got deleted. It's tough to back him for the clutch right now, but this is financial damage being done. He has a smoke. Now, does he drop it to plant in? Or does he try and corner off one of these rotation points to find himself a jewel? Musical statues right now. And the song's about to play. Now they move.
Sentio, you are alone at this point. This man gives himself a smoke to play around. So seeds of doubt as to his positioning. Has an angle over the top of it.
This Heaven play is so late. They do have kids.
He's going looking for Alex. Peeks in. Nice find.
Everything's tense. Everything has to be. You lose one round and it's all over Red Rover. So Defuse will come through.
He has really given himself some extra cash with the knife kill regardless. Essential's done very well here. What a weird exchange this was. They both spam their weapon, both run out, and both have to pull out, well, I was going to say their knives. One of them elected to pull out a USP. That proved to be the right choice.
Okay, well...
poor guy only had a pistol.
How much longer does this comeback continue? Does this become one of the greatest comebacks in Major history?
I mean, this would be considered something in that ilk if they do turn this one around.
I still see these smiles creeping on the faces of Bait. I don't know who the Joker is. I don't know who's...
We've got them right where we want them.
Yeah, exactly. This false sense of security. Okay, no warp. 5 AKs. Hetrick starts towards middle.
Lurk smoke lands B.
He's peeking.
Trying to take matters into his own hands, and on his sweep reports nothing.
And considering he only has 4 kills, it's great to see that confidence continuing. Westmelon, he will not call the bluff of the smoke, respects it, and dips back. There's nobody from Bait up close and personal on the other side. They are back towards Camera and Temple. And mid, that's where they want to go. Sue flashes forward. Now they take the space.
Swing pass. Oh, Bashi doesn't connect. You'd have loved that. Okay, well, Alex first contact. Hetrick might just throw a cursory shot into the smoke. They're accelerating. Hold on! The A site falls with not a single bit of impact from Alex or MPL. Lynn Vision closer than they've ever been to the top 16. A 7-year hiatus for China in the top 16 teams at the Major, and it's Lynn Vision to break it. 8-round hiatus, or rather 8 years it's been. They take it. Lynn Vision all the way from stage 1. Stand up, jump up. Emilia can't quite believe it.
That's his signature move right now. And Lynn Vision, every single day of play, they survive stage 1. They lock in stage 3 with emphatic fashion, taking down Bait. Both of these teams have been running the gauntlet, but Chinese Counter-Strike back on the map, popping in here, there, and everywhere. Not only do they have the aim, but they've got the poise to back it up. Falcon's one of their scalps throughout this stage. It's not a slouch as Emilia. First there to get in with the dap-ups, the high-fives, the handshakes come in. For either team, both with rookies, 3 for Bait, 1 for Lynn Vision. But for either of them to have made it to the next stage of play, it would have been history in the making. At the end of the day, it's a competition and respect is shown.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Bait to process after so many successes. They felt like such a dominant force at times here in Blast TV Austin. However, it slips away in a rather rough shape of form in that third and final map. That's the exit. That's the end of the Major for Bait. Lynn Vision continue. Let's tune into the interview.
Bait will fall here after managing to bounce back after the initial map. I've got MPL with me here. First of all, mate, commiserations on the loss. I know when we spoke on the pre-match here, right, you didn't have that pressure you were telling me. You had that confidence as well. But what happened when we got inside the server here?
I think after Dust, we started to feel pressure.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's the problem. Yeah. So,
and what happens during these moments for you guys? Like, who is it to try and pull you out of it and come back in? Because when you're Ancient, it looked like the Bait we expected to see. So we thought, okay, this is more like it.
I don't know.
You don't know who?
I don't know. I don't know.
A team decision, a team pulling yourself together and making it work?
Yeah, yeah. We just have had a little conversation after Dust, and we just said that we just have to reset. It was an unlucky game. They won a lot of clutches, very unlucky for us, and we just destroyed them on Ancient. Yeah, we just had like a bit unlucky on City side, and that's it. Yeah.
but then coming into this Anubis, right, obviously it comes into the deciding map of it all, and you told me before you expect what Lynn Vision are doing at you guys, so what caught you off guard here? Was it just not the individuals being able to do what was needed?
I don't know, we just didn't kill them. That's it, yeah. They just out-aim us. That's it, yeah.
A lot of the individual heroics coming out in it. For you though, right, through stage 1, you managed to go 3-0, an impressive run. You're leading this still very young team, Hedrick and you with a bit more experience than the rest of them. What do you think of your major run here for BATE?
I think that's like a good result, by the way, but we could have qualified to third stage. But it is what it is, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's like normal, maybe a bit more than normal result. Yeah.
Anything you want to say to all the fans out there supporting you guys?
Thank you guys.
That's it for BATE here at the Major.
That is it for BATE. A bit over normal, Peter. Do you buy that sentiment? Was BATE living up to the expectations when they go home and look back at this tournament, or is it still a little bit disappointing?
I think it's a little bit of both things, to be honest. I think BATE came out of stage 1 looking really good, and then they got off to a really great start by beating Falcons, you know, and at that point, you know, if you're an inexperienced team at these type of tournaments, then you can get like the feelings run over you, and I feel like coming into this game that NPL was having a stint of this inexperience, that he was literally just coming to a point where he felt that pressure wasn't there, and we could clearly see the pressure mounting on them.
There was a lot of pressure on the server. I didn't really buy into NPL's argument about saying there was no pressure at all in the beginning, and I think they faltered for that pressure, James. The better team won today.
The better team did win, and the better team finds themselves going through to stage 3. This was an impressive fight from the guys, and the individuals shining, and they look like a fantastic team who now deserve to be there. We got Misu, and we got Amelia with us here. Guys, you just made it through to top 16 at the Major, fighting from behind on this crazy situation. What does it feel like for you guys?
After Tyloo beat M80, we thought we were going to go 3. And then, yeah, because we're going to play against Falcons for our second match. But like, I think the world line changes after we beat them. Yeah.
I want to ask for Amelia, did they kind of motivate you on the BATE side? Because at the end of Ancient, they called you effing bots, and then he started really stepping up and shouting and standing up, and he was showing some extra confidence.
你是不是因为在图2的时候，最后对面叫你人机，你图3开始发力了
？No, just I think they play not very well, and I know how they will play. And I will call some stuff in run, something like that, and destroy them.
I think there's been some praise around your coach. He's doing a lot of your preparation, obviously, and he's been having, he's been sleeping quite little. So how important is the preparation for you guys? Because there's no doubt that you guys have the mechanical skill, and there's obviously no doubt that you can also play good Counter-Strike, but how important is the preparation actually coming into these games? How much is your coach actually putting in, and does it affect the way that you also approach the games?
Yeah, the preparation, the quality for preparation was super good. Even though for different teams these days, I believe our coach studied till midnights. He was the last person leaves the training room, and then he just give us the notes before the match, and he just walk through it with five of us. And then during the match, we saw some utos coming up. We would be reacting. If someone died, he just look at the notebook. It's oh, they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that, and then he ends up actually doing that. So it was a pretty easy read for us.
That's super cool, Colmy. So we stood here 4 days ago, and you said heading into stage 2 that your expectation was maybe not making it to stage 3, but going 1-3, 2-3 would have been okay. Are you starting to believe now, heading into stage 3, that you're maybe even better than you think yourself?
For myself, I don't I wouldn't say I'm a very experienced or a very good player, because I've only been playing officially pro for 4 months, and then and then we made here. I mean, we made history again for Chinese CS. Yeah, I'm very happy.
And what about the spinning top next to you right there? Does he believe that you guys can advance from stage 3 and maybe make the playoff?
你觉得你能想到我们就是进到了第3阶段，甚至会打到淘汰赛吗？
我想得到，而且我感觉到巴西的粉丝和天路和我们在一起， 和中国的所有的粉丝也好，主播也好，我感觉到他们的力量。
So basically, he says he literally thinks we're gonna win to stage 3.
Okay.
Okay.
And then he says he can feel the power of his Brazilian fans and his Chinese fans, and also Tyloo is with us. Yeah.
All right.
Like
And I got to ask this for Amelia as well, just in terms of getting through to this next stage, what does it mean for just the whole Chinese region? Do you feel like this is going to be more support coming from them, more love towards you guys, and more power for the team?
Yeah, of course, because like we made Legend Stage. Of course, this is like a rise of Chinese CS. Probably we're gonna have more like spots for age and region, and then it's gonna bring more like talented player to get involved in.
Brilliant.
It's only the second time ever that happened. I think it was Tyloo in 2018,
Yeah.
the FaZe Major. That was the first Chinese team making it, and they won one game. They won a best of one. So if you win 2 games in stage 3, you would officially have been the best placed Chinese team ever at a major.
Yes, yes.
Can you
Lucky.
do it?
No. we'll try our best, but like we have some luck for those seeding. I guess like the placements.
You make your own luck.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Lastly, Amelia, I'm going to ask you to just look at this screen here. We're going to show you some reactions.
Okay.
And we're going to show you.
Let's go.
What are you doing? Let's fucking go!
Who is this?
I saw some comments on Twitter, and then they were like, "This guy yells annoying. Like it's annoying. Like how American teams are losing to this like annoying kid."
Oh,
Please,
what?
don't stop. Continue.
Yeah,
Don't
just
stop.
Continue.
Keep doing it.
But have some fans in China. They say not like me like this.
And we like
We like it, and everyone else likes it, so
Ignore
just
them.
going.
Keep doing it. We enjoy it. That's awesome.
There's like a meme for himself. Like
Really?
he has like different personalities. And then like when he spams the body, that's his like second personality. Like third personality, just start yelling and swing his t-shirts.
We love personality. Keep showing it. And just lastly, for both of you, is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there, all the people supporting? You can say it in Chinese as well.
哎，我要补上上一次啊，马西西也牛逼。
Duncan，我们好像是0-3 Duncan，这是到哪儿来了？这是？
This is
妈呀
some streamer.
Thanking,
memes.
yeah. He's catching some strays. Anything else? Good?
牛逼中国
And 我还是想说，虽然天路不在这里，但是其实天路训练的也很努力，而且就是天路一直打的也十分的好。他们对战的是 Heroic， 所以他们输的也不遗憾，因为他们遇到的对手都很强，而我们不一样。其实我们是比较偏向于就是运气，对运气好，然后所以就是能进到 Stage 3，所以还是希望你们能多给天路一点鼓励，也希望兄弟们多点支持我们吧。
Well, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on making it through to stage 3. We appreciate it, and we'll see you very soon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And it's epic, right? There's so much in this, not just in getting this win, but what it means for global Counter-Strike, which we're all here for.
Yeah.
Now, I want to clear one thing up because I saw some comments about this before. When he's saying newbie, it's not like he's calling him a noob. It actually just means awesome in Chinese. That's what it translates
That's
to.
why I need to learn Mandarin. You know, like it's such a cool language. It goes so fast, and it was super cool. I would have loved to understand what he was saying.
Even if he did call them newbies, it doesn't matter. It's
correct.
Fun. It's cool. It's, well, technically in this case, correct as well. They absolutely manhandled them on map 3. I like that we get to see some personality. I like that we get to know new players as well. So keep on, you know, don't change.
Look at this, right, when we're showing some of the bait footage right now. This is a team that rightfully so looks dejected. I know in the interview with MPR, right, he wasn't showing much emotion in it. He did say, okay, we got beaten by the individuals there, especially on Anubis, but it was like, you know, I think he hasn't realized what just happened, considering the opportunity they had on paper being the favorites like that.
See, that's the thing, right? I think if you told Bait coming into the tournament that you'd be in this position, you'd be one game away from stage 3, you'd made it to stage 2, you'd go 3-0, etc., they probably would have shouldered their major for that. It wasn't one of their predetermined favorites.
No.
But in this case, going up against Lynn Vision, that was a massive opportunity for them to make it to the next stage. They were the favorites, and they didn't capitalize on that. So I think right now they should be disappointed, rightfully so. I think when they go back, maybe in a day or two's time, overall, it's a step in the right direction for still a young and inexperienced Bait team.
Definitely a learning lesson. I think looking at the match overall, Lynn Vision just played better in pretty much all aspects, and I even feel like even they were leading so heavily on the likes of Ancient, I still feel like Lynn Vision was like mentally more inside the game, and we could hear from the interview that they were shocked after Dust 2, you know, and that they even got to the point where they just said, okay, they just got lucky, right? It's not because that we actually play poor, they play bad. So the fact that Bait find themselves now with the opportunity they had is just not very good for them.
But this is obviously a massive learning experience. From what you've seen, if we look at the other positive games that Bait have shown overall, right, would you say that they've got a good place in the future if they can keep working on this? Is it a team with potential?
I think so, yeah. Looking back at their last result at the major in Shanghai, you know, they took a big leap of improvements coming into this one. So sure, there's definitely room for improvements, and I feel like the more Bait they get to play together and learn from themselves and maybe evolve their playstyle a little bit and maybe get on a little bit more on the same page, I think they can also get to a point where they can progress even further than what they've done here. So for them to get this experience is obviously important, but with how it ended, I think they will be looking at themselves and feeling that they should have had this one.
If I'm not mistaken, they finished 17th to 19th at this major. I think that's exactly where they're at. You know, a team that is currently, you know, within top 20 or at least on the cusp of it. And for them, it's going to be about finding some sort of stability where they can continue to progress, get better while also remaining their spots and maybe get a qualifier for an event like some of the PGL events or some of the smaller tier 1 events out there.
Well, guess what, guys? There's only one more spot left in Stage 3, and that is going to be decided next. It's FaZe taking on MIBR, and trust me, you don't want to miss this.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're gonna be doing here. We're gonna be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go, let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we wanna know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it. You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I wanna, my idol Monasy get here.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
One final clash in Stage 2 to find the sole survivor for the top 16. Because yesterday, against all the odds, Falcons were eliminated by these guys. MIBR, if they hope to make it to Stage 3, now must also tame FaZe in the final foray here at Stage 2 at the Blast TV Austin Major. My name is Freya Spears, joined by Dupree and Pimp for what is going to be a crazy last game to go down in Stage 2.
It is. It's going to be a good one, especially considering we have FaZe in action, we have Simple in action, and we have the giant killers in the form of MIBR in action.
Yes, sir.
They made history yesterday by knocking Falcons out of the tournament, and what a fashion they did it in.
I mean, it was probably the biggest upset we've had in the tournament so far. I mean, Falcons were the team that was supposed to knock Vitality out and go all the way to grand final. Now they found themselves eliminated. So MIBR, as you mentioned, giant killers. Can they do it once more?
That's the question. For Falcons, it was the worst result of the major for each of the individuals ever. Like, if that's not going to put them in the history books, I don't know what will. Let's focus on that Inferno, though, because that was such a back and forth affair. But there was one round, Jacob, one round that ultimately decided it all. An unwinnable situation for MIBR that they managed to convert.
You say unwinnable. I read somewhere on Twitter, and I'm probably going to butcher the numbers right now. It was a 3v5 retake after the bomb was planted on Inferno. And I think someone made the statistic that that round has been played out 358 times, and only once a team has won it. You know, yesterday was the second time ever, so less than 0.5% of a chance of them actually making that comeback. It's crazy. I can also hear Kerrigan right now rallying up the troops. That's kind of cool. He's getting very loud right now. So that also emphasizes on what's at stake right here for FaZe, right? You cannot allow yourself to make the same mistake Falcons did yesterday.
There's definitely no case for FaZe like not making the next stage. So that would just be a completely issue for FaZe, and it just solves, or it doesn't solve the fact that they had issues coming into this tournament, and now they brought in Simple, but it just didn't really pan out the way they wanted.
Let's fixate on MIBR for a second, though, because they're super impressive what we saw yesterday, and just taking a look at how they managed to get there. They were a team that I was counting out versus Falcons, not just because of Falcons being the second best team in the world. I wasn't exactly sure where to place MIBR, looking at their results previously in the tournament.
No, I think if you dive into MIBR heading into this major, you look at the map pool, you look at how many games they've played, you look at the different players, it's kind of hard to get a grasp of where they're at and how good they are. We kind of forget that MIBR had a period, especially during the Shanghai major as well, where they played some pretty decent Counter-Strike. Then we haven't seen them around at some of the Tier 1 tournaments. We don't get to see them often in Europe, so a bit of an unknown, so to speak. So far this tournament, they have done a decent job. Losing to Legacy in that opening game, I thought to myself, oh, that's not a good look, MIBR. Then you lose to Nemiga as well. Oh, that's not a good look. But fact of the matter is that both Nemiga and Legacy have played some beautiful Counter-Strike so far. So maybe those results weren't as deciding as I initially thought.
And they're about to pull off the reverse sweep. If they can take down FaZe, they find themselves in stage 3. And sure, as you mentioned, Jacob, like, we don't really know where MIBR were coming into this tournament. And I think that is also the case. Like, when you go to the major, it doesn't really matter what well, it does matter obviously what you've done prior to it, but actually when you get here, like, this is like the core of where you need to perform, and you just leave things behind, come in, have a good showing, get your things going, then everything can be done.
Well, pull off the reverse sweep if they manage to take down FaZe. A tall task lies ahead of them, so let's check in with Exit to see how he's feeling ahead of this series. Of course, Exit, we have to start this interview by talking about the result versus Falcons yesterday. There was some crazy resilience coming out of you guys. Can you explain the emotions that you felt when we kept on going into more OTs on that last map of Inferno?
It was like a great match. I ended up after it, I was like so tired, mentally, and it was like I think it was the best match of my life. It was very good, and the 3v5 on the retake, I couldn't believe when Breno killed the two guys on Banana, and yeah, I felt awesome.
Even Counter-Strike retweeted it, right? It's one that's going to go down in the history books for sure. What did that result, in your mind, prove about MIBR as a team?
Yes, it can improve a little bit because we were working very hard to come in here, and we didn't let things go down after the first day because we went to like 0-2. We just talked about our energy, the way we were coming to the game, and I think we're doing way better these matches against Batbull and Falcons, and we need to bring this today again to beat FaZe. And I think if we play good as we played yesterday, we can beat FaZe again. And
I love that confidence because I feel like you guys, you've been dealt kind of a cruel hand, right? You beat Falcons, you think, okay, maybe it gets easier. Possibly not, because as you said, you've got to take on FaZe. What do you think the most tricky thing about facing FaZe is as a team? What's their biggest strength at the moment?
Strongest of our team or their
FaZe,
team?
yeah.
I think FaZe is like the most experienced team in this tournament. They have like huge players. They have Simple, the GOAT of Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, but they have like this style of loose style. They like to push some places, and the other guys are playing as well in the other places. So we need to be focused on that. And they're a very good team. They're huge players. We use it to watch for a long time, so it's gonna be a good match.
Pulling off a miraculous result versus Falcons. Still FaZe to take down if they want to progress to stage 3. And I think we've got to take a look at Insani, right, Jacob? He's been such a difference maker for this squad. And he's been a name that's been on the tip of our tongue for quite some time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, including myself, would have liked to see him somewhere else maybe than MIBR. We spoke about him maybe going to Furia, him going to some better team. In MIBR, he's been the difference maker for the past year or so. He's been a player that when you look at the statistics, he was even, at some point, he was one of the top 10 highest rated rifler in the world of Counter-Strike on LAN. I know that the LANs he was playing was not against the best of the best teams, but that gives you a sense of what the level that he can, I guess, showcase is at now. You played well against Falcons yesterday. You didn't play insanely well, but you played well. Now up against FaZe again today. If you want to make a name for yourself, if you want to show us that when you are, you know, within that conversation of top 10, top 15, at least according to the stats, if you can do that against the likes of Falcons and FaZe back to back, then maybe we have to acknowledge the fact that you're much, much better than we think you are.
Well, let's flip the script to talk a little bit about FaZe Clan themselves. I don't know whether you heard it on our microphones. I believe we have some footage of it, though, because Karrigan, he was given quite the hype speech before going into this game. Good reason, because there is a lot of weight on their shoulders right now.
There's no doubt that Karrigan is like the heart and soul of this team, like, and he's been that forever since he's been there. I think Karrigan, he knows what's at stake. He knows that if they do not win this game, people will be laughing at them. They will be saying like, okay, why didn't you make more changes? Why didn't you do something different? They know that the pressure is on their side, but they also know that they have the capabilities of making it, and they also feel like they're in the position where they should be winning this game. And at this point, there's no way that FaZe is gonna be showing up like they did last couple of days.
I hate, okay, I love doing this, but I know people hate when I do this, but let's be realistic, right? Karrigan, it could be the last time we see him in a FaZe jersey. And that's the case for a lot of these players. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a legend of obviously FaZe Clan, a legend of the game, but there's also a time where Karrigan maybe has to move on, or the team has to move on. They're in a 2-2 stage right now. Them losing this game, it could potentially be the last time for Karrigan in a FaZe jersey. It could potentially be the last time Rain in a FaZe jersey. Maybe it's never going to happen, but that's why we got to, you know, soak in this moment as well and realize that the pressure is on right now for a lot of these players and for the team itself.
Well, if Jacob's looking into his crystal ball, apparently this might be the last time that I get to interview Karrigan in a FaZe jersey, so let's see what he had to say.
Maybe.
Karrigan, of course, no secret that you guys find yourselves here after losing both those best of threes. When you look back on those games, was it similar issues you feel like were present, both in the game versus Legacy and 3D Max?
Yeah, kind of the same issues. First of all, we are maybe best of 1 heroes right now. So today we need to be a best of 3 hero. I think some of the same issues occurred in both games, and in some way I also feel like I didn't call the best yesterday. And also it's small details in the game. And also feel like in some way we are not playing with the creativity we did first day and with the same passion. And yeah, today is a very simple day. Win, we're through, out, we're out, right? It's not about thinking about next day and stuff like that mentally. So it's a very simple game. It's an elimination game, and we have to step up today.
In terms of that, you know, the creativity kind of motivation you mentioned, do you have anybody else that kind of gives you a hand with that? Because I'm sure you already have your hands full in terms of, you know, coming up with the strategies and the game plan. Anybody else helping out in terms of getting that motivation back?
Yeah, motivation is not the problem. I think it's more creativity in the round, right? Being not scared to do a next move and coming, hey, I have this gap, I have this situation, we can play off this round now. I'm suddenly flash for me here, I move around. The kind of same team play we had first day. We played so good first day. The round played out naturally. It was very easy to call, right? And the last 2 days have been harder to call. Now, that can be different factors for myself as well, not being creative enough and seeing the situation as they occur. So I prepped a little bit more last night to make sure that we have more things to fall back on. It's no secret we only had a month, right? So when I saw first day how good we play, I was like, let's keep playing the same way. Now, 2 bad days in a row, we need to adjust something, and that's what I try to do from my POV, and hopefully I can set the tone in the game a little bit more than the last 2 days.
When that Falcons and MIBR game was going down yesterday, you guys were kind of joining us on the desk for multiple overtimes, just spectating, because we have a nice big screen there. Was there anything that you were able to take away from how MIBR like to approach the server and influence the game today?
Yeah, I think they play a little bit different than Legacy, for sure. They play a lot more Wolfpack mentality. They're executing good. I think they're not doing over-aggressive stuff and doing a video move that much. And now they might do it today. Who knows, right? The game is always different from yesterday to today. But obviously, I watch some anti. I try to figure out what they like to play. And from there on, I have an idea of how they play. I think with Legacy was a little bit harder. They really steamrolled us. But in the end, we need to be ready. When they come into our crosshair, we need to shoot good. We need to communicate good. And the game is going to be tough. It's a 2-2 game, but I think many of our players are used to this. I mean, at least in FaZe Clan, we never really go 3-0. So, yeah, we need to step up today for sure.
They definitely like to take the scenic route. They find themselves in this situation after success in those best of ones, not so much in the best of threes. And Carrigan's mentions that tone shift. That has been blatant between that first day going into the second and third.
I mean, they've started the major by winning 13-3, 13-5, win 2 maps in a row, and then the last 4 maps they played, Peter, they lost every single one of them against teams that you'd expect them to beat 2-0. So it must be a bit of a roller coaster right now to be in that FaZe Clan jersey.
I think the energy is going to be extremely crucial for FaZe Clan coming now. We saw on day one how loud both Frozen and Carrigan got, you know, and I think that Carrigan, he takes a lot of responsibility on his side when things are not going the right way in terms of his calling, but also if he doesn't feel like he gives the right or he doesn't give the right thing to his players, right? So for Carrigan to realize this, and I'm fairly sure that we're going to see Carrigan bringing so much energy today, because that energy that they can create in the FaZe camp, that will bring them smiles and will create these connections that FaZe has been lacking in the last couple of days.
Let's talk a little bit about the man with the trash talk there. Simple. What's the story been of him outside of maybe some smack talk going back and forth?
Well, to be fair, a good day one, and then he's been disappearing after the good start he had. Same thing in Dallas. We saw glimpses of the old Simple where he was dominating, where he was very assertive, where he had some sick moments with the AWP and sick moments in the game. His clutching ability is definitely still there, but consistently in terms of delivering map after map after map, we haven't seen that from Simple at this tournament. To be quite fair, in the 2 losses they've had in the best of 3, Simple has not showed up at all. I would love to see him play better, because I'm also afraid, as I said before, right, Simple coming back into FaZe Clan, that's a Hail Mary. That's for him to rediscover his love for the game. I would love if Simple stayed around and played more Counter-Strike 2 and joined the team again, but he needs a positive experience right here, and if he goes out now losing to MIBR, having played this poorly in the best of 3s, I think Simple will just do something else with his life. So please, for the love of God, play well today.
And that is, you know, there's a lot on the line for Simple. Like he's also playing for his next career and his next his next contract. So for him to find himself in a position where he's not playing how he wants to, but also with the quote he said, like, if there's no excuse playing like garbage, well, 3Max, do or die tomorrow. He always said well, I actually thought we were going to get another quote, but this is actually another one. But he said that if they actually don't make it through today, then they're going to put all the blame on him.
Yes. No, I saw that quote. I saw the quote. I can't remember where it came up, but I mean, do you agree with that statement? I think that's kind of a bold statement.
I mean, it's to take away pressure from his teammates.
Sure,
I like what he's doing right here. It's definitely going to deceive the public in some sense and put a lot of pressure on Simple and take it away from the other guys. But I don't think Simple has been the issue right here. I think FaZe as a team has been the issue. A lot of the players haven't really stepped up. Rain had a couple of rough showings, and then he stepped it up a little bit. Elise has been nowhere to be found compared to where I would like him to be. Frozen, good day one, been pouring the best of 3s. We need to see more from everyone, not only Simple.
And the connections between the players has just not been there. Like that's like they don't play off each other. Like they overcomplicate things. They just don't go for the simple plays when they get the advantages.
Yeah, no, Carrigan was like mentioning about the kind of creativity, lack thereof. Let's talk about the maps very, very quickly. Anubis, Ancient, Nuke. Who is this veto favoring, Jacob?
None of the two, because to be completely honest, the way I want to describe this game is it's completely blown open. I have no clue whatsoever. I think it can be a 2-0 for FaZe. I think it can be a 2-0 for MIBR, and either teams can win 2-1.
Well, it's kind of your job to decide this, Jacob.
Well, that's the cool thing about my job. It has fuck all to do with making predictions. You know, I'm just trying to set the scene right here. The scene is this is a blown open game, so you can make your own predictions out there. I have no clue.
I think if MIBR shows up today like they did yesterday, I think there's a case they could take this series.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's a chance?
Yeah. Chance would be
always a chance.
fine thing. There always is.
What about you, Faye? Who do you think is going to win?
Man, it's just cope me saying FaZe at this point. But MIBR, I don't know. I just want to get this game underway. Let's throw it on over to our casters, Harry and Hugo, to see who's going to be going through to stage 3.
Yeah, wow, what a fantastic game we have coming up now. MIBR versus FaZe Clan for the last remaining spot in Stage 3. MIBR kind of no limit to who they've been able to beat. They took down Falcons, they eliminated them just yesterday. Now they face off against FaZe Clan. And I think starting with FaZe is maybe a nice way to open. They are the favorites on the odds. It's a team, a super team in the purest sense of the word. You have Simple, the GOAT of CSGO, back for CS2 in this FaZe team. You have Karrigan, who throughout multiple, powerful IGLs at the presence of the scene, it was guys like Glaive, now Apex in the modern day. Karrigan was always in the GOAT discussion for IGLs. Rain, 10 years in the FaZe jersey. Alige, the last American player left with a chance to move on through and continue at the major. And Frozen, the young veteran, plucked out of Mouse a couple of years ago with a pre-existing relationship to Karrigan, supposed to be the guy that was going to elevate this FaZe Clan squad. Yeah. Now they face off against MIBR, a team that many have slept on throughout this event and many have come to regret doubting. Falcons, the most recent victim, falling prey to them just yesterday. It's a convincing start in this pistol. As FaZe get turned to dust on this push through mid, it's just Frozen left in the 1v5.
Yeah, and if there's one thing you can't doubt, it's this young player of Insani at his second major looking to put on a show. MIBR come through with a clean and clear pistol as Insani puts him down with the Julies, and FaZe already start things off on the wrong foot. I mean, it is a very rich game when you look at the consequence, when you look at the history, when you look at the unlikelihood of MIBR to win this match. But we said the same thing yesterday, and they took down Falcons. So FaZe know they can't underestimate their opponent. The FaZe have yet to win a BO3 here in Austin. MIBR just looking to convert quick and clean on this second round. There's only Glocks and Deagles. Simple, the one guy to buy in. The one guy who wants to take the flak for his team. I like how the Des talked about that, him maybe taking the pressure off his teammates in a matchup like this. But we still do need him to perform, right? It can't just be empty, hollow words. Simple has got to show up today for FaZe. MIBR coming in very active, very aggressive, and very quickly taking a 2-0 lead in this matchup. Quick tech, get him out early before we're deep in the pressure cooker.
I mean, we've talked FaZe to open this one up, but let's zoom in a little on this MIBR team coming through, having to stick the landing in their best of threes, having that be where they've had to showcase their Counter-Strike. I want to kind of start by saying that's a sick narrative turnaround for this MIBR squad when you think back to that last major.
Yeah, they were in FaZe's position at Shanghai. They went up 2-0 on the BO1s. They looked like they were a lock-in to make it all the way, and then they choked 3 BO3s in a row. And the conversation at that major was the map pool for MIBR was really weak. They banned us too, which they've continued to do. Anubis and Mirage were huge holes for MIBR. Every time they played it, they got blown out of the water. They played Mirage, and all 3 of those BO3s picked against them. They got like 5 rounds max in each game, 3 or 5 rounds in those games, and they got eliminated off the back of, it just felt like a map pool problem. And so that can't appear today. We don't have Mirage to worry about because it's not been pretty for FaZe, but here on Anubis, these early CT rounds, getting off to a good start, feeling comfortable is so important. But it's funny to see these teams flipped now in different situations. MIBR, 0-2 on the BO1s, ready to write them off, making the full comeback against BetBoom and Falcons, and now they look to take down FaZe, who are in their exact position from that last major. The thing that's crazy about this is you look at this FaZe team and you say, yeah, they should be fine in a BO3. They should have the map pool. They've certainly got the experience. They're up against major rookies on the other side like Breno. First time at a major, and felt like he did everything to keep MIBR in it against Falcons, getting those 3 kills in the 3-on-5 yesterday on Inferno. MIBR are not playing like rookies.
They've very much been riding a bit of a wave since getting into the BO3s, and you feel like that's only strengthened with the fashion in which they had to beat Falcons just yesterday. You know, that was a lengthy, drawn-out overtime game. They had to claw back rounds in there. They had that back-breaking 3v5 that we all know about that you couldn't get away from.
He's going for the B hit. They're leaving a Liege to work late in middle. Grouping up behind this smoke. 2 players are in the bomb site. Third is watching the flank. How long does Safe hold on before a Liege activates?
Starting to go now. It's being held and considered. Safe will get the spot. Liege still lost on this lurk. He's just buying time for his teammates. They've got to break through the B hole. The Rain will offer up a double. There's a Liege in the kill feed next. Gonna get dropped out over here in middle. That was a 4-on-2. 1 kill gifted over to the SMG, but that might feel like a tempting save now for MIBR.
Yeah, with an AK in middle, they're gonna go grab it. I don't think they're looking at this round though. Good work for Liege to still find value after his position was given away. Could have hunted down Safe, chose to pick the safer option and go back, and kills the flank to stop MIBR from getting interested in that round. Double entry for Rain into B. A necessity for FaZe when their experienced rifler has had trouble here at the major so far. Rain performing is a good sign. FaZe get out with money as well. Oh, lovely spray. All power for Safe now. He's going to put it in position.
Yeah, keen to put it to work. An immediate post on towards stairs, and that allows Lukowski to try and walk up here. Orb covering him.
Saw that.
Gonna close the gap onto the stairs fight. That's an important trade from Rain. Make sure this Simple's death is not in vain.
Yeah, good that they still escape. They don't overplay that MIBR. Smoke comes down, they play behind it. Safe gets to look elsewhere with the orb. That elsewhere is here. Nice active stance for MIBR, keeping pressure on that orb. Holding the line now means MIBR know this one can't end B. That could free up a rotation, one that will be needed as a Liege cracks open middle. A is currently undefended.
It's a promising start on this round from Liege, though, right? He's in a very important position here. He's all on his lonesome out in mid, fighting this whole area of the map.
FaZe
it's a one-man army while the rest of the gang are kind of grouping for this A-hit. Liege continues to put pressure on, and Sani will deal with him. Frozen pulls up into mid just a little bit later, trying to go delayed and cut down these players in rotation.
Paranoia.
Smoking at camera, though. That's going to waste time for FaZe Clan. Forces Frozen to have to come through this smoke. Safe is on the line. Just went to depart, and so Frozen's been able to get out. Deals with both players up in heaven. That's a huge push through from Frozen. It's Insani left to beat. 1 versus 2 rolled out in front of him, and he has hit this golden timing. He's made it past Frozen and Rain.
If he went, 2 backs turned.
They have no idea he's here. That's the double lined up. Insani plays it to perfection. Finds that tiny window, that tiny gap, and cuts down FaZe Clan in the clutch.
Oh, that's just a face in hands moment for FaZe. A round you really hate to lose when Frozen does so much. Both players don't consider it for a second, and that's an MIBR who get paranoid. Safe who looks away from the angle, lets Frozen in. Insani who rotates out middle as Frozen hits that lurk. He makes up for it. Sick round for Insani. The young star of this squad. Breaking FaZe early. They're not going to get that AWP on Simple anytime soon. They barely got the buy. much help is the Liege going to get in middle in this T side? He's been getting a lot of space on his own. FaZe posture outside of B. This Molotov should force a player back into the bomb site, away from the connector that Karrigan wants to take. He's not being quiet about it either. Flash play out long. Frozen hears him coming, but only a pistol to stop the push. MIBR taking a lot of space. Frozen has to respect it. Smoke timings have been annoying. Frozen getting hounded down. MIBR, they know where the FaZe players are.
Bruno just gets flashed in there, but it's turning from the flash that sacrifices him to the opening. Exit now trapped in behind default, gonna get clothesline. That's a Liege through middle. On another one of these lurks, they've given up Karrigan, and with it the advantage in this post plant. Seen teams make this mistake versus MIBR in the major already. Another kill comes through here to tip the scales, but a Liege and Simple combine for that conversion. Back and forth we go to open up this first half on the first map of a brawl of a best of three, deciding who heads in to those stage 3 games in Austin.
Yeah, no expectation. It's going to be a quick, clean win for either team. It's going to be scrappy. There will be back and forth. Someone's going to win some ecos. This is about staying in it for as long as possible. And a Liege coming in very confident says, I am not going to miss out on a chance of a major playoffs in my home country. Multiple multi-kills for a Liege has put FaZe back in control, winning that low economy round and leveling out the score.
Liege stands as the last remaining American player for a chance to compete in Austin. And so you want him playing his best game. You want a Liege firing on all cylinders. Haven't even had to really touch on this guy yet, but Simple Zorb fires off. Up against this low econ round from MIBR. FaZe hold the advantage 5-on-4.
This is where FaZe have every right to start running away with some rounds on this T side. These anti-ecos force into full eco for MIBR. FaZe, no excuse not to take these free rounds. MIBR could try and get cheeky with a flash setup in middle. 4 players here. They know their strengths in numbers, but the Liege is not moving in. He's already con side. MIBR announce their presence in middle, don't get anything for it. Meanwhile, Karrigan's even out A. Bomb doesn't have to commit here, especially not when they spot the entirety of MIBR coming out camera, but that smoke provides a bit of cover, and Karrigan's going to get weird with it. Go for the info play while he sends his team into B.
Be ready for these fights up close. That's still info for Karrigan, and he's sold this B hold, or A hold rather, for the length of this entire round. Plant comes in, and FaZe are onto a winner, with Karrigan's distraction keeping MIBR bogged down over towards this A side of the map. So a tie game. Living up to that brawly nature already. We've had back and forth rounds to open, but now giving way to something a bit more normal. This save is all MIBR are going to have to work with in this next round.
Yeah, FaZe just need to stay tight, make sure they're trading these kills on low economy rounds, not giving, you know, solo deaths and then AKs over to players with pistol armor. Strength in numbers here for FaZe. On to 3 now. Nice fake out from Karrigan, who said in that pre-game interview he's watched some demos, he knows what he's up against. We'll see if MIBR swap it up. They play very Wolfpack CS, they play very grouped, roaming on these CT sides. It's kind of what you need to do on Anubis as well, especially when you have lower buys or lower player count. this will be another of those. Boost is nice, getting Sani activated again. Oh, it's got to drop off. They're very quick. FaZe getting that con control untested here by MIBR. It's really just Insani or it's nothing.
I'd like to think he's the man for the job, though. Gonna get run through by the Carrigan Mac 10.
It's more than a one-man job, that B site. Nice tag. Simple trying to play
Playing
proper.
safe as well, yeah. Like not going back in, not double dipping on that fight. Has a lot more to lose than to gain by chasing it down.
Yeah, we've seen Simple be more risk averse in this tournament in the FaZe jersey. Oh, I think you saw him there, no? Oh, doubted it. Oh.
Weird now.
Trust your instincts.
It's a little odd. Simple definitely thinks something's
Oh,
up.
God, the timing.
Oh, the timings are so rough.
Oh.
So that AWP will get recovered.
Elise should have it. Second kill is getting expensive for FaZe. Just clean it up, Legion. He will. Gets that AWP back for Simple. You know, we all want the classic Simple BS, and we feel like it fits in the FaZe family pretty well. Terrorists win. But Simple's said a lot coming into this game, coming into this tournament. Tried to take the flak off of his teammates. At his first CS2 major. Back in a jersey after oh so long. We're just happy he's here. MIBR, crucial gun round now. FaZe picking up some steam on this T side. Loss bonus has kicked in, not enough for safe. But MIBR, keen eyes on middle, knowing Elise has been in this position a lot. Molly buys time for the player to get back behind the doors. Oh, Elise eats the Molly, but the flash doesn't stop Exit, somehow forcing that 5v4.
Yeah, he's done really well to get out with that, right? There was a full setup for FaZe to try and flush him out of the mid doors, but he just plays ahead of it on a good timing.
Hello.
Here's the reaction for FaZe Clan, though, a flash to tee up Rain, taking away this main space, and he even saw them trying to get back up on the fountain, so he's expecting more fights here. You also spotted Util coming in, not from that player at fountain, so there was a lot of info behind that peak. Still losing Carrigan early is awkward. Lukowski on this reposition, snapped out the air, frozen. Has found him to keep this one 3-on-3. Push out through main. They're trying to close the gap on Simple. And Exit hits a blinder. This guy in this round has been so impactful for MIBR. Captain leads by example. Backstab on Frozen. And what a turnaround. Exit has no business getting away with that hat trick.
That was MIBR panicking. They thought FaZe were hitting the B bomb site after that entry. They run out A main. Simple hears it, misses his shot, and the cover from stairs is not good enough. Needing both kills to make that happen. Exit so sharp onto Rain, and no time, but Frozen has to run. MIBR put their guns to use. They get an AWP as a result.
Curious to see how Safe wants to use that. He's got a lot of different looks for how he likes to play this AWP on the CT half. Not an AWPer who has to play super passive here. But it will be a more passive first appearance from this CT side AWP. He's just shoring up this B defense, letting his two rifles play down in lower.
They were doing this a lot the other day. Simple just doing flashes for Carrigan to cut through this con smoke. They're going to go full blind, just spraying. And somehow MIBR survive again.
Here's the backstab, though. Good timing on this, and that's right as Safe had left on that AWP. FaZe find the gap. Frozen and Elige with the entries, and that flips this round on its head.
Want to risk this? Money on the line here for MIBR. Hard call to make. If no smoke spam comes through, they've got to abandon ship. Super tunnel vision for MIBR. While that comp play's coming in, 2 smokes land in the B bomb site. CT and Temple. They have to be coming from B main, and MIBR never even turn. They never consider that FaZe will come through B main and shoot them in the back. So nice reaction from FaZe. But surprised to see MIBR caught so off guard. It all happened so fast. Rotation play couldn't join him in time. The one thing we've been seeing a lot from Simple, we saw it there and in the previous round, is that his flashes have actually been pretty good this game. Or sorry, this tournament. He's not here for his util, safe to say. But Karrigan's definitely trying to leave him set up for those late rounds, being a supportive piece at time. Staying on those stairs a lot of the rounds, as we've seen. Flashing Rain in main, Karrigan in con. Trying to play those clutches, those late rounds, those moments that Simple excels. Let's see if we get one of them soon.
Something a little different here for MIBR, feeling like they've sat back and been at the mercy of FaZe in these rounds. They'll creep out through middle. Alicia's the guy meant to be keeping an eye on this part of the map, but he wasn't ready for that type of move. And so it's another round where Exit, on the back of these challenges through mid, has found an opener for his team.
So brazen. Doing it again on low health as well. Exit trying to get everything he can out of this mid position, thwart FaZe's game plan, stop Elige from getting comfortable. He's done a great job in these last couple of gun rounds. Down low again, didn't stop him last time. FaZe grouping for the A play, but this walk through water is going to catch them very quickly.
Well, Karrigan said before this, he knew they like to play a Wolfpack style. They like this grouped counter-strike. Might have been aware of that coming in, but it's not made dealing with these grouped plays any easier.
One more though.
It's a blinder of a shot from Simple, but they still don't know just how many players have crept through their back line. FaZe are going to try battle forward. Simple hit a real nice shot to open this up, but he's going to need 4 more of them. Nadeful's just shy of punishing this player up in heaven for now. Exit gets to stay alive. What? Breno not so lucky, and Exit tries to swing and lend a helping hand. Simple's dropped that bomb across, and that frees him up to go back and hold on a main. Simple's not missing right now. That's the 3rd kill in this round from FaZe's AWP. Are they ready for Safe? 1 kill in the game so far. You've been waiting for a Simple highlight. You've been waiting to feel his impact in the server. When this smoke fades, another chance could arrive for Simple. He's been spotted though. Safe has this info. Safe knows that he's pinned in at the fountain. Frozen gonna swing out first. He's got Simple's back.
We can always win! I don't care how!
And that's a 2v5 from FaZe Clan. Simple and Frozen keep this lead tucked firmly in the FaZe Clan camp.
We can always win, says Karrigan. Doesn't matter how, and that is a great example of it. FaZe in a 2v5, Simple in a late round, closing it out with Frozen as well.
Nice! Faster! Damn it! Good fucking shit! We can always win! I don't care how! Good shit!
Incredible round from Simple.
I mean, that round gets Karrigan fired up, right? And with good reason. These are the kind of killer instinct rounds that FaZe have been missing out on in these other BO3s.
That's such a saving round there without it. MIBR, they're back in even. They've got money.
They
They've
go
got
on
a
to
great
like
CT
win
side.
out the half on the CT side, yeah, which is huge. Instead, now FaZe, at bare minimum, should look to win out this half. There's a well, but they really sweeten the deal. Go up 8-4. You feel like you've done a great job here on MIBR's map pick, especially considering how this all started.
And these B plays have been brutal as well. FaZe have just been cracking in on the 2-man holds, and they've had no issue breaking this B bomb side apart. Simple kills a rotate before the smoke blooms, and the nade follows up. This is FaZe with a slam dunk on the anti-ecos. Been very clean in these rounds, very decisive. Set calls into B. and MIBR have to go back to the drawing board for one last chance at this CT side.
Was hesitant talking about it early on as well because it didn't really feel like it mattered. MIBR were looking good. They were playing their usual Wolfpack style, very proactive, roaming around this map, always pushing and pressuring the FaZe Clan squad. But the bulk of these efforts have been held up by Insani and Lukowski. Exit as well with a lot of impact on these mid pushes as the captain. But where it's problematic is, you know, the supportive elements in these plays, the Brennos, the safes, they've struggled to ever really get going. And I'm just thinking about how impactful Brenno was in that series yesterday, how important he became down the stretch for MIBR. He's had a rough go at it. Even though he's been a part of these aggro moves, he's rarely been the one, you know, picking up the kills in those types of fights. Safe's had the AWP a handful of times and hasn't really left an impression yet. And so two players with a bit of a quiet start here for MIBR. Yeah, even though they're making the regular moves, they're playing the usual style, yet to truly have their impact.
Oh, maybe a bit of an uppity pace here for FaZe. Again, this bomb control has been so tempting. They just fake it and go right into this B-bomb site. This is incredible for Karrigan. Completely catches them off guard. They're forcing repositions now. There's still a kill for MIBR, but the nade is quick, and FaZe are in, FaZe are out, FaZe are everywhere on this B site.
That's two of your heavy hitters dead. Insani and Lukowski fall first in this B-hole. This is where the rest of the gang are supposed to pick it up, but not with Rain. Falling down on MIBR's parade. It's just Brenno, 1 versus 3. 2 kills in this first half so far. And as he moves out through the spawn, this site has been lost for a long while. Every single corner could harbor a FaZe Clan player. He doesn't have time on his side to play it slow. They'll come, they'll fight him directly. Simple closes us out, and FaZe Clan 4 in a row down this stretch to win out the T side of Anubis.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Safe from MIBR. You're an AWPer. What's that like?
In CS2 is harder, but it's fine. I like it.
Is the peak is advantage thing still a big problem?
I think that the game right now is just way more aggressive, you know. People just want to take fights. You just have to get used to it, you know, and just trying to figure out ways to improve.
AWP is kind of the star of the show, right, as a role. How many of your plays and your moves on either side are you calling versus how much do you get set up by your team or your in-game leader?
Yeah, I think on CT side, I need to have the freedom to, you know, maybe go for a pick and try to get the first kill. You are the most active voice as an AWPer on CT side. If I know the AWPer is on the other side and I have a clean path to just search for duels, for fights, and pick the team off, so I have the freedom to do it as well. T side is more like a supportive role. It depends on how you want to play the match. You have some game plan and don't have to be as aggressive.
Because you weren't always an AWPer, right? You picked it up pretty late.
Yeah, back in the day I was a rifler, and yeah, it was a learning curve for me. At first I was trying to take a look at more textbook AWPers like Device. 910, he has a lot of aggressive picks, and I try to see what he does. When I want to be more passive, I try to watch Shiro. I would say Zayu, but you cannot do the things that Zayu does.
What's the most challenging part about being an AWPer, especially right now in the current meta?
The RMI12, the economy, is pretty harsh. The CL bop as well.
Is that really hold you back? You're scoped in though.
Yeah.
Okay, bring back Bob. What about positions, like on certain maps? Are there places that you enjoy playing more than others?
I think train. You have good picks, you know, you can pick stairs, you can pick upper, you can go for the short angles, maybe the E-box and stairs, and to the other side you can hold con.
Do you find it easier to AWP against rifles or counter-AWPing against other AWPers? What do you think is the difference?
I don't think as an AWPer you have that much duel with the opponent's AWPer, so it's pretty much against rifling. The pace of the other team depends on their rifle, so you need to try as an AWPer to kind of cut that, you know, to murder them in that way.
Safe will just beat on in. He ain't scared.
That's some confidence.
Would you ever go back to rifling, or are you happy as an AWPer?
Just like falling.
Sure.
Being an AWPer is fine.
Well, thanks for joining us, and best of luck. Coming into the match today, FaZe had the chance to fall short and have their worst major placing of all time. Fire's been lit beneath them, and right now they're playing up to the task, looking to dodge danger and eliminate MIBR straight up in this final game of Stage 2. Looking to enter that top 16, where the greats sit. A FaZe clan that have been in the last 2 major finals, 3 playoffs in a row when it comes to majors. They do not want to fall short.
Now, you feel like that one little 2v5 round in there in that first half from Frozen and Simple did a lot to uplift FaZe. The whole vibe within the team shifted once that round came through.
Rain's trying to block a smoke, it looks like.
MIBR now moving over onto this T-half. Pistol round feels like a requirement. That would get them off to a real hot start. 4-8, game is far from over. Game is far from done, and this pistol round closes the gap up very nicely for MIBR if it comes through. Breno trying to take aggression up into the heavens, will get overran. Simple and Rain pry open this site for the retake. FaZe are chomping at the bit, moving in. Insani falls next. Say's trying to hold on, he's got 1 kill. Gets his second there and leaves Exit in this clutch. This guy was very impactful in that first half. A lot of the rounds that MIBR found can be attributed to Exit, but not this pistol. Frozen and Elige lock the doors. And a 9th round gate for FaZe clan. They pick up that pistol that MIBR needed.
Yeah, it looked so uncertain for MIBR. They get the execute in, but where do you play in that post spawn? They go for heaven control. Even then, they are tentative. They are too slow to take this space, and Simple forces that re-aggression as Frozen peppers them from the heavens. 3 kills from Frozen. Elige trusts in this star as he gets on the bomb in the 2v1 and sticks it inside of the smoke. Nice closer for Frozen. FaZe with a pistol off the back of that T side. MIBR will not have a lot of chances.
MIBR forced up with the bomb plant.
They really going to go fast? You're going to put your lifeline on this? Rain's hearing every footstep as you get close. And with FaZe playing 2 middle from the start, their rotations will not be far. Elige is moving the wrong way, though.
I mean, this type of round is definition of high risk, high reward.
It's got to pay off.
For MIBR, they might have just risked this entire first map on this force buy. Simple closes the distance, his teammates lobbing shots through the smokes overhead, and there's Simple playing his hand. Bomb away from MIBR. Insani still in the picture here, 13 kills deep. You know this guy as one of the stars of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And he's the one trying to keep this round going, covering from far on the AK. That bomb's been picked up. MIBR, with 50 seconds left, they're going to look to get tricky with this. 2 versus 3, and they're playing the long game.
Yeah, how long until FaZe start to move back in, especially with that smoke fading soon? FaZe will start to get more info. They'll realize Rain's re-cleared the site. They know that MIBR are going to be leaving, so FaZe need to get on going now. Carrigan starts to run back. MIBR attempt to re-aggress, but Rain's retaking this space. He gets prior warning. That's info. 1 for 1 on Insani. Can he finish this round with an ace clutch?
He's been given the runway for a plant, but they start charging at him. And there's the collapse upon Insani, who does all he can to keep that round burning for MIBR. 3 kills deep, as you say. He needed the ace clutch if he wanted to stop FaZe getting onto double digits.
FaZe are playing laser focused right now. It's something they said they struggled with, right, in that previous game against Legacy. The comms weren't there. You know, people weren't playing off each other very well.
Fucking good comms, David!
No,
right now it's going perfectly.
These rotates have been super well timed, getting there exactly as they're needed to. Even there in that 2v1, it can be easy to kind of misplay that, you know. Insani, the whole map's gone dark. He has the route to a bomb plant. They both rotated away, so they're kind of rushing that rotate back over towards the site, but they timed the peak well.
Very suffocating.
And a lot of these rounds have felt that way, right? Suffocating indeed, Hugo. MIBR, a timeout called in.
Took the words right out of my mouth. And sure, we've seen experience not always reign true at this major, even as a result of MIBR, the Falcons team crumbling yesterday, but At the same time, MIBR are inexperienced, right? They haven't dealt with these pressures of being in this position anywhere nearly as much as FaZe in these elimination games. We're looking at the Paris Major, FaZe v Na'Vi in that final game for the playoffs. It was a crazy head-to-head. One of the two favorites was going to be eliminated, and FaZe managed to long out that game on Anubis as well over Na'Vi, taking that playoff spot. FaZe have been here before. They're going to do it again.
Trade for Breno over in middle, but here's an example of more of these quick, clean rotates for FaZe. So quickly after that first kill in the round. Look at how many eyeballs there are on mid.
They're just not scared, are they? They're taking all these fights. Rain eventually realizes when to give it up because the flanks are in. Space has been taken, and FaZe are in unorthodox positions down in water. Karrigan doesn't commit to the kill. 3 and 11, not feeling like he has to force anything, but his position gets info. He hears this rotation.
One step ahead. And the fact that FaZe is so consistently beating MIBR on these attempts to outposition, it's leaving them in just such rough rounds. Even now, Rain on an off angle, forward pushed up in mid. Has them both on a plate right there, but doesn't want to hang around and risk giving up that route into A. He's already won the round, essentially. Safe is a piece of util away from death.
FaZe are playing confident, but they're not playing silly. They're just knowing when to cut and dry. They're knowing when enough is enough, when they've got enough value out of a position or a fight. 3-on-1, 20 seconds. There's nowhere to go for Safe. He's got 1 health. Frozen will finish the job. FaZe, this is a clinical game right now. We said maybe there's a chance with 4.5, but if FaZe take this first gun round, we are well and truly done on Anubis. What a reassuring game for FaZe, doing so far what Falcons couldn't. But because of that game, I will not write off MIBR in this series, even though this is their map pick that they're crumbling down upon. It's a BO3 for a reason. It's exactly where FaZe have struggled in these last 2 matches. But both of those games, I will note, FaZe were never really in it. They were blown out 2-0 by underdogs. FaZe are going to have the momentum in their pocket after Anubis.
We've got to see, you know, 2 very different looking FaZe clans in these series they played. In the BO1s, they were dominant victories. In the BO3s, dominant losses. And so FaZe coming into this, winning by a very clear margin. Easy to think, is it going to be another quick day in the office for FaZe Clan? And Sani looking to complicate matters, but he can't get past this double mid-hold that's been a fixture at a FaZe CT side.
Every time Rain has needed one, he's delivered, but mollied out behind the site this time. There's nowhere to go. Simple's low. Don't play first. You got to wait for your team. Oh, dear.
Deny that plant. Takes the damage off the molly. As a result, it's Frozen to open up this retake.
Wow.
And he might just follow through single-handedly. His teammates aren't even here. Frozen, 1-man army. 4 kills to find map point for FaZe Clan. Frozen delivering in spades, giving FaZe a much-needed push in this final chance for Stage 3. They now have 8 opportunities to close out MIBR's pick of Anubis.
Second place, not enough for Frozen. He wants them all. And FaZe have just looked clinical round to round in this game.
Worried for MIBR. There's, you know, another period in Brazilian history at Majors in which the underdog Brazilian team felt like they'd already accomplished their goal, like they'd already done everything they'd come to do. I'm talking about Rio, where you saw Furia take down Na'Vi. They said after that point, it felt like they were already in the final. They'd already done it. And you hit like this insane peak. You're playing your best Counter-Strike. You beat the biggest and best team you've ever had to face. That was the statements made by MIBR coming in to this series. And now you play versus a FaZe Clan. We're in these BO3s. When you go back, when you've combed over the data, when you've watched the VODs, it's not been pretty for FaZe. It doesn't look like they've been playing good Counter-Strike in those BO3s.
They hit the level at the right time, yeah. And what Exit said about that game in that interview today, hey, beating Falcons was the best game of my life. Well, this might be one of the worst when you consider the implications. Being so close yet again, like Shanghai, and falling short of a deeper run. What could have been for MIBR? 0-2 in BO1s. It took time to wake up, and FaZe ready to put them to bed. Tucked in, tight. And good night, MIBR. A knockout blow here on Anubis. Frozen has played incredibly well, 20-6. And Rain's position once again might just be good for one more, and maybe that's all it takes here to shunt FaZe over a map up in this series. Their opponents pickpocketed. One wrong step. Exit will check. But he's still got to group up with his teammate a long way away, and Frozen is keen, willing to take every single engagement in this game. Carrigan's finished off Insani. Exit, I got bad news.
And that's the worst part. His whole team is sitting here looking on, but they know this battle is over. They know this map is done. Their pick is through, and it was dominant from FaZe Clan. For the side of MIBR, their hopes in turning this series around now hinge on besting FaZe on Ancient. Their pick up next in this series.
Decisive, commanding, clinical. Use all the superlatives you want, but that was a statement performance from FaZe. They know the pressure is on their shoulders, Dupree, but they show up on this first map of Anubis.
Good to finally see FaZe Clan play counts like they did on the first day. I think they played way better off each other. They have the individuals having their moments. They turned some of the bad-looking rounds around, and overall, it was good to see that they had this chemistry that they liked the first days.
Yeah, that was a very good performance coming out from FaZe Clan, especially when you consider that MIBR actually got off to a decent start. Winning the pistol, converting, you think to yourself, uh-oh, are we watching more of this? FaZe struggling a little bit, but that wasn't the case whatsoever. Agree with you, it was some hard-fought rounds in the beginning of the game. Frozen had a couple of moments, Elise had a couple of moments where he was winning the rounds for FaZe, but the deeper we got into the game, the easier it was for FaZe to capitalize on that. But there was a world where MIBR could have gotten on to a really, really good start, and probably this game wouldn't have been as one-sided as it turned out to be.
Yeah, shout out to Frozen. We get to see some of his many highlights rolling through. It kind of got me reminiscent of the first day that we saw him turning up to Austin in that best of one versus Heroic, where he was just absolutely lights out. We love to see this version of Frozen showing up.
Like he can be super sharp in the way that he just goes in and take control of games, you know. And he's been cooled off a little, but now coming to this tournament, something has been sparked within him. And when I walked into the studio here, I actually heard that he was communicating a lot with the likes of Simple, and Simple went back like saying like, yeah, good job, David, which is obviously Frozen. And you know, the fact that you get praised by a guy like Simple, like I've been in a position where, okay, if Simple goes out and actually praises you for what you're doing, like you're like, okay, I'm actually doing something pretty good here.
Did you get praised by Simple when your brief stint with him?
At cases, I would.
Okay.
At cases, so yeah, I've tried it.
Should we take a look at one of the moments where obviously the communication between Frozen and Simple paid off in dividends? We got round number 10. What's the story here?
The death of MIBR. That was their way into the game. I feel like that was at the moment where they had to win it. You look at this 5v4, the game is at this point competitive. The last round, MIBR ended up not winning, so to speak. Simple gets a nice kill. It's a 5v2, and let's be completely honest, there's no way MIBR should be losing this one. They play a little bit too passive for my liking, and then not again, right? The player up here takes a duel towards Simple, nice shot. Then his teammate is trying to revenge him, but both of them are on low HP, so it's an easy pick for Frozen. Simple and his Spider Sense covering the back. They end up in a 2v1, they end up winning. MIBR, I think they played this horrendously bad, and Simple and Frozen took advantage of that. And that's the difference between the individual skill between these players.
And just coming into this round, when it started to mount the 2v5 comeback, I was actually saying, damn, like Simple is missing so many of his shots. And then he decides to pull this one off. So it's like, this was like the analyst curse reversed. So for him to pull off this clutch together with Frozen was obviously very instrumental in how FaZe Clan they played. And just the idea of Simple also having some impact. I think that's one thing is important for him, but it's also important for the team going forward, because they expect a lot of him, you know, and he has not been showing up the way that everyone has been praising him to do, but we know what he can bring to the table. And when I got to play with Simple, it would occasionally happen that he would have rounds where he just gets this stint of old Simple where he just shows up and just takes control of the game. It wasn't the case in this one, but he was sure as hell trying to help the team get the rounds on the board.
The significance of that round, though, it's 5-4, you know, FaZe is on the T side. MIBR wins that round, it's 5-5. FaZe has no money. MIBR wins the following round, they're up 6-5 on the CT side of Anubis. Turn it around, Simple makes this amazing play, and all of a sudden MIBR ends up winning no more rounds in the entire game. I know it looks not competitive on the scoreline. 13-4 is as one-sided as can be, but MIBR, they were in the game the first 10 rounds, and then for some reason they decided to check out.
Not to put this train too much off the tracks, but Dupree, I know this is kind of probably the $1 million question, but were there any things that you kind kind of had to, give Simple to allow him to get back to his, #1 player in the world performance. So I know it's kind of brief flashes of it on the brief stint you had with him at Falcons, but like, did he command a lot of space? Did he want that within the team?
No, I actually feel like he slotted in quite nice, Like, I think the most important thing that we did when he was picked up for Falcons for their major in China, this was that we wanted Simul to just do his thing. Like, we didn't want him to slot into a play style that maybe he didn't see himself inside. And I think it was more about that we just wanted to get him in the comfort zone as fast as possible. And I'm not sure if what they've done in FaZe Clan now is that he just slotted into Brogu's role, but I think it's when you bring in a player that has such a talented vision and such a talented way of approaching the game, I think it's important that you allow him to just do his own things, and then you trying to be in a position where you, I wouldn't say play around him, but at least give him the rope to just go in and dictate the game. So, but obviously it's also like, with what FaZe has shown coming into the tournaments, well, it's like FaZe has nothing really to lose. So in that department, I think that if FaZe can just get to a point where they can just be around Simple and get things working, then I think they're in a prime slot to go for it.
He's kind of like a Counter-Strike purist, perfectionist in a way, but there's not just one, there's two of those on FaZe Clan, right? Because we look at Elige, and he's somebody who wants to be posting picture-perfect CS consistently. Was that the case on this map?
No, it wasn't. Not for Elige individually. He had a good start to the match. He was the first coming in one of the first Barons, getting a nice multi-kill and really spearheading, I guess, the comeback into the game for FaZe. But overall, he finishes with 10 kills, 10 deaths. Not the same Elige that I would like to see, not the Elige that we saw in Complexity. So, as much as I want to highlight the positive for this man, the good start, I would love to see a carry performance. I would love to see Elige fully unleashed. I would love to see the NA great or one of the best players NA has ever produced do his thing, but that hasn't been the case in FaZe as of late.
But I think, just to defend Elige a little bit, sure, he ended up with an equal score, and maybe it looked like he didn't do much, but like, as you mentioned in the beginning of the game, I think he did a lot of heavy lifting on the T side in middle. Like, he would get, first of all, he would get a lot of space, but he would also take a lot of attention whenever FaZe Clan were either hitting the B or the A bomb side. He was being very proactive in mid and just like sitting behind, and he did it a lot on his own. Like, he was trying to be a thorn in the side of MIBR for a lot of the rounds in the start of the game, which kind of set the tone. Sure, it got close in the beginning, but I don't feel like that was, sure, the groundwork that Elige was putting into round that helped FaZe get some rounds on the board, but obviously he fell off a little bit in the late setup.
Yeah, you bring up a very valid point, Dupree. Let's focus a little bit on the captain of the squad, though, because not only is he tasked with, calling all the strategies, he's also tasked with hyping up the team, right? We heard him doing exactly that before he headed into the game. I believe we also heard a little bit of ambulance, Carrigan back, so I feel like he's feeling himself.
Yeah, I mean, the ambulance comes out whenever they win. That's been the trend for this major so far, and I think it's a good idea to pay attention to that, because I think FaZe Clan right now is in this state of mind where it has to be the energy, has to be the individuals, has to be that vibe within the team that is carrying them. And as you can hear and see right now, Carrigan is fired up. I also will say, and Peter, you can probably attest to that, when you think of Carrigan and his career and the trajectory of FaZe at pretty much every single major, it's like when you're doing schoolwork when you're a kid, like when you have one day, or when you have a deadline of one day, when you know you have to bring in the assignment, that's when you get your shit together. That's when you figure it all out. That's when you get into the groove. That's when you get into your flow. When you know you have 2 or 3 days until you have to deliver, it's like it's hard to get your shit together. It's hard to get it done, and I feel the same with Carrigan. He's there when he's needed the most, most likely, and most of the time.
As Maui Snake put it, the kings of procrastination. That's what he used to call FaZe. That's continued forever. We should put that one in the Counter-Strike dictionary as well.
We should probably do that.
We've talked about, obviously, Simple being the AWPing prowess on the side of FaZe. What was the story for the AWPing on the side of MIBR, though?
Safe did not look like he was having a good time. Like, he, first of all, he did, like, the scoreline just says it all. Like, he ended the game being 3-15, like, as an AWPer inside of a team that is losing and you're putting up this kind of performance, then you know you're doing something wrong. The first thing that comes to mind is obviously he just didn't hit his shot. Like, he had prime opportunity to do it, especially when they were hitting the B bomb side. And we've seen multiple occasions where AWPers on Anubis actually have a lot of impact, because it's a map there that lets them just go out and be very mobile. And I think that he tried to be mobile, but in his own like showing of how he can, deliver, it just was not there.
Well, Anubis done and dusted by the side of FaZe Clan. And that wasn't even their map pick. That lays in wait after this break and a chance for FaZe to secure their spots in Stage 3. It's going to be going down on Ancient. one last chance for MIBR to be flipping the script, but this is going to be a tough mountain to summit. That is because Anubis, that was a Brazilian's pick. FaZe choosing to bring in the grounds of Ancient, which is where we find ourselves now. Dupree, you were looking at the numbers, you were calculating what they mean. What does this look like for MIBR?
Well, there's got to be some kind of hidden confidence inside of Ancient, and we know that also the fact that they have a very dire map pool, then it's going to be looking very hard for them. And out of the 5 times they've played Ancient, they've only won a very narrow one against Virtus Pro in Astana. So yeah, I don't think it's a good-looking sign for MIBR.
No, I agree. I also do think Ancient is the one stable map for FaZe in this whole period for the past 6 months, maybe even 12 months when Ruffs was still part of the lineup, where I could always expect FaZe to show up on Ancient, and play good Counter-Strike, play decent Counter-Strike, especially the whole Rain Carrigan combination has been working out pretty well in the CT side. You're now bringing Simple into the mix. Can that change that? Maybe, because I do think Brokey was one of the few players also showing up consistently on that map, so maybe that screws the picture a little bit, but overall, I also do feel somewhat confident that FaZe are the favorites, at least going into Ancient.
You mentioned the CT side, that's where MIBR are choosing to start off this second map affair. What should they be looking out for in terms of the T side that we know FaZe like to deliver?
It's depends on the pace, I feel like, for Carrigan. Does he want to come out and play super fast Counter-Strike, or does he want to feel out MIBR a little bit more? And the same for MIBR. Are you going to go out there and try to install some confidence in yourself and in your team by taking a lot of the early mid fights, by fighting for that area of the map, or do you want to sit back a little bit further? Ancient is one of those weird maps where you can also do mid-round aggression towards middle, towards A, towards B, so there's a lot of different options right now. If I'm Carrigan on the T side, I want to play with a bit of pace. I want to rattle out MIBR to begin with, and then I want to force them to sit back on the bomb side, use a lot of utility early on, then to make sure that you can punish them later on.
I'll buy into it, and Carrigan likes to make calls out of what's happened inside of mid, so I think that's going to set the pace for the game.
Very quickly, guys, is it over? Is it 2-0 for FaZe? Make a prediction now, Jacob.
GG.
2-0 FaZe.
Damn, okay, we're already calling it. Let's see exactly how it goes down on Ancient. One last chance for MIBR to keep their heads here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
Not losing the hits.
One final chance for FaZe Clan to take this one over the line and lock in that last remaining spot in Stage 3. For the side of MIBR, this is where the comeback has to start. This is where they have to make it. This is a 3-mapper after all. And it's got to open on the FaZe Clan pick of Ancient One that the desk just said this has been one of the only stable maps for this squad, even through the tumultuous history that FaZe Clan are currently in.
I'm sure they're very happy about that. And for the other side, it's MIBR, who are again plagued by map pool issues, depth of it questioned in back-to-back majors. It was Mirage and Anubis that let them down in Shanghai from 2 BO1s up. As FaZe were here, they fell short. FaZe are looking to finish on their job that they did on day 1 of this stage. Look to go into the top 16. Carrigan looks to be the only Dane in the top 16 in the major. Elige the only American on home soil remaining, and FaZe are only 13 rounds from that fact. For MIBR, yesterday they did the impossible. Today, it feels improbable.
FaZe Clan with the T-side start as well, so they'll be the ones kind of setting the pace here to open up Ancient.
Wall pulled over MIBR's eyes. But FaZe is still posturing for B.
I mean, Elige is in a powerful position all the way up through this red room smoke. He's in the spot to try and win the round. He'll be able to cut down players in rotation. He gets a lot of info from here as well. That's going to help out FaZe Clan in this B hit.
Great smoke.
They still have to get through the 3-man hold. Having Elige in the red room, and I think he even heard a player rotate past, that might give FaZe Clan enough of a reason to want to leave. He can control the rotations in both directions here. And so stopping this B stack from linking back up with this A site is Elige's responsibility. FaZe set their sights on the donut play, and Frozen opens up. Clean tap to send FaZe Clan in.
Frozen was FaZe's star back in the last, and Elige is now looking to shoot them in the back of the head. He lets players cross through. Every single player cross through, and Elige is late in this post part. MIBR not being patient, pushing in quick, and Insani gets a quick double out of nowhere. This is getting ugly right now. Karrigan needs to secure something. He can't. Insani's third piece, and Elige says, wait, I have got the round in the palm of my hand. 3 kills for the young Brazilian, but Elige holds. He waits for his right time to strike, and it's now off the bomb. Elige with the backstab, and Insani dead, safe. A shambolic first map. I don't know how he can save this. Elige forces him off the bomb and wins the round on his own.
Great stuff from Elige. Letting them all go by. Sure, it sacrificed his teammates in that post plant, but he had full faith that from this unexpected position on the wraparound, he could lock it in.
Such a sick round for Insani, and you feel like if Elige appears on his screen, he's gonna hit the 4th headshot. But it's that backstab that does it. And FaZe keep the momentum rolling downhill. MIBR flattened under it onto 4 pistols. Shouldn't get too weird without a flashbang. Guns are out. Simple can just spray him away. Karrigan's going to see something in this corner. When you see 2, you expect 5. Nicely done by FaZe Clan. The game begins now for MIBR.
And yeah, coming into this game, one of the things we were really looking at between these squads is like the difference in experience and stature of the individuals on either side of the server. Experience isn't just some like free ticket to win everything. It's not to say you're never going to get upset, you're never going to have those horrible games turn against you. But where it does make a difference is in how you handle the pressure, how you handle the frustrations, making less mistakes. And for MIBR, when they were on a heater yesterday, when it felt like they were in that flow state and they'd unlocked another level to their gameplay, Experience couldn't bail out the Falcons. But here, it's a more slow start for MIBR. They're the team in the vulnerable position. The one whose efforts end up all being in vain if this map doesn't go their way. That is a tremendous amount of pressure. And so they've got to try and find a second wind here. 4 on 3, thanks to this skirmish in middle. Safe has set them up with a mad advantage.
Where to go? Smokes are faded. This donut one will go soon, and so pressure is on FaZe to plant, but they can't. MIBR are poking and prodding, buying time for this flank. Exit might just have the round-winning kill in the palm of his hand. Looking down on the crosshair, Frozen slips away. FaZe tuck in the corner, but MIBR know they can't escape. They are still in this bomb site. Frozen clears up that flank. Things get a bit awkward now. There is a safe plant available, although FaZe don't know it. They're just trying to find these kills, and they just keep walking into FaZe crosshairs. A third one comes in, and suddenly Lukowski plunged into a clutch. They are all so low.
Still a deceptively tricky round for FaZe Clan. 3 low players. Lukowski, it was him and Insani hitting real hard for MIBR, trying to keep that last map going. If he can get the ball rolling here, nothing would reignite them like a 1 on 3. It's not going to come through. Clutch denied. Frozen holds it down with a big hat trick. And so FaZe keep this scoreline flawless, 3-0 to open up Ancient.
God, he's just been the impact player today, undeniably, for FaZe. Carried them through that first game, 20-6, nearly a 2.0 rating. And even that situation that FaZe have no business winning. The flank timing is so good, and it's as Frozen goes to check it, MIBR crumble. Nate out middle, trying to stop this fast space taking for FaZe, but Elige goes a little bit later. 4th blind, 3 players, and MIBR do get rid of him. Karrigan picking up pace here, but this one's being heard from the donut. Bomb going back to B, hoping he can solo fake. Right now he's doing a pretty good job of it. Puffing up his chest, making it look like there's more than one man here. Has drawn all of MIBR over.
This is good stuff for Karrigan, right? He knows they're eco in this round. They're losing a bunch of rounds in a row across both maps now. And so they're going to be twitchy. They're going to bite down on whatever they see. He just lobs in a little fake out towards A, and MIBR full stacked on this side of the map, try and come up with a solution. They go in deep clear A main. It's a nice way to nullify this lurk, but it is going to leave them far removed from this B site play. They won't get to elbow in time to fight these players on the lane side, so they will have to embark on a flank. If Lukowski can strike one from the tally, even slow the roll of FaZe for a second, that would be very valuable, but he's flashed off the line. MIBR now move in. Backstab's being accounted for, and it's Frozen on the angle. He gets bested. It's a very high-impact player removed. Insani double kill at 1 HP brings MIBR in for a retake. They have no business winning.
So how's he doing? He's not even trying to go for this right now. It's a call to save already been made because MIBR are stuck in the cave. Lukowski moves in very slowly, but this bomb is already half gone. The flash turns crosshairs back. Simple lines him up. He needs the round, and he's got it. All three for Simple, saving that eco. The pistols that were getting out of control. Simple stops it in its tracks.
That's real nice. So much attention taken off of Simple. He's allowed just an extra second there to kind of steal himself away, ready up for these fights. And he makes it look so easy.
That was clean. That second burst on Lukowski really felt like he could have gone a bit earlier.
And dude, there's been, this is now like another definable moment in these games from Simple in these positions. You think back to Anubis, the round that felt like it really destroyed MIBR was that 2v5 from Simple and Frozen. That's now Simple with a 1v3, keeping the scoreline flawless for FaZe. This guy ain't crumbling under the pressure. Might have given up many chances to have already locked in stage 3, but the job's not done yet. The battle's not over. And Simple is providing.
Yeah, it feels like the output from everyone is better in this game so far, right? At least in that first map, when you compare to those previous 2 BO3s where, yeah, Simple definitely dropped off a bit of a cliff in that, legacy game, especially in the 3D Max game. But there wasn't that, single hero either to save FaZe. There wasn't Frozen playing like this. So no time like the last chance for FaZe to step up. We know this is a team that loves taking the hard route, playing those final games, playing the long days. Karrigan at least wants to make it quick. Straight out middle into Donut, destroying Insani in the process. Despite the missed red smoke, Safe just can't find a kill. He can't find a pick. FaZe block it back. He's got another nade. Oh, Lee just heard this run away as well, so chomping at the bit to get some red control while FaZe split this site. He's going to join up with Simple, play this 2-2. Only Breno inside of A. Uh-oh.
Chance shot on the AWP. But nothing connects for Safe. MIBR not given any reason to want to go for this. Another round where Lukowski's not budging from the extremities. Are they going to try and go for this late? Flash out through the spawn. They go fishing. Elige picked up. Simple also bested, but there's layers to this. It's going to fall on a Frozen, but a lot of times ticked off this bomb already. Tap on it. Safe. Nail shots on this AWP. And that's how MIBR to get on the board. It's from that Safe orb. Quiet missing on Anubis. A point to prove heading into Ancient. And that might be Safe's most impactful round yet.
Yeah, a round that already felt like it was done for FaZe in that 3v3 in such good positions, but Frozen caught out by the fake tap, tried to pluck one off in the 2v1. Safe reads it really well, the only position they haven't cleared. So MIBR not going to go down without giving us something in this game. Can they build off of that first round on the CT side and break FaZe's money here and now? Exit's coming through this smoke back to the cave. He'll be needed to reinforce B because FaZe are lying up and execute. Hello.
Whoa, that's a wild shot for Elige. And just everyone on FaZe winning an individual fight here has left him in a very strong position. Elige not content with the one kill he's already got.
Look at him go.
Tries to walk this smoke. Looks to get past Insani, ends up finding Safe in the back line. Second player has walked through these smokes as well. MIBR getting given no respect.
Simple's got it.
Simple is behind Insani. Smoked off by his teammate. That does make things a little weird. Gives Insani some room.
No safe for you. Nowhere is safe for MIBR. Completely abandoned on that B bomb site coming back from cave. Even Exit gets aggressive to flank lane, and Rain, who's throwing grenades, is ready to stop it. FaZe giving no time for MIBR to relax. Instant B execute.
Fucking good, Ryan!
And high energy Counter-Strike right now. 5-1 lead.
I mean, coming into today, after this like 2-0 start for FaZe, I think a lot of folks were very, very worried about them being in this position, right? Being in with the chance of getting eliminated in stage 2 with 3 opportunities to go through. But now that they're here and they're showing up in this fashion, that's actually closer to the FaZe you've grown to know and love over the years. And we ever thought they always took the longest possible route, did this team.
Yeah. They've crept under the smoke here. MIBR don't know just how many players, and that the bomb is up in the red room. Insani's position catches Simple off guard on that smoke fade. How much do FaZe want to dedicate into what is a solo rifle in this round? They don't need to take this fight. 5-7 up close. Nate's pulled for a Liege. He pays the price. 3-on-4. Insani gets a second chance, but Rain won't let him go far. 3-on-3. There's still more players here.
Shadow seen. Breno knows he's got a kill coming his way, but he's not able to find it. Swing out from Safe, and it will get punished. FaZe Clan, another one of these rounds where they find themselves on the back foot. Man disadvantage going into a stack where that one hero rifle was for MIBR.
You can see the pressure there for Safe feeling it. Even though FaZe missed that Molotov, he thinks it's landing. He swings out, not wanting to tick and burn. It hit the smoke. It would have never revealed his position. He could have had the element of surprise. Instead, FaZe get exactly what they bargained for. Another slow strangle on this A site. And they did that from disadvantage. They did that from Insani's M4 and the 5-7 in Donuts. Nothing's guaranteed here for Exits, but he'll get his kills. Third player around the corner, Frozen may as well. Terrorists win. And an Exit will do exactly that. 3 kills to keep the AK, to keep a chance for MIBR. But right now, FaZe are making clinical work of this game and this series. Because it'd be one thing to go through to the top 16 in the major and not have an American player. That wouldn't be the most shocking statistic. But to think that there'd be 0 Danes playing in that top 16 a couple of years ago would be unimaginable. Carrigan is the sole proprietor, representing his country as a Liege is doing the same, coming through the mid-smoke. FaZe collapse upon middle. MIBR don't get a chance to breathe. Again, called into question the entire round as FaZe blanket A with Molotovs.
Good shot for Safe. Another chance for MIBR to attempt a retake here. Safe's kept that open. As he looks to make his move, he's playing very far ahead of his team. Okay. And it's working wonders right now. Elige next on that chopping block, and Safe bests him. The Brazilian AWPer is giving MIBR a reason to believe. They've got to stick the landing. And Rain won't make it easy. He won't let them have this for free. Backing up in a Lukowski, that's info for Simple. Knows where both players are coming from. Timing's everything though, and they split it on a perfect time. MIBR back on the board. And FaZe locked out thanks to that Safe AWP. Finally, a bit of room off of Safe's AWP.
Yeah, doesn't sit back and relax, doesn't try and play with his team, just takes matters into his own hands. I think that's what MIBR need. They need a hero, they need confidence, they need a playmaker. Safe shows up at the right time. But again, these are scraps for MIBR. These are sole rounds on their own. If they can't start streaking them together, they're in trouble. This is Neo's first timeout all match. Didn't even need it back on Anubis. Everything just went so well. Perfectly to plan. So just trying to keep FaZe in control of this game before anything spirals. Doesn't feel like we're at that point yet, but we get another gun round for MIBR, another opportunity. MIBR not the only underdog though, we know our own. Get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST.
Just pistols in this round, MIBR. Chance for them to get the dogs. Rain has been entrusted with a hero AK. He's gonna throw it up through the ramp. Safe is on this line and has had a bit of a resurgence here on Ancient.
My turn.
You want to believe that if Safe can get activated, the game that Lukowski and Insani have been having, with the promise of Safe's AWP finding its way into the fray as well, there might still be more fight in MIBR after all. This is a clean repel of this B play. Mainly pistols here for MIBR to beat, but they keep it clean, they keep it flawless. A 5 alive round on this CT side.
I think it's inherently interesting that FaZe take that eco anyway, right? Sure, you can understand why they do. They can still buy up in the next, but most teams will just insta-buy off of losing one round after a streak of their own. FaZe take that pause, they take stock of the economy, and they do the maths. We can get more gun rounds out if we just give them one. Just give them one. Have everything here. They still had a shot. It's actually double eco, excuse me. I was full down. They only have one rifle. FaZe just go explosive. They test the B bomb site. They answer the call.
And MIBR locked out instantly, falling down to this B rush. And you wonder if that's a bit of a mind game between FaZe and MIBR, right? You kind of show a very limp B-side play with that hero gun challenging up the ramp. MIBR certainly expected something a little bit slower after they so handedly put this B play to rest. And that's when FaZe run the exact same call back, 2 rounds in a row, but this time it's far more decisive. Barreling up ramp with numbers, speed is their friend.
It's nice to do it back-to-back where they do it slow. They get an idea of how MIBR are playing, where's the orb, what's the setup in a standard round, and then they go into the next round knowing exactly what to expect and just disrespecting the setup. Annoying MAC-10s, Tech 9s, and look how blind FaZe are. That doesn't matter, as long as MIBR can see just as little. FaZe have the number advantage and a stressful round for Lukowski, as a crucial one slips through the fingers of the Brazilians. Very cheeky pop for FaZe. And I haven't hit a point in this entire series where I'm worried for FaZe Clan.
No.
Is that ever gonna happen?
These next 2 rounds are so important. Like, this is all in for MIBR. They have a bit of extra cash, so they're buying to the end of the half. But it's like, you know, 3 rounds. I think you know that you're just leaps and bounds behind, and mentally it's very, very hard to move past that. You don't want to feel like all your hard work just got destroyed on the final day, but that is the grim reality for MIBR. The win over Falcons, as impressive as it was, it matters not if your run still ends in stage 2.
And after pulling it all the way back, after losing both BO1s, and then 2 BO3s in a row, only to hit your head, the final hurdle too tall for MIBR. This gun round speaks volumes as to their chances. Now, FaZe have been stalled out. They've been pressured early. Lots of damage done onto Rain outside of B. Cowers behind the box. And MIBR put numbers on this A site. They have safe in position as well. A ghost in that first map. But here on Ancient, the reason that MIBR even have rounds, that's crazy.
Safe not missing anymore. This AWP, good for that first kill. Important trade out of Elige, but it's Breno on the swing. Rain dead on the lurk. It's only Elige left for FaZe Clan. Puts himself in a 1v2, but there's that rotate arriving just in time. MIBR gunning for 5 on the half.
Simple caught out with nades again, though, coming out through A main, just being supportive, throwing a lot of util for this team, as we saw at Anubis. And so guns are not ready for MIBR to fight fully through that smoke. A chance, and maybe all it is, but at least MIBR get the option here towards the end of the half.
I think one thing that's going to be hard, no matter how you look at it, is that FaZe have done a great job of keeping a varied T side here. So it's not like there's some clear pattern I think you can look towards for knowing how this final round is going to shape up. You've seen a real mixed bag. You've had these fast A plays. It was the back-to-back B rushes that broke FaZe back through. Sometimes they go for this slower mid control and they really, you know, take their time in the round. It's all about mid-round plays, these Elige red lurks. But there's not been some super identifiable ebb and flow to this T side for MIBR to consider. And I don't think you want this final round to be one where you're sat back, giving FaZe the room and the respect to make their play. And so a 3B start for MIBR. Expect to see a bit of lane control attempt from this CT side. It's Rain that will be tested if that comes through.
Harry setting Rain up. High flash so he can get heaven. MIBR blocked on both sides. This has been the choke point that Elige is going through many rounds. Once again, under-defended by MIBR.
These players in B probably feel like they're on a bit of a timer though. Mid's been open for a long while, and you've been 3B all round. Even though you try and plug this hole with Insani, it's just the sheer scale of players that are coming in through Red Room that you won't be ready for. There's that lane take out of MIBR. They start to go for this control now. Safe finds a collateral in the downtime on this push out through the Red Room. Ready for a third player. And we'll lock it in. Carrigan snuffed out as well. And so MIBR chain together this final 2. If 5 rounds are enough, will that be MIBR's salvation? Can they keep this legendary major turnaround going?
Hey, my name is Carrigan. I'm currently in IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you going to control mid with 3 CTs, or you're going to control B with 3 CTs as well? So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side to fight 3 guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to want to fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with them. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that has been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with 1 guy supporting from spawn, 3 guys running towards what we call A main with bump. And of course there's a default smokes mid. We all have seen maybe donut smoke, there's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid, the second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main. Because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid. Hopefully he gets the kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario, he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the 3 players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here, or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first two guys rub in a hand, third guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These two guys swing, they take out the donut guy. And now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from two angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you want to take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Tristan middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting up the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
MIBR, have they had their second win here on FaZe's pick of Ancient? Their tournament life on the line after taking down Falcons yesterday. There's a lot of eyeballs on this team right now. It's one thing is clear, FaZe are not underestimating them. They've showed up with level heads in this do-or-die game for Stage 3 in Austin.
Yeah, lowest major performance on the line for FaZe. If they fall here, they have not dropped below the top 16 before. Carrigan and Rain, legacy to continue. This pistol pushes them in that direction. Legion Rain take first blood, and they look for more. MIBR stalled out right now. Lukowski with an important kill, round in the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, his team speed up towards B, but Carrigan's already taking that space back, and Lukowski probably should join them. It's going to be a retake on this B bomb site.
Carrigan tries to take one out of the round before that bomb is planted. Util in, that will do damage. Exit looking worse for wear.
Nowhere to go.
Right now, trapped out on this island, and Sani tries to hang around and help him as a result. This is going to leave two players out in the open for MIBR, and so Insani starts to back off now. Exit has to fend for himself, and he can't stay alive long. Molly dropped in to deny this defuse, but it's been forced out very, very early.
Yeah.
So sure, it keeps them off it for now, but the gunfights have to come through for MIBR. 2-on-4. Insani can't quite find this angle. Lukowski dead, and Insani finds the kill with seconds to spare. Carrigan on it, but it doesn't feel like there's time. Insani and Lukowski deliver for MIBR.
Oh, I got scuffed there for FaZe. They didn't know who was on the bomb, who was fighting. Carrigan changing his mind last second, going back from ramp. And even though the molly comes in what feels like too soon, leaving time for FaZe to stick the defuse, they shift up the ramp and they close the round in their final chance. MIBR, cheeky from a man down, make it happen.
I mean, that's the duo you want to safeguard those rounds. It was when Lukowski was brought in, you saw him kind of growing into his space in this team. They came back to Shanghai, and those were the early days. That was unrefined, unproven. But a bit more time to find himself in this roster. Him and Insani have emerged as quite the 1-2 punch for MIBR.
And this one should be simple. Not the player, but the fact. MIBR strolling into this B bomb site and no one inside of it to stop them. They're even going through, looking to make it clean as can be and level out this scoreline. Even 7-7 game. FaZe no longer in full control.
No, not by a long margin. I mean, this game started off 6-1 in FaZe's favor. And so the fall is apparent. The rise up of MIBR occurring at just the right time. They might be able to save themselves on Ancient after all. Guns come out now for FaZe Clan. This is the real test for MIBR.
Triple mid. Simple just supporting. It can rotate quick. He might need to. That A site. Getting contacted by MIBR. Legion position to stop it. Are they really going to walk the red room here? It's going to leave them a little high and dry from helping their team who are already in the bomb site. That tag is information for Elite. He needs to act on it. Getting that 5v4 through the donut smoke, not going to happen. Frozen safeguards his site. They come for him, they find him, and they've got room to plant.
Carrigan's called for a flash. He's coming through this. Wow. Into the site. Carrigan flashed in. And just one man remains. Breno makes matters interesting as he brings it down to this 1v1.
Molly.
Been a slow series from Breno. He's got Rain left to beat, who's closed the distance up close with this SMG. Rain can't run rings around him. It's Breno with the 1v3.
Out of nowhere, when you feel like Carrigan's done enough, flash through, double kill, caught out in the open. And Breno closes it. He doesn't need that molly on the bomb, that safeguard, that guarantee. He does it on his own. The guy that saved MIBR from elimination via the Falcons, who had the most impactful round of their major run, has once again found a crucial clutch to keep them in the game. First major for Breno, and he's making a statement. This is a guy who MIBR brought onto the roster to fill in a role, to play one he wasn't used to. He AWP'd, they benched him, he came back to Rifle. And ever since, MIBR strength to strength.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Breno kind of career arc is that of a very selfless player, someone who's always been willing to undertake whatever role the team needed at the time. But it's in these clutch moments when the pressure's on and he gets to be a bit more selfish with it. That's where you get these high-impact Breno rounds.
FaZe flustered, forcing or half-buying and pushing into this B site. There is a team kill in there, that's ugly. But still maintaining the man advantage. MIBR don't need to panic. Take a breath. They come through the smoke, assuring themselves that FaZe haven't taken any more space in this round. And Molly's going to push Rain out. If they want this B site, they can come and get it. It's only 2 pistols in position. A Liege. That was his chance. MIBR can blanket this bomb site in utility. FaZe don't want to sit around, they want information. The League finds it the hard way. Rain cleared by a Molotov. He will get his kill, but they're going to move up the ramp.
Simple here, armed with a deagle. Connects on the first bullet, bit of spam damage for Rain. A dink downrange sees Lukowski low. Spamming, praying, hoping that something connects is Simple.
I mean, look at the flank as well. Insult to injury here. MIBR knew they'd already won the round. They just want the guarantee. They want the glory. And they want Simple uncomfortable in this second map as MIBR try and fight tooth and nail to take us the distance in a series that felt dead on arrival of Ancient. Their map pick, they got slapped around. And that 6-1 lead for FaZe evaporated entirely here on Ancient.
Yeah, MIBR have now been able to outdo the FaZe clan streak to open up this Ancient map by some margin. It's 6 rounds straight for MIBR. That's all the way from this losing position. 6-1 down to open up Ancient. And now in with a vengeance, a fast B play, a complete change of pace. FaZe clan initially caught off guard, try to stumble back to their feet, but they can't get out with the trades. MIBR, man advantage, 3-on-2. And if they win this, it is crushing, it is crippling to FaZe Clan on this CT side.
Simple can save it.
They need a hero now more than ever, and Simple is the one in the position to do so. He snuffs out Insani on this A play. That's going to slow the roll of MIBR. They lend some time to exit out in Donut. Simple closes in and can't quite deal with the captain. The route now opens. The chance is right there for an A-side plant. They don't know where Rain has gotten to in all this downtime, and so for now, MIBR freeze.
I love the patience.
One wrong move, and this 2v1, this back-breaking round, could fail to come through. So they wait for Rain to make his play.
Oh, but experience go both ways. He knows they've frozen 0 util, 0 plant with all the time. He knows they're sat back waiting for his move, his mistake. And Rain refuses to make it, waits for them. They turn back, they stop considering. That's the bomb, but Rain can't find the kill. And MIBR continue on this streak. 7 rounds straight, 5 in this T side. FaZe just can't break through. Simple is looking uncomfortable, shifting into gunfights. And FaZe, who often thrive in the chaos, drown in it in this round. That B lane crunch crumbles under MIBR. MIBR with backs against the wall in this game have fought their way out of this corner. Simple denied, picking up that gun. They don't know about the MP9. Carrigan reveals his trap late. 4v2, blink and you miss it. FaZe have the bomb.
Yeah, walking in up through ramp right now. They might fall getting nothing done here though. On an off angle, he gets cleared out. Insani opens up a path to the bomb plant. A 2 versus 4 as this begins. No chance for the spam to connect. They know about Carrigan back in the cave. It's planted for long. That's the position they're going to go fight for. The only man coming from this side of the map is frozen late through this smoke. That's info for MIBR. The only question mark right now is Elige. He's the one guy they don't know the whereabouts of. A lot of times ticked off this bomb already. FaZe just aren't being given the kills. Molly now put down on that bomb, but the gap closed. That Molotov might have done enough. That last second Molly lobbed in means FaZe can't defuse. They can't get there in time. And so MIBR, the streak continues.
2v4 against the eco. Yes, FaZe don't have a lot to work with. It gets hard to anchor that B bomb site for Rain on his own with an MP9. But that's a 4-on-2 for FaZe where they wish they had a kit. Tank a bit of the molly, get on it, and potentially win that round. Instead, MIBR squeeze yet another through. So many chances to count them out, but they refuse to go down.
I mean, look, I think it's so sick, and it speaks volumes to the problems that there were back on Anubis. Look at what the reactivation of Safe has done. You're getting the same sort of mileage out of Insani and Lukowski, but now there's just more players around them. Line up here for Frozen. This was the guy in the first half that was making a real difference for FaZe Clan. Well, he's done his part in the round. Slowed the roll of MIBR, denied this A play, and now they get blocked. The round resets.
Safe trades out. Gets that AK away from FaZe. And even if they recommit, they have to wait this smoke. That means FaZe must spread back out. Plant their feet back in this map. Make sure no lurkers are finding gaps. But MIBR, they want what they came for. This A bomb site. Elige is playing nice and passive. Won't give it away to an AWP angle here. Unless he peeks a little bit further in. Safe looking for an unorthodox position. But Simple scopes Donut from CT. There's the jump. Careful. Will Elige get this info? Or will he pay with his life?
It's a very hard line to try and take with the AWP bearing down upon you. Shadow spotted and a free pickup from the Safe AWP. It's his activation that felt like it's made all the difference. Yeah. Going right into the arms of Simple. Orp makes it out. Orp is looking to clash. 20 seconds left in this round. Bomb out in no man's land. There should be no winning this for Safe. Time is not on his side, and the Orp has him in a box. Simple with a pivotal 2K.
Those are the rounds you have him for, right? Running through a molly, committing when he could choose to play safe. He could choose to play retake. He plays himself, goes through, finds his kill, buys time, blocks that plant. A high impact frag, finishes the round. It's Simple. And FaZe have been given a lifeline there, blocking that A rush that can feel so, suffocating. You don't have players in the right bomb site. You play heavy mid, you get A rush, you're locked out at the first call. FaZe stop it. Their first CT round in this game.
That's an 8-round streak that they just broke. But it can't just be a flash in the pan. It can't be one nice round on the back of 2 big individual plays from Frozen and Simple. If they want to close the gap up, this is where FaZe have to start streaking rounds together. Money broken for the side of MIBR.
Pass down mid, safe. Caught in the air. They go back for it, back for more. They get the same result. It gets worse. Frozen with 2 kills and Lucalzi on his last legs. MIBR snuffed out in an instant. Try and flex on FaZe. But that chain broken. FaZe now look for 2 rounds in a row. And they still have deep position on B, so FaZe can afford to dedicate players to this A bomb site, especially after MIBR recommitted last time. Lucalzi perhaps going to be faking this alone, trusting in his captain to pull up a clutch. Can Lucalzi keep players here for long enough? He gets a smoke in, doesn't make a move. Exit soon. But if Karrigan drops the bomb, it's dead in the water.
Counter-terrorists win. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe Clan. That gap that MIBR were working on widening starts to close.
Frozen's not letting them in. This position, back-to-back rounds, back-to-back double kills for Frozen. And what can be a very uncomfortable sight to play. Well, FaZe will not leave it open anytime soon. Simple stays nearby, hearing steps in A main, but it's mid where MIBR set their sights. Flashing, nading, everything getting thrown into the mid control. But they will get that space. Simple, the next port of call.
Coming into this match, Simple quite literally put it all on himself. Said if FaZe don't win, he can be the one held accountable. He can be the guy to blame. And as this game has raged on, the impact starts to creep up for Simple. Right when FaZe Clan needed it.
Yeah, his T-side was nothing, but he's had a couple of important kills and rounds in a row now for FaZe. It's not those flashy quad kills, those round closers, but reliable output is all that FaZe need right now to find these final 4 rounds and take this series down. Is it going to be that easy?
This might just be a non-starter of a round. Like, it started off so horrifically for MIBR. 30 seconds left, and yeah, it looks like they are just going to cool it off. Now, this is not a call you love having to make if you're MIBR. You're holding this lead right now, but you can feel it getting away from them. And for the last, 45 seconds, they've come to this realization that this is now a 1-round game.
The issue is this save scrambles your money, right? It puts Safe and Breno in hot water where they have to eco around your buy, and then you don't get loss bonus until the next round. So MIBR, sure, maybe it maximizes the amount of weapons you're going to get in this game, but it comes at a cost of everyone being comfortable. And that's 3 rounds in a row that come down to MIBR playing off of spawn, playing very aggressively, running out mid, running A main. It's got to stop now. And I wonder if that's a missed donut smoke. It's just in the middle of the open. Simple gets a free line with the AWP. If those are the little mistakes that might cost MIBR down the stretch after they took control of this map, that is a heartbreaking way to lose. Safe is saving for AWP. Breno buys up, and MIBR hit the break. They are parked.
Look, I mean, if you feel like you've been losing these rounds too quickly to get anything going, Cool is here. Just no one die for the first 30 seconds. Let's just slow it down. Let them waste this early util. We'll leave it to the mid-round. The extra few seconds, they're taking it a little bit slower, giving you time to really iron everything out. No miss smokes this time over in middle, and a clean path to try and get this control. MIBR, they wanted mid. This was the entire idea behind these last few rounds, is taking this space. And they get it this time for free. They haven't had to pay a tax. They haven't had to lose a player to get this real estate.
Oh, yeah, unharmed completely in the red room. Elijah's watching this. They're going to route to B, it looks like. Safe is still outside of this bomb site.
This is MIBR all in. The play has to work. They've got the room. They've got the control they were looking for. Now they have to show us what the big idea was, what the big picture is. They're wrapping in through the spawn. Simple can hear this. Out on an island of Brody, he's missed the timing. Tech9s find the openers. Insani on the board next, cutting down players on the lurk. For Elysian Rain, money's not a problem. They can justify giving this 2v4 a look in. MIBR have got no reason to fight them. And this might just peter out. Elige isn't even attempting this. Rain is out on his own right now, and he's been spotted and dealt with. MIBR dig deep. They take all the pace out of the round. That is such a good realization from this MIBR squad, that the pace, the aggression to try and close this game out was going to be their undoing. And so they hit the nail on the head. They find the gap. They get through the red room. They flank that A site. And now they have 2 chances to extend play, to take us to a third map.
Disastrous hold, right? Simple scopes the wrong side of the site, a second too late. And they'd already crossed right by him. FaZe fall bit by bit. And that third map rears its head as MIBR try and drag us there, kicking and screaming. 2 chances to do it after realizing the rushing was not the way. And to be honest, you go back to that B bomb site, it was weak in this game. It was part of that 6-7 round streak that MIBR found. Winning those post plants, mollies on the bomb. FaZe were getting very uncomfortable on B, so I was surprised MIBR moved away from it in the first place. Karrigan and Rain could be in trouble, with the other stars of this FaZe squad residing on the A site and relatively lax on the mid control in this map. FaZe make a read. They think the same thing. 3B off spawn. Elite gets his nades into middle and Frozen gets back on his boost. MIBR surround that B bomb site. Comes down to luck there for Rain. Very fortunate to be alive. Spray by exit through the smoke. The wall bangs as well. MIBR trying to get any advantage they can in this round, and they found it in middle. Spamming Elige through the donut smoke to find your final round of Ancient.
That's a wild spam as well. Elige is in like a very safe position here. This is playing the Pixel to try and spot through mid. And he's been spammed out of play in the penultimate round of regulation. FaZe have got to do it without Elige. Karrigan now makes a move. This is good proactive thinking from FaZe's captain. At least confirms a lack of presence over towards A. That should allow FaZe to better place their stack here. Third player starting to lean over. Carrigan full commits to this wrap round. MIBR, if they stick to their guns, they will be going into 3 players. Rain plays ahead of this util. Carrigan connects with 1 on the spam. This is for all the marbles. Is there still more rounds in the tank for FaZe Clan? Rain and Simple, overwhelmed. Frozen on a wide swing answers the call. And FaZe stay in this. 1 round between them and overtime.
Frozen has just been the difference maker all day. It was a stomp last map. He made it happen. 20-6 on Anubis, but he has saved FaZe in this game. Be it the 2 A rushes, he finds double kills in. He does the same on the B bomb side. The info play from Carrigan poises Frozen to save FaZe's life. Again, a 0 kill sight hold for Simple. But it matters not to Frozen. He'll do it on his own.
Look, this B site has felt problematic at times. It's going to get tested here in the final round of play, the final round of regulation. MIBR with nothing but Tech 9s and this 1 hero gun are searching for the victory here and now. They think their way in is past Rain at this B hole.
Oh no!
Carrigan dead first. And FaZe left on the back foot.
The smoke.
They're going to backstab Rain. They have full control. Elige arrives fast up through ramp. 3 versus 3. Full chaos, full speed. Flash in. And Elige and Frozen hit the go button now. Simple giving chase right from behind them. Nothing open. MIBR aren't peeking, not going too soon. Important trade from Simple, but it's kept the numbers even. Insani overran. FaZe have just got to find this last player, this last man. Lukowski unaccounted for on that swing. This is the chance for MIBR. Lukowski spammed to death. And Elige, it's going to be so close. But he's got it. Elige keeps the dream alive.
Oh, Lukowski. The pacifist approach. He doesn't want to give it away. He wants to win off clock. And the decision not to peek costs MIBR the close on Ancient. He caught them off guard. Simple again. No arc gun in hand. And Lukowski didn't trust the fight. A millisecond difference, 0.4. But Elige drags us into OT. And these are the moments that FaZe prosper in. These are the moments you think they're built for. Can they up the ante after an 8-round streak for MIBR? FaZe are back.
After first overtime, MIBR have had to play with their fates in hand at this major. Or will it be the last? A man down to open it up, and it's no small player either. Safe, caught in the crosshairs of Simple at 21 kills deep. That is a big loss to the ranks of MIBR. They take the pace out of it, but FaZe are the ones considering bringing the fight right now. Ollie's forced them forward. Simple still strikes first and gets out with another kill. They're going to try and test him again. Insani will get past him. Is he ready for a player up close? Yes, he is. This B-hold picked apart by the Brazilian star.
No smokes. Gotta fight your way in.
Flash out over on long. Rain is so blind. That's given them room. That's given them the path to get this bomb planted. 3 versus 5, and the gap still closing with that bomb down. Insani is tagged up. If he can manage even one more, he has played one hell of a part in this round. But he's so low, he's so wounded. How does Insani get out of this with any more? 4 points of health, the spam connects. It comes down to this Molotov. There's no smoke to deny this. It's not going to entirely win you the round, but it certainly puts the pressure on. There is still this kit for Frozen and Elige.
Oh, no.
The spam has to connect, and it will come through, but the wrong way. Elige denies. FaZe Clan take the first in OT.
Once again, Elige saving them on this B-bomb site. The American on home soil, the only one remaining. Desperately trying to force an OT win, an appearance in the third stage. To get to that Moody center, FaZe are so far away. This game is only a first step. And MIBR, what left is in the tank. Exhausted on this T side. A rushes, back-to-back B executes. FaZe having the number in these close clutch rounds every single time. But margins have made the difference.
More moves made by FaZe Clan. A late take over this mid control. They're ready for any reaction out of MIBR. Simple scoped in, and that kill arrives for free. Exit takes a jaunt out into Simple's crosshair. And that's the last thing he sees before it fades to black. Lukowski trying to get in up through this B site, but for MIBR, these two solo ventures have both led to certain death.
Revenge is sweet. Through the donut smoke. More opening kills for FaZe. And this T-side AWP might not get to sing here for safe. Hot Water holds his own, and Breno with the bomb. In a retake setup has an option for a kill, but winning this 1v5 is a far cry as FaZe fly in and find their 14th.
And this is now a very decisive change and a very decisive tone switch from what we had in regulation. FaZe were the ones constantly playing from the back foot, feeling very constricted in terms of the playbook, feeling like the game was getting away from them on the tail end of an 8-round streak from MIBR. But now the tone changes. We've hit this overtime. It's 4 in a row for FaZe Clan, looking to go flawless in OT.
Yeah, they've leveled up. In a series, it feels like it deserves 3. FaZe have other ideas.
In a series where the wins for FaZe, you so often look to this duo of Frozen and Simple, it's great to see Elige being a primary difference maker here in the map that could send them to that next stage. Now that it's confirmed Elige is the only American representation left standing, it's exactly what you want.
Oh, Simple's had the openers 3 rounds in a row. Does he have the closers in this B-bomb site? Second shot connects. They're surrounding him, ramp and cave. He's smoked off. There's a bad smoke. It bounces wrong. Simple hits his 3rd. Saving FaZe, the only man in this B-bomb site. Simple with a statement. And MIBR sign on the dotted line. Bomb planted on this B site. Simple slinks in for a 4th.
MIBR, they've been in some great positions. They played a very mobile T-side, always keeping FaZe guessing. It was a complex set of issues and problems to solve.
I don't know.
But sometimes a simple solution, 3 kills from this AWP. That's what's required. Insani alone, 1 versus 3, has the lineup. Shots will connect. FaZe might need to pressure him here, but he's out of ammo, out of chances. It's a flawless CT side from FaZe.
Yeah, the knife even comes out. Classic FaZe. Simple with something to say. And the best opportunity they're going to get to end this here and now. 3 match points. The Simple show starts late in the day, but better late than never.
Listen. 6 more.
It was very impressive here from MIBR, being able to kind of find themselves again in this series. They looked out of going on that huge streak to open up their T-side run. But it was the CT side that let them down. And that's where they now have to go flawless in OT if they want to keep this game going.
And FaZe started just as strong, 4-0 lead in this map, 6-1 on the T side before things started to unravel. Can they rechannel the start of this map right at the bitter end? 4 at B, MIBR locked out, have to go through that smoke, have to call the bluff. That's exactly what FaZe wants. They have been pulled around the map, pushed into the wrong position, and even the mid re-clear, the sooner FaZe go, the sooner they get out.
Right before this game, in an interview, Carrigan said, we know their style, we know how they like to play, we're expecting the Wolfpack. And it's that smoke in mid that forced this Wolfpack play that has mispositioned MIBR. 2 more players arriving on the extremities. But Rain locks them in, keeps them trapped on this island out in middle, never getting to play the final round in Austin. Safe, swinging around the long side, misses his chance on the planter. Will nail it the second time around. It was this guy coming back to life that helped bring MIBR into the conversation on Ancient. He might have to do everything in this retake as very quickly it's building for Safe as the last man standing. Exit arrives, spotted now by the AWP and MIBR. Know in their heart of hearts, as good as it's been, this was one step too far. FaZe up into stage 3. They will not fall down 3 times over. They rise to the occasion. Alige keeps battling through Austin. It was his late activation that turned this game around.
And FaZe avoid devastation, demolition here in this stage after going up on day 1 with fantastic single maps. The BO3s tested this team. Simple got quiet, but he showed up in this final map right when FaZe needed him. MIBR back-to-back majors where they fall short. Close, but it does not cut it when it comes to that final day.
And it was a very different story here in Austin for how it was so close for MIBR. Back in Shanghai, 2-0 off of the BO1s. They fall down in the BO3s. Here, it was in those best of 3s that they had their best results. They eliminated Falcons, but that makes this loss hit so much harder. This is a sad time for MIBR, who felt like they'd overcame those demons, only for them to rear their heads and seal their fate in Austin.
An incredible result versus Falcons, but falling short versus FaZe means that MIBR are sadly eliminated. And Sani, really appreciate you taking the time to catch up with me in this one. Tell me about that Ancient. Looks so competitive. We go to overtime. Where do you feel like it slipped away from you?
I think the Ancient was a map that, as yesterday, was a map that could have gone both ways. And I think they won the rounds that were crucial to the game. And we kind of got mistaken in those rounds. So cheers for them. Kudos to them too, because they could revert it and win the important rounds. And I mean, it's sad because I feel that we could do a lot more, and I know that we can do a lot more. But it's Counter-Strike, it's how it is, and we have to keep going.
I mean, you obviously pulled off an amazing result versus Falcons yesterday. When I was talking to Exit before this particular series, he said it was exhausting, the series versus Falcons. Do you think that had kind of any impact on your energy coming into today's game?
I think both games against Bedbone and against Falcons, we gave everything we had. So on both games, we ended up kind of exhausted and we were tired after the game. But I think it's how it is. We have to do it, because if we don't get exhausted after the game, we know we didn't give everything we had. So I don't think it like affected us, because we had a great night of sleep, and FaZe was just better this game.
Of course, we keep coming back to the Falcons result just because it's so impressive that you did manage to take them down. And if you're reflecting upon this major, what are the key takeaways for you and for MIBR going forward into the rest of 2025?
I think we have to keep going. We're doing a great job. We have to keep it up. We know that we have a level to cross, and we have to step up. And we are willing to do everything we have to do it. And we have just to keep going and keep training.
I can imagine the emotions are super high for you guys right now. I'll just give you the floor to say anything to MIBR fans at home. Feel free to speak in Portuguese if you want.
Can I? All right. Muito obrigado pela torcida de todos, galera. Foi um Major difícil. A gente teve um primeiro dia muito ruim que acabou acabando com a nossa campanha, que a gente acabou ficando 0-2.
mas eu fico com a sensação que a gente podia ter feito muito mais. A gente teve bons jogos, só que hoje não foi um deles. A gente perdeu num jogão nessa ciente e é isso, acabou a temporada pra gente. Agora é descansar e resetar. Mas obrigado pela torcida de todos, obrigado pelo apoio de todo mundo e temporada que vem tem mais. Tamo junto.
Gutted to see you guys go, and Sunny, thank you so much for giving me a few words though. That is MIBR exiting the Austin Major.
MIBR finally, dare I say it, eliminated from the Austin Major. They fought a good fight, Peter, not only yesterday against Falcons, obviously eliminating them, but also today against FaZe Clan, pushing them all the way to the limit.
They gave it all. They maybe used all of their energy against Falcons yesterday. Coming into the game against FaZe, they did look a little bit bad in the beginning of the match, but I mean, we also got to give it to FaZe. You know, they showed some great signs. They definitely feel like the power was there. The connection was way better today. But we also got to give it that you just feel that how much it meant to FaZe moving into stage 3 and now also equalizing the score, and they got to start over.
How about that? FaZe winning a best of 3 for you.
I mean, we can just ask the gentlemen themselves. They're up here. Congratulations, Carrigan. Simple. Carrigan, when we were talking before, you said you like to take the scenic route, you know, to the next stage. How much pressure did you feel in this game?
Nothing. I just said to the guys, it's 2 best of 1s, and here we are. It's like the first day. No, I think pressure is a privilege, and I think being in a situation where you have to win, it's not like extra chance or anything. That's where I strive to be. But obviously, would have been way more nicer not to feel that pressure and winning the other days. But today we turned up, and I think that's for me the takeaway of this stage is like on the first day, we all know it's the most important day, and we stepped up there, and then we just hang around a little bit and lost some rounds. But today we played really good, I think.
What do you feel was the biggest change for you from the first day where we saw you play really well, and then obviously you had 2 days where you didn't really perform, but then coming into the game today where you look more energized? We could hear that you were hyping up the boys a lot. What did you have to change coming into this game?
I think the first day we took it relaxed with Ante and game plan. We played so good off each other, very creative. You as a player know that when somebody says something, you do automatically something. It just feels like very easy to call. And then next day it wasn't. I was like, okay, bad day. And then third day it was the same. So yesterday I prepared 5 maps, 5 game plans. So we could start the game in a certain way, and then we could free up and have really good clutches and play off each other. And I think that's the main thing I did different today, and maybe that energized me as well.
Simple for you, yeah. I think we should jump straight into it because me and Peter was talking about it, right? Your comeback into Counter-Strike has been a little bit up and down. The last 7 rounds you played in this game, you're all over the place. You're getting opening kills, you're getting multi-kills. That felt like the old Simple. How close do you think you are to getting back to a level where you can do that more consistently?
Oh man, I'm so glad that we managed to go through next stage. Now everything's refreshed. Now it's like new chapter, because I had so much pressure, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that was really important for me, just to go through next stage. That's our like minimum goal. And when we lost to Legacy, and after yesterday we lost to 3D Max, I was a bit lost, and I feel like we were just mentally lost after Legacy game. And I'm so glad that we as a team just chilled a bit, just tried to forget about CS yesterday at the evening. And I mean, Finn prepared, of course, only Finn prepared, but all of us, I said, let's not play, let's just talk about our real life, you know. And tomorrow, I mean today, we will wake up and we will be ready, because it felt like we're hitting our shots, but we are not like doing it together. It felt like we lost synergy after Legacy game, and I'm glad that we got it back.
And we got to play alongside each other in China. It didn't go the way that we wanted it, and now you're here with FaZe Clan. What is it to play alongside these guys? You know, that's also players that you've been playing against for so many years, but at the same time, do you see yourself in a different position now than when you were like maybe 6 months ago?
Yes, definitely. I mean, all of those players, I feel like they're really strong mentally, and they understand game, all of them, at same level. I mean, some of them, of course, like AGL, from different perspective, but I feel like it's so hard to teach them, because you understand that they know those things, but still in practice sometimes you're saying that this mistake, our type, like our level, we cannot allow to do these mistakes in our team.
And he's calling people out, that's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes. But
we're strong mentally. To say to Sasha, so he just says that we just accept it and play next round.
Sure.
So I think he brings a lot of that step up in the important
sometimes
moments.
It feels like they are all cold, you know. I'm like, he doesn't care at all. Hello, guys. say something.
Finn, the way I describe you guys coming into MIBR as a team that can beat anyone, but pretty much also lose to anyone. Would you agree with that sentiment? And if yes, is there anything you can do to change that so you're a little bit more stable heading into stage 3?
I think this year, yeah. I think previously, I don't think we dropped many games that maybe sometimes we dropped here and there, but this year has been a game of mental resilience, games where it gets tight, but we somehow lose against Gamer Legion. I mean, no disrespect to them, they're playing super good, but those games are where, like, when it gets close to overtime, we win it, but then we lose a 1-on-3 at 12-11. I'm like, that's when you're a rookie, you're throwing those. Yeah. Yes. So I think, but I think this game was more important. I think the games are going to be, on paper, easier for us coming to next stage. I think, obviously, a lot of pressure around the team, on Sasha. You know, I think nobody can imagine what pressure Sasha is under. And I think that is going to be easier next stage when we play really high-caliber teams. But in the end, yes, on any given day, we can win or lose. And I don't know how to fix it, but I'll try to bring the passion and energy, because that's where I feel like we can win.
And I just want to add something that I feel like on this major, like on all majors, any team can beat any team.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so surprised by South American teams and Asian teams. I feel like they stepped up a lot.
Obviously, you've been away for a while. Can you feel that the level,
yes,
general level has gotten
I
better?
feel, and everyone is screaming, and it feels like after some games, teams who level down.
Gone up, yeah.
Yeah, they're going up, and they understand that they can beat any team. And especially there is MR 12. Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit easier, I feel like, for underdogs to surprise.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, do you want to find out who you're playing in the best
Yes,
of one?
yes.
Yeah?
Come on,
okay,
give
let's do it. Let's jump on into it. We can bring it up on the big screens. Hopefully, here we go. So you have got
Aurora. There we go.
Bro, I actually saw we playing Nemiga from.
Navi,
I saw that for once.
You will always be a little bit.
I'm like, oh, finally Nemiga.
Yeah.
First-hand impression on Aurora?
I think this year they've been really good. I think they had a small breakdown, no? From tournament, or were they in Dallas?
They were in Dallas, but they flew straight from Astana,
yeah.
right?
Was
So they were kind of cooked.
before that.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they're pretty good. They're shooting really hard. So get ready for some tough
Yes, I'm ready.
Well, you bet on best of ones anyway, right? So
yeah, it's the best of one half. I don't know, one round at a time. We'll see.
Yeah, you've got to get 13 of them. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get on your way.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you
Thank
in
you.
stage 3. Oh yes, FaZe, the final team to be heading on through to the top 16 at the very least. Obviously from MIBR, such a valiant effort throughout the entirety of stage 2, taking down the second best team in the world in Falcons.
Yeah.
Not enough to stand up versus FaZe though.
No, and I think it's cool. I think this interview with Karrigan and Sasha is cool for many different reasons. The pressure he's playing under, the pressure Karrigan is under, you can feel that it's a relief for FaZe Clan. And I also do want to give my credit to MIBR. I think what they've done the last couple of days to not only knock out Falcons, the fashion they did in, the mental resilience, but also put these guys under the pressure where I guess they gave a bit of the old, FaZe energy. Welcome to the FaZe motherfuckers. I'm not sure that they're yet, but they're getting closer.
Yeah, they're getting close. They're getting close. I'm sold. I'm sold on.
You're sold on?
He looks really great in that copper hat like that.
Yeah.
I
What was he
love
called? Howie Bootstraps or something he nicknamed
It was like a
himself.
booster power.
Something like that. Yeah, let's take a recap of exactly what went down in this stage 2, though. Day number 4 here saw 3 teams going through. That was, of course, FaZe, Lynn Vision, and Nemiga. Obviously, you guys were covering the Vision game with the wonderful James Banks, making history for China. The first time they've been in the top 16 since what? 2018?
2018.
That's mental.
That is mental. That was Tai Lu doing it back in the days, and as far as I'm aware, Tai Lu won a single best of 1 in that one. So if Lynn Vision can win a game, or even 2 games, they could be the best placed Chinese team ever at a major.
Heroic versus Nemiga, that was the first game of the day. Any takeaways from that one? I was heading my bets with Heroic. I don't know whether that was just because of kind of the bias that I kind of came in with, the fact that they smashed basically every single team in that stage 1. But Nemiga and Lear with the big guns standing tall.
But didn't everyone expect Heroic to win that one? I think everyone did, but the rookies of stage 1 has just proven everyone wrong. Now they're in stage 3. Let's just give them a bow.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I said it from day one. I had them as my 0-3 pick in stage 1, Nemiga that is, and ever since I watched them play, they get better game by game by game. As we spoke about, they're rookies, but they're learning as they go along, so be careful of Nemiga in stage 3.
Are your pick'ems cooked? Do you know? You had actually had the possibility of going 0.
Yeah, but I got 3.
You got 3?
I got 3,
well,
which I think is more than the vast
clap.
majority. Yeah, I think everyone is cooked, you know, to be completely honest, but we'll cook again for next stage.
Bait Lynn Vision, that was the second game of the day. Your boys did free. I'm sorry. You saw it. You witnessed it with your own eyes. They're going home. But we get Lynn Vision. We get more of Emilia jumping up on the death.
I'm all in for it. I love it. Like, just look at the character and the aura that this guy just shines with. You know, I think I've gone from being a Bait kind of fanboy to now be a Lynn Vision fanboy.
Hell
so I'm going to be rooting for Lynn Vision coming into stage 3. A big victory for them. You know, coming into stage 3, beating all the expectations, and also the fact that what the fashion they've done it. I mean, like, sure they've had some very up and down results in this stage, but for them just to make it for China and for themselves, that's hella.
Making history. I'm just going to be honest. When I was standing by when you were doing the interview with the 2 wonderful boys from Lynn Vision, I didn't have an IFB, so I couldn't hear what Komisu answered, because he said to us after stage 1, yeah, I don't feel like we're actually going to do anything in stage 2. I think that's where we cap out. Obviously, they made it to stage 3. What did he say in response when you played
He started off by saying that when they saw they played Falcons in the 0-1 game, he thought they were going to go 0-3, you know. So they still didn't really believe in it, but they took one game by game and played with no expectations to win, and I think that's been the name of the game for Lynn Vision. They play freed up Counter-Strike. It's not the most tactical depth Counter-Strike, but I think the individuals are shooting hard and they believe in themselves, which you could clearly sense from the interview.
It felt like if I'm wrong here, but I feel like he said that they could win it all, didn't he?
No, that was Emilia. And he said we're going to win it all. Yeah.
Emilia said he was going to win it.
There's 2 sides to that team.
He was having a great time up there. He was absolutely ecstatic, spinning around.
One believes they're going 0-3, the other guy thinks he's going to win the main. Yes, right.
Move to line a little bit, but it's fine.
The yin and the yang, you know? Obviously, we just saw going down. FaZe netting that final spot. True FaZe fashion, as Maui always says. The procrastination kings, even with a slightly different roster, they get the job done. And we do get to see some flashes from Simple, where I love how honest he was up here, right? He said he felt the pressure. He was like, thank God we made it through. This was the bare minimum. And I hope he can kind of maybe just release that weight a little bit coming into stage 3.
He also did that back in Shanghai, like when we were playing with him. Like,
really?
he emphasized that he felt a lot of pressure, and I love the honesty for him, that he still feels like the pressure's there because he knows he's playing for his future, and he is at a state where everyone expects so much of him, and if he doesn't deliver, then everyone's just going to be laughing at him. So for him to have like a really good showing in Anshin, especially in overtime, that must have meant a lot to him.
Yeah, I think he's been humbled in the sense that I think he's humbled in a mature way where he recognizes that everyone else has gotten better while he got away. But I also do think that the more time you give Simple, the more games you give him on the stage, the better he will grow into it. We saw that in overtime here in Ancient. I hope we get to see it on stage 3. So Simple may have been humbled in the sense that he respects all the other players now have gotten better, but I sincerely hope that Simple will humble someone else in stage 3 and we get to see the best of him, because he's slowly but surely warming into it.
You want to see some of the big dogs that are waiting in stage 3? We've waited long enough to see these 8 teams take to the stage for the first time in Austin, obviously spearheaded by the current kings of Counter-Strike. That is Vitality. Dupree, how do you feel about seeing your boys back in there and getting to comment on them a little bit?
I mean, with the elimination of Falcons, everything's looking extremely sharp for Vitality. I'm not going to take anything away from the likes of Mousesports on Aurora. So Aurora Spirit, for that matter, sorry. But, you know, they must be looking at themselves thinking this is going to be even more doable than it was maybe a couple of days ago. I think the Vitality is at a stage now where if they don't win the major, they are going to be extremely disappointed. 6
of the best teams in the world joined by G2 and Liquid heading into stage 3, and that is honestly my take on that one. We have 6 teams in the form of Vitality, the Mongols, etc., that plays Counter-Strike consistently at a high level, and then a couple of question marks, G2 and Liquid. We don't know where to put them, and I'm very curious, just, you know, focusing bottom right corner right there, Liquid versus Lynn Vision. That's a gift in itself. If Liquid can get off to a good start, then maybe we get to see someone from the only NA hope left at this tournament.
Well, we are going to be having a day off tomorrow. That's going to be Media Day going down for these top 16 teams, but this is going to be starting the day after, which, if my math is correct, is a Thursday, obviously.
I love the fact that Legacy progress, right? They do such a good job.
Oh, God.
And what's the gift for that?
Oh,
well, why not? Why not take up this matchup? If they feel like they can continue their strive, then why not go up against the best team in the world? Imagine if it's
You're gonna
actually-
lose.
Yeah, but no, but imagine if Legacy is actually the one to take the
Imagine. Best of ones, anything can happen. Right, okay. I did hear from our lovely producer-director Martin that we did such a good job on his fantasy team at the end of the last stage that actually Miggle would like us to create one for him. He's the other man that is in our ear, the other wizard behind the production. So no pressure, gentlemen. I believe you got like top 1% easily last time with those 2 Falcons picks. So let's start off with the bronze.
That was Maui and
category.
Jason.
Oh yeah,
okay?
that wasn't you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So now we
So
get
just
the
looks so
chance.
similar.
You want to start off or should I?
We'll do better. You start with the bronze player. Go.
A bronze player?
Yeah,
I'll start from
you
the right.
can scroll
Right,
down. You can
right,
scroll down
right,
a little
okay.
bit. There's probably a decent amount to choose from.
There is a lot of good ones here.
Yeah, keep on going. Keep on going.
I am gonna go electronic.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, he's experienced. I think he's experienced, but I think that VP also shows some good signs, and obviously he's going to be our Indian leader.
Okay, looking at the silver column right here, if you scroll down, Mr. Miggle, just a little bit. There's a couple of players right here. I think Nerds is a big question mark for me on Team Liquid in the sense that he's quality, but I'm not sure Liquid is quality.
Yeah.
They do, however, play Lynn Vision in the first game, so that could be a good way of getting started.
Okay.
And there's also a Bit in the mix, so it's either between Nerds or Bit from Navi. And I'd be a fool if it didn't go Bit. Bit is he's insane. To be a silver player for him.
That's great work.
Yeah.
Moving on to the gold one.
What about a British player? What? Pick me, Messi.
Let's scroll down.
No, hey, remove.
No.
Remove.
Okay, Fred gets to have a say as well. We keep Messi.
It's Messi.
I like that.
Really?
Yeah,
We like
you can see Miggle's a fan too.
Platinum. Right. Okay, I have a thing for mouse. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's nice to have the mouse players up there.
You do a little bit.
I do have it. Yeah, I know. I got my boy Sipix. He's assistant coaching over there.
Well, we do need an
there's
AWP.
There's a thing for me.
But
Well,
you
it's a fantasy
saving that.
team. We don't
for-
actually have to have an op.
Can you scroll down?
We
Is there
don't.
any more players?
We need to scroll down.
There's a couple of.
Twist is also good. Well, he's not been looking that great. Molodoi.
funny.
There's. Ooh, simple.
The silver.
No, let's go up to the mouse boys. I'm gonna be going exertion on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's left with the diamond.
Okay.
Somehow, some way, Jacob, you always get this one.
Well, that's what. Wait, this is the first time ever. What do you mean?
I don't think
It's obviously between Saivu and Donk, I'd say.
I agree.
That's boring. That's boring.
But we're creating a winning team.
Okay, we're creating. Yeah, but it's for Mikkel's team, so we could just troll him and go Centaurus. You know what? I think Saivu has a point to prove here. Obviously, Donk is going to be
Point to
quality.
prove?
Yeah, in the sense that there's all these talks
Brother, he's
about.
just won everything.
Exactly. But the only criticism of Saivu is that you never won a real major, right? Because when you won the major with him, you didn't play any good
Shut
teams. I don't buy that argument.
That's a lie.
I
Everyone
agree.
deserves to be
I
in the
agree,
respective
but if
place.
you
Yeah,
open
right?
Reddit, which you probably shouldn't do, that's what all those weird-ass dudes are saying. So Saivu is coming into this major. He wants to
Yeah.
find a proof. I think Saivu is going to have a fantastic tournament, and I want Mikkel to do well, but not too well.
I don't like your logic, but I like the pick, so I say yes.
We have
Mr.
to have
Captain.
electronic as our
Big miss.
leader. We already said that. Thank you,
Really?
leader.
I
Yes.
want him to be the leader.
Wow, that's actually insane.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm serious.
But it is your turn, I guess. If
It
we're
is actually
just making up
my turn.
stuff.
No, it's actually your turn.
Okay, yeah, electronic, cool. Yeah.
No,
let's do
give Messi the captainship.
it. Yeah, Messi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Messi. Yeah.
Captain Messi.
Yeah, Messi. Yeah.
Well, rest in peace,
Yeah,
Mikkel's
Messi.
fantasy team. You tried.
I think that's
actually
pretty
don't
good.
think it looks too bad.
I think that's amazing. And as you can see at the top of the screen, you've got 1 day, 16 hours, and approximately 32 minutes, if my maths is correct, to get your fantasy teams in as well. So tweet them at us. We'll rate them. We'll slate
math
them.
reading up
You'll
from
probably
text.
hate them.
No, I'm not a hater of anything.
No, really. That's crazy. What are you guys up to on the day off tomorrow? Do you have any media, or are you going to be full out Austin?
I have some media.
Okay.
I have some meetings to do as well. So, I'm going to be a little bit off, but I'm also going to be working.
Selfishly, please don't say you're joining a team. I like having you up here on the desk. Please stay with us.
That
You're going to be here next stage, right? Right?
Do you think anyone wants to sign him?
This guy. I think maybe it's time to say farewell. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here. This was stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major. We're going to have 1 day off, and then we are back with the top 16. We'll see you there.